following is a presentation of Westwood One Sports. If it's the NFL, it's on Westwood One.
At the 29 of Tampa Bay, under center, it's Stroud, 1st and 10, shotgun snap, left tackle block, arching spiral pass down the near sideline, end zone, over the shoulder catch. Was he in? Collins, touchdown! The Texans have scored on a 29-yard touchdown pass by C.J. Stroud.
2nd down and 10 at the 27-yard line. Chargers up 14-3, looking for more. Herbert sets and throws, floating it down the right sideline. McConkey is open. He drops it down the sideline into the end zone. A lad McConkey touchdown makes it 20-3. Los Angeles.
1st and 10, 3 receivers, bunch to the right. Shotgun snap to Jackson, handed off Henry, running left, finds a lane to the 15-10, down to the 5. Henry to the end zone. Touchdown Ravens. Touchdown run number 11 on the season for the King.
Willis in the gun. Belt high snap. He drops against the 4-man rush. Throws deep down the left side. Romeo Dobbs open over the shoulder catch to the 5. And he walks in for a touchdown. It's a 34-yard strike from Malik Willis. The Packers have the opening touchdown of the night. And they lead by 2 scores.
From now until Super Bowl 60,
whatever it takes.
The NFL is on Westwood One.
Let's go, man.
Now, let's head to the stadium and join Ryan Radke and Mike Golick.
Welcome to SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles for part 1 of our special NFL Saturday doubleheader as the 11-4 Chargers host the 10-5 Texans in an AFC playoff seeding battle. Today's broadcast of the National Football League on Westwood One is sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Progressive Insurance, by Granger, by AutoZone, by Indeed, and by the official NFL app. Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Radke along with Mike Golick. Scott Graham will join us shortly from our Westwood One studios. Later tonight on many of these same stations, it'll be the Baltimore Ravens and the Green Bay Packers in Game 2. But first, it's time for the Chargers and the Texans. And much is already known about these two teams. The Chargers are already in the playoffs while the Texans are a near lock, and yet still a lot to be decided. The Chargers enter today knowing that a win against Houston and next week against Denver would give them the AFC West title and a home game in the playoffs. Toss in a little help, the Chargers could still be the AFC's number 1 seed. The Texans, meanwhile, can officially clinch their playoff berth with a win today, and they still have division title hopes with a little bit of help from their friends. So lots of scenarios to get into and discuss, but it all starts with winning today, Mike, and while both these teams have stars we could talk about on the offensive side of the ball, it's the defense that leads the way for both these clubs.
Yeah, I'm glad you're talking about scenarios because it makes my head spin. Once you get to a second scenario, I just kind of glaze over. And, yeah, both these teams are led by defense, absolutely no doubt about it. 2 very strong defenses. 2 offenses that, while these teams have been on winning streaks, have not been consistent. But if you have an excellent defense, that can carry you. I still, as a former defensive player, firmly believe defense can win you championships. And if you have a defense that can stop the opposing offense, you're going to be in every game.
Yeah, and you don't want to be down starting tackles against either one of these defenses, but both teams are. Jamari Sawyer is out for the Chargers. Texans without both their starting tackles. How do you game plan around that?
Well, listen, that's quick passes. Now, you'll decide. Sometimes you'll leave the new tackles to one-on-one by themselves. Sometimes you'll chip with a back, chip with a tight end, but that means they're out late into the route, or you go quick passes. But the defenses are going to know that as well, and they're going to play up. So it's an interesting chess match.
Much more to come from Los Angeles as we approach kickoff between the Chargers and the Houston Texans. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from the Progressive Insurance Studios. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Nobody covers the National Football League.
They give Mahomes time for the end zone. He throws and it's caught. Touchdown!
Like SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88. Our team of former players, coaches, and front office executives like Pat Kerwin, Jim Miller, Rich Gannon, Alex Smith, and Hall of Famer Bill Polian brings you closer to the game. If it's happening, we are there. Live from the Scouting Combine in March to the Draft in April. And in the summer, SiriusXM NFL Radio takes you to all 32 training camps. we connect you with the history of the game on stage for Hall of Fame weekend. Hear all the primetime play-by-play action from opening night through the Super Bowl.
Spectacular in every way. Confetti flying in the air.
Your 24/7 home for the NFL all year long. SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88.
New Year's Eve is live across America on SiriusXM. Ring in 2026 with Fish at Madison Square Garden and over 50 country acts, including Lainey Wilson, Jason Aldean, Billy Zimmerman, and more at Nashville's Big Bash. Plus live shows on The Heat, Turbo, Hits One, and many other channels. Listen throughout New Year's Eve. At home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Everything a football fan needs is on the SiriusXM app. The biggest college football games.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Every NFL game with your hometown announcers.
It's a miracle in Las Vegas!
Winning fantasy football advice from the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
And passionate personalities on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
You're not winning a championship. Can we mellow out?
No matter how you follow football, it's all on the SiriusXM app.
When it's time to turn up. Turn to Flex 2K on SiriusXM channel that takes you from 2000s bling
You bling like the Neptune
through the rise of trap.
Let's go, man.
Nothing but the hip-hop bangers that define the first 2 decades of the millennium. Flex 2K, channel 49, and the SiriusXM app.
The best of live sports talk are on SiriusXM. Weekday mornings, hear Dan Patrick at 9 on NBC Sports Radio, Channel 85.
Running backs are the best supporting actors. They can't win Best Actor.
At 1, it's the Stephen A. Smith Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Check me out for my passionate, unfiltered take on the world of sports.
And then at 3, it's the Mad Dog, Christopher Russo.
Anybody who asks knows I'm 100% right.
Hear from legends of the game, only on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I love it. Just talk.
The weather outside is frightful, but the soccer is so delightful.
We have the biggest games. Congratulations for subscribing.
So when you've got no place to go, tune in to SiriusXM FC for all the biggest matches.
20 for Haaland, the fighting star showing for Liverpool. Oh my word, Bukayo Saka! Manchester United may just have won it!
Enjoy a feast of English football this holiday season on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
Conan O'Brien here. Sure, it's football season. But when you aren't listening to my pigskin flying around on SiriusXM, come check out my channel, Conan O'Brien Radio. We're cracking jokes, throwing deep cuts, blitzing boredom. No pads, no playbooks, just a Hail Mary of hilarity. It's comedy in the red zone all season long. Conan O'Brien Radio. That's a tough tackle. He's down. He's not getting up. He's dead. Wait, I took it too far. Conan O'Brien Radio, channel 104, anytime you want on the SiriusXM app.
Season's greetings. Some people get so into Christmas they decorate their yards. It seems completely backwards. All right, chop down that tree, bring it in here. Take all these lights, put them out there.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, and Comedy Central Radio is celebrating with a 2-day Christmas stand-up marathon.
I was walking around like, everyone's gonna hate me. I don't want to rule the world with evil. I was like an emo devil. That's what I was an emo Satan. I was like, I'm a fallen angel.
Holiday spirit with back-to-back stand-up specials from Jim Gaffigan, Dan Soder, Andrew Santino, and more.
I don't know who was building the playgrounds when we were kids, but they were out to get us for sure. Like, it was a group of these diabolical people in a room like, all right, let's build a slide, yeah? Okay, a slide. Is it going to be sitting in the sun all day long? We should make it out of metal. We should make it out of metal.
The Comedy Central Radio Christmas Marathon. It all starts Christmas Eve day, 10 a.m. East, 7 West. Comedy Central Radio, SiriusXM 95.
Take live sports wherever you go with the SiriusXM app.
Like, we're going to be tough on ourselves and just keep working to see what we can fix every week. Like, we don't settle for anything less than our own norm.
You have fantastic ball skills, and, you know, in 4 interceptions this year, but in the plays that you make, I'm curious how much of it is, you can break it down by percentage if you want to, how much of it is studying film and knowing a team's tendencies, and then how much of that comes from your instinct, your gut feel, and athleticism when you're on the field?
I say it's about 50-50 because, well, I don't know. Like it fluctuates. Like during the course of a game, like it might be some times where you think about film study and then you kind of know something is going on, but at the same time, like our offense can do whatever they want to do. So then that's whenever the instincts come into play. And then, I mean, once the play gets started, then you just going based off of your keys. Like you're not trying to guess. You're just playing what you see.
Your dad was a very big part of your life growing up, not just as a dad, but also as a coach. When you think back right now, what are some of the things that he taught you then that you're still kind of carrying through till today?
Just technique, like just hand-eye coordination and just the correct way to play like a team sport and just how to be like a man in general. Because, I mean, I don't know if you know it, but I don't talk trash or anything like that because that's just not how I was raised. Like I wasn't raised to speak like that to anybody. So I don't really do that on the field either. Of course, I know how to catch a football. Like it's about not panicking whenever you can tell that the receiver is looking for the ball. And yeah, like it's just everything about the game. Just learn from him.
It sounds like you picked up football and picked up a love for football really quickly. Why? What made you love it so much so young?
It was what my dad wanted. My dad, my grandpa, and just people around. Like I was just always around it, like around my dad's teams growing up, doing drills with his DBs. But yeah, I mean, just being around it, like it just happened.
I wanted to ask you as well to wrap things up here. Pro Bowl starter. What does that mean?
I mean, it means a lot. That shows that, like, I don't know if that's people around the league or coaches or players or what, but it shows that they believe in me. And I just got to keep on proving to people right that's in my corner.
Well, thanks so much for the time. Really do appreciate it. Good luck the rest of the way.
All righty. Thank you very much.
As Derek Stingley Jr., part of a defense trying to become the first team in 17 years to go an entire season without allowing 250 or more passing yards in a game. Coming up next, we're going to hear from the guy who's going to be trying to top that. That is quarterback Justin Herbert of the L.A. Chargers. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of the NFL from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive offers auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. Chargers, of course, are led by Justin Herbert, who's been bouncing back from a hand injury. He's got the second most passing yards in the first 6 seasons of his career in NFL history. But today he realizes this is a tall task going up against this Houston defense.
Yeah, they're really good. They've done such a great job of, especially pressuring the passer, causing a lot of sacks and then causing turnovers. That's what they do best. And, I think that's going to be really important is just ball security this game and just understanding, that we got to do those 3 things: ball security, scoring points in the red zone, and converting on third down. But they're a very talented defense and they're very well coached as well.
Well, he also has to turn the reins over to his own defense, allowing 17 points per game over the last 8 and fewer than 20 in 4 straight home games. Hey, it's Fantasy Football Championship weekend. Are you ready? Michael Fabiano is going to stop by to tell you who can get your team ready to win it all. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Everything an NFL fan needs is on SiriusXM. Every NFL game with your hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app.
It's a miracle in Las Vegas!
Expert analysis on NFL Radio Channel 88.
The difference between hope and belief is what you saw last night.
Winning fantasy football advice from the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio and passionate personalities on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
Coming mellow out! You're not winning a championship!
No matter how you follow the NFL, it's all on SiriusXM. Your home for the biggest stories in the league is SiriusXM NFL Radio.
This is Solomon Wilcox from the opening drive. Week 17 is here, and some teams have already given their fans the gift of the postseason.
I think the media decided not to talk about San Francisco. It's kind of like the Rams. Oh, yeah, Seattle could battle them. San Francisco has a lot of key wins.
Purdy, he runs left, and he's in for a 49ers touchdown.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Send 2025 packing with a full-blown party music experience. The biggest high-energy hits from across the SiriusXM universe. All on one channel. That's the way I like it. New Year's Nation. Now through January 1st on Channel 4 and at home on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Hi, it's me, Katie Nolan, host of Casuals with Katie Nolan. It's holiday season, which means it's the perfect time to curl up on the couch with a nice mug of hot chocolate and watch a bunch of elite athletes stir up juicy in-game drama for your viewing pleasure. Sports are the ultimate comfort watch to get you through the cold months. So whether you're a diehard sports fan or just an intrigued channel flipper, listen to Casuals to keep up to date with all the latest in-game and online drama. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Love you, mean it.
Find your game or sport on SiriusXM.com/sports.
Welcome back to the NFL on Westwood One. I'm Scott Graham, getting you ready for our special Saturday doubleheader. Time now for our weekly fantasy football preview with Sports Illustrated senior fantasy analyst Michael Fabiano. Mike, Merry Christmas. A little bit late. How you doing this week?
Merry Christmas. It's been a rough week in fantasy championships already, with 3 games already in, and we've got a couple of games today that might not, let's just say, excite many fantasy managers.
All right, so let's start with this one, Texans and Chargers, and this isn't even the game that's got the most Swiss cheese holes poked in it, but who are we starting?
Not a lot. I don't love Justin Herbert in this game. Nico Collins is a guy you're going to play. O'Mara and Hampton is definitely a play for the Chargers because Kamani Vidal is out. But I don't trust any of the Chargers wide receivers. I don't trust Ladd McConkey or Keenan Allen or Quentin Johnson. I certainly don't trust Oronde Gadsden. So Hampton's my only guy that I think needs to be in lineups for the Chargers. And for the Texans, I mentioned Nico Collins. I think you could play Dalton Schultz. He's been very good. And other than that, Kaimi Fairbairn and maybe the Texans defense. That's it. It's thin.
It's really thin. All right, we go to game number 2 at Lambeau Field, and this is nightmare scenario for teams that are in their championship when Jordan Love is out of this game, and Lamar Jackson, who has been off, is also out. What are you doing here?
Not playing too many of the players, to be quite honest with you. You're starting Josh Jacobs, obviously. You're starting Derrick Henry, obviously. Other than that, the only player from either team that I would start is maybe Zay Flowers. Listen to this stat about Malik Willis. He has had 5 starts in the NFL. He has scored fewer than 13 points 4 times. He had one big game over 25 fantasy points, which coincidentally came against the Titans in 2024. That's the team that drafted him. But no wide receiver has had more than 67 yards or 11.6 fantasy points in a game Willis has started. And no tight end has had more than 5.8 points in a game Willis has started. It is thin. If you could sit your Packers wide receivers and tight ends, and clearly Luke Musgrave's not a play this week, I would do it.
All right, let's take a look at the rest of the weekend because we are in the championships and teams are trying to get over the finish line. They have some decisions to make, and I guess, Mike, in a lot of ways, if you have decisions to make, you are one of the luckiest fantasy owners out there right now.
Exactly. Matthew Stafford is a guy that I'm starting this week, even though Devontae Adams isn't going to play. He had a good game last week. Atlanta's defense has been, let's just say, very they've been very good to quarterbacks lately, just like Santa Claus was probably to the Graham family on Christmas morning. 19-plus points 4 times to quarterbacks since week 11. Jalen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell are both starting for fantasy managers. They've both been good. They've got the Browns this week. Here's a crazy stat. Their defense has allowed 17-plus fantasy points to 7 running backs since week 10. But the problem here is that if the Ravens get beat tonight, the Steelers are in, and they can't move in terms of the postseason. So do they play everybody for a full game? Again, I mean, that's what you run into sometimes in a Week 17. And then Stephon Diggs, like every Patriots wide receiver is hurt, it seems like, in this game. And the Jets have been really bad against wide receivers lately. Stephon Diggs is a very good play. Start him.
All right, so if you have the ability to sit some of these players that you originally had in, who are we sitting?
I've got Bryce Young on the list because it's a very short list, right? We've already had so many quarterbacks playing. We've got, it seems like, every backup playing in every other game. I mean, it's just unreal. But Bryce Young has actually been good, 15-plus points in 3 straight, 4 of his last 5, but I don't like him against Seattle. Quarterbacks have averaged 13.6 points against that defense since week 9. Breece Hall, I tried to have the Christmas spirit and say play him as a flex last week, 8.3 points. I think negative game script's going to be an issue against New England. Sit him down. And then Emeka Egbuka, what has happened to him? He was a stud in the first half of the year. Over his last 6 games, single digits, 5 times. Mike Evans obviously is back. Chris Godwin is back. I can't play Emeka Egbuka, and that's a shame because he was fantastic in the first half of the season.
All right, in our last 30 seconds here, Mike, streamers, the ones who you're going to be able to plug in and win the championship with.
Jacoby Brissett, I would play over every quarterback who's playing today, which probably isn't saying much, but great matchup against the Bengals. If Dylan Sampson is active for the Browns, he'll be the starting running back, and the Steelers are not good against pass-catching running back, so start Dylan Sampson. And then Taysom Hill. How about this? Start a running back at tight end. That's a nice Christmas gift. A couple of days past Christmas Day, Taysom Hill is a big-time sleeper.
Mike, thanks for your time. Good luck to you and everybody playing in the championship this week.
Absolutely. Good luck, everybody, and Happy New Year.
We come back. We're going to get you one step closer to kickoff time. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome back to the NFL on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Advantage Gold.
Justin Herbert creeping up toward the line, leaning in. Now backs up, leaning back on his left foot, gets the shotgun snap. Looks to the left. Thompson throws left side. Too tall. It's intercepted. Picked off down the sideline. Eric Murray. He's going to take it unmolested for a Houston pick six. Nobody laid a glove on Eric Murray. And a pick six later, the Texans lead it 19-6.
Kevin Kugler here on Westwood One with the exclamation point on Houston's dominant defensive effort against the Chargers in last season's wild card round. A nightmare day for Justin Herbert, who threw a career-high 4 interceptions, more than he had the entire regular season. Eric Stingley grabbed 2, rookie Kamari Lassiter had another, and Eric Murray delivered the dagger, racing 38 yards to the end zone late in the third quarter. Texans rode that defensive clinic to a 32-12 win, punching their ticket to the divisional round for a second straight season. That is today's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Advantage Gold. Defense wins football games and protects retirements, too. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 now. Leave your email and get your free gold information kit. Scott Graham in our Westwood One studios. I'll be back at halftime to chat with Baltimore's Kyle Van Noy ahead of tonight's game between the Ravens and the Packers. But when we come back, the keys to the game with Ryan and Mike at SoFi Stadium. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
In here, the nights are long, the drinks are strong, and the neon never fades. Red, White, and Booze, a channel serving shots of classic rock with a smooth country chaser. Drop in to Red, White, and Booze. Channel 350 on most radios and always in the SiriusXM app on your phone. At home, on your computer, Alexa, TV, and other internet-connected devices.
It's Fantasy Football Championship Week. Get the edge you need with Fantasy Sports Radio.
I don't care if you're a 50-point underdog. Put the best players in. We just need points.
Go home a Fantasy Football champion or just go home.
Go ahead and fire up your Cardinals. The Bengals defense can't stop anybody.
You've made it this far. Don't give up the title because you made the wrong roster move.
You gotta go with the guys who got you here. Don't overthink it.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Relive the songs and stories that defined 2025. Tap into the SiriusXM app for countdowns of the year's top tracks. From your favorite channels like Hits 1, The Highway, Octane, Hip Hop Nation, and more. Plus, the biggest moments in sports, comedy, and beyond.
Make it 5 in a row for Shohei Ohtani.
Just search 2025 in the SiriusXM app to start the look back.
The weather outside is frightful, but the soccer is so delightful.
We have the biggest games. Congratulations for subscribing.
So when you've got no place to go, tune in to SiriusXM FC for all the biggest matches.
Putting for Haaland, the fighting star showing for Liverpool. Oh my word, Bukayo Saka! Manchester United may just have won it!
Enjoy a feast of English football this holiday season on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
Hear your hometown announcers call every game on the SiriusXM app.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick back at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles as we get set for a big game in the AFC today between the Chargers and the Texans. Time for today's winning playbook, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. All right, Mike, let's talk about what each team needs to do to win the game today. Let's start with the visiting Houston Texans. They've been on fire. 7 straight victories. How do they get to 8 in a row here today?
7 straight victories, but the offense has been a bit inconsistent. It's been the defense leading them, and got to get C.J. Stroud in a rhythm early. I really feel they have to quick passes, let the receivers get yards after the catch. They got Woody Marks back after missing last week to help the run game, but getting C.J. Stroud in rhythm, I think, is absolutely the key. Houston's defense, listen, they play on the other side of the ball. 78 tackles for losses, force second and long, force third and long, and then turn the pass rushers loose. That's the key to their victory, and that helps the DBs. They have 17 interceptions, tied for third in the league, and while Justin Herbert throws for a lot of yards, he does have 12 interceptions this year.
All right, nobody has been hotter than Houston, but the Chargers, they've been pretty good. 4 straight wins, 7 of their last 8. They've come out on top. Still looking for that division title. What are the keys for Jim Harbaugh's team?
Well, it would be to get that two-headed running back monster going, but Kamani Vidal is out for this game, so it's just Amarian Hampton. But they still would love to get that running game going because of Houston's pass rush. You got to keep that rush at bay. Again, I think a great matchup in this game is the fact that LA's offense is third in the league on third down, and Houston's defense is third in the league on third down. So I love that. Justin has plenty of options to throw to, even though the passes, though, may have to come out quick. LA Charger defense, they live on that 4-man rush. Make C.J. Stroud beat you. They rush. They love to disguise their coverages, how many they're bringing to the line, but they're normally just bring 4 and try and confuse the O-line. The L.A. defense forced Houston's offense, who has limited weapons, into throwing that ball.
Real quick, Mike, Justin Herbert, playoffs last year, 4 picks against this Texans team. Of course, everybody says, it doesn't matter. It was a year ago. Is it in his mind going into the game today?
Oh, I would imagine early success will get it out of his mind, Ryan, quite honestly. If he has a mistake early or throws a pick early, it's all going to come flooding back.
The opening kickoff between the Chargers and the Texans from SoFi Stadium is coming up. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Back at SoFi Stadium on a gorgeous day here in Southern California. It is 60 degrees and sunny. All the rain that has been here throughout the week has cleared out. Of course, we got the roof here at SoFi Stadium. The ends are open. The crowd is filing in for a big game today between the Chargers and the Texans. Chargers wearing the navy blue uniforms. They have the white numbers on the jerseys, navy blue pants, and the navy blue helmets with the lightning bolt on either side. Texans will be in the white jerseys with navy blue numbers. They have the white pants and, of course, the navy blue helmets. Coin toss just took place at midfield. The Chargers have won the toss, and they have decided to defer their option to the second half, so we will see C.J. Stroud and that Texans offense out here first.
I tell you, the best thing about this game is both teams are playing for something, right? I mean, I've certainly been in more than a few of my years in the NFL at this point of the season, not playing for anything, going for the offseason. These two teams have a lot riding on the line, as you will give the scenarios, because it makes my eyes glaze over.
Well, the easiest scenario is this: win today. And that's where it starts for both these teams, because the Chargers win these last two games, they would win the division. Houston wins today, they have a playoff berth.
I like when it's win or instead of win and. Win or means you can take care of your own business and don't have to scoreboard watch.
Playoff rematch from a year ago when the Texans shocked the Chargers 32-12, a game where Justin Herbert, after throwing 3 interceptions all year, Mike, threw 4 picks in that one game that helped the Texans get the victory. This is the first time they've met since then.
Yeah, and as I said, with the keys to the game, it will be interesting, the early success that he has. Now, normally you don't have that. You have a cornerback memory and just forget about it. But when you have that many interceptions and play that poorly, it's hard to not have that in your mind.
Chargers will kick it away from our left to our right. Cameron Dicker tees it up at the 35-yard line. Tremont Smith and Jalen Knoll back deep to return for Houston. Great to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon, Week 17 of the NFL season. Already 3 games on Christmas Day in the books. 1 more to come tonight. We'll have the Ravens and the Packers from Lambeau Field. That'll be right here on Westwood One coming up after this game here this afternoon. Everybody ready to go, just waiting for that ready-to-play signal. We've got it, and Dicker boots away a low wobbling kick. It'll bounce inside the 15, takes a high hop, grabbed by Tremont Smith, runs back across the 15, and he's wrapped up and dropped around the 16. And that was Dean Leonard on special teams, getting down to make the stop. An excellent kick by Dicker, and the Texans will be backed up to start their opening drive. So here comes C.J. Stroud of the Texans offense. Stroud, a career-high in completion percentage this year. He did miss 3 games with injury. The Texans, though, went 3-0 without him. Woody Marks, the rookie out of USC, back at running back. We'll also see Nick Chubb in the backfield today. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, the wide receivers. Dalton Schultz is the tight end. 1st and 10 Texans from their own 16. Stroud will open under center. Marks is the single back. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Here's the handoff. Marks cutting out to the right side. Breaks a tackle, lowers his shoulder, and he powers his way across the 20 to the 21. Dante Jackson made the tackle. It's a gain of 5, and a good start for the Texans on the ground.
Yeah, and again, we'll see this offensive line. Blake Fisher in at left tackle. Trent Brown is out at right tackle. Titus Howard playing right tackle. So both these lines of scrimmage, or offensive lines, are definitely deal with different combinations.
Ariante Ursary, the starting left tackle, also out with a thumb injury for the Texans today. 2nd down 5 for the 21. Ball is on the far side right hash. Receivers left and right. Stroud goes under center. Marks remains the single back. Tight end in motion from the right. Here's the snap. Handed off Marks. Plowing straight ahead between the hash marks. Lowers his shoulders. Shoves his way out close to the 25. That'll leave him a yard shy of the first down. Deion Henley was the first man to hit him. It's a gain of 4. And now a 3rd and 1 coming up for Houston.
Definitely want to establish that run. As you mentioned, Woody Marks is back after missing last week with an ankle injury. And they ran over that Notre Dame left side. Jared Patterson at left guard. And as I mentioned, Blake Fisher at left tackle to make it 3rd and 1.
Chargers an outstanding 3rd down defense, 6th in the league by percentage. They've only allowed 62 3rd down conversions this year. That's the fewest in the NFL. Trips left. Stroud on the shotgun. Marks to his left on 3rd down and a yard. Kirk goes in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Stroud back to throw for the first time. Has time. Looking. Going deep. Got a man down the middle. Caught by Higgins at the 30. 25-20. 15-10. He's gone. All the way to the end zone. Touchdown Texans. Jaden Higgins got behind the defense, and Stroud dropped it in. It's a 71-yard touchdown, and the Texans have the early lead.
Boy, that was too easy. Absolutely wide open. The DB trailing looked back like he was supposed to have help. There definitely looked like some confusion. Gave the inside, thought he was going to have inside help, just kind of threw his arms out like, wait a minute, where's my help here? It was Dante Jackson. Definitely seemed to be a mix-up in the secondary.
5th touchdown catch of the year for Higgins. And here is Kaimi Fairbairn for the PAT. Snap spot, kick is on the way, and it is good. And what a start for the Texans. A 3-play drive, and they've got a 7-0 first quarter lead. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
New Year's Eve is live across America on SiriusXM. Ring in 2026 with Fish at Madison Square Garden and over 50 country acts, including Lainey Wilson, Jason Aldean, Billy Zimmerman, and more at Nashville's Big Bash. Plus live shows on The Heat, Turbo, Hits One, and many other channels. Listen throughout New Year's Eve. At home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Metallica! Metallica!
Hey, Metallica family. This is James.
It's Lars. This is Kirk.
It's Robert. We got our own channel, Maximum Metallica. So along with your favorite Metallica songs and ours, we want to celebrate what we love with all of you.
Deeper Metallica cuts, the live performances, the bands that have inspired us over the years.
On Maximum Metallica.
Channel 42 and the SiriusXM app.
The best of live sports talk are on SiriusXM. Weekday mornings, hear Dan Patrick at 9 on NBC Sports Radio, Channel 85.
Running backs are the best supporting actors. They can't win Best Actor.
At 1, it's the Stephen A. Smith Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Check me out for my passionate, unfiltered take on the world of sports.
And then at 3, it's the Mad Dog, Christopher Russo.
Anybody who asks knows I'm 100% right.
Hear from legends of the game, only on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I love it. Just talk.
Everything a football fan needs is on the SiriusXM app. The biggest college football games.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Every NFL game with your hometown announcers.
It's a miracle in Las Vegas!
Winning fantasy football advice from the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
And passionate personalities on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
You're not winning a championship. Can we mellow out?
No matter how you follow football, it's all on the SiriusXM app.
Back at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, 13:20 to go here in the first quarter, and the Houston Texans already on the board. They've got a 7-0 lead. Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by Kohl's. From cozy layers, soft knits to denim and athleisure, find everything you need to stay on trend and on budget all winter at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. 3-play, 84-yard drive, and Jaden Higgins with a 75-yard touchdown catch, and that is exactly what the Texans were looking for on the road, Mike.
Boy, again, I think Dante Jackson was looking for a little bit of safety help. The safety followed a crossing route over, and he was just befuddled of why he had no help. Jackson has 4 of the team's 17 interceptions coming into today.
Amy Fairbairn with a line drive kick. Keandre Lambert-Smith backing up in the end zone, takes it 3 yards deep. He'll drop to a knee, and the Chargers will start at the 35, first down and 10. So here comes Justin Herbert. Herbert 8th in the NFL in passing yards, tied for 5th in passing touchdowns. He needs 302 passing yards to pass Peyton Manning for the most ever by a quarterback in his first 6 years in the league. Omarion Hampton, the rookie out of North Carolina, is the starting running back. Keenan Allen, Quentin Johnston, Ladd McConkey are the wide receivers, and Aronde Gadsden is the fine rookie tight end. First and 10, Chargers at their own 35. Ball in between the hash marks. They'll go out of the pistol. Hampton is the back. 3 receivers left. Single man right. Here's the snap. Handoff. Hampton running along the left hash. And he's tripped up just across the line of scrimmage at the 37-yard line. It'll go as a gain of 2, and that'll bring up second down and 8.
Chargers are 6th in the league in rushing, 125 yards a game, and they're going to need all of that to kind of keep this pass rush from Houston at bay. They are an attacking pass rush, but also against the run. As I mentioned, 78 tackles for losses. They love playing on the other side of the line.
2 receivers right, single man left, second down 8 from the 37. Herbert under center. Hampton is the single back. Herbert pump fake to his left. Handoff. Hampton straight ahead. Lowers his shoulder and bangs his way out to about the 40-yard line. Daniil Hunter was there for the tackle. It's a gain of 3. And now a 3rd and 5. And, of course, Mike, you talk about the Texans and what they can do defensively. On the other side for Justin Herbert, no one has been hit or pressured more in the league this year than Herbert, so he really wants to stay out of those third and longs.
Pressured most, hit most, has been sacked 51 times as well, or the team has been sacked 51 times. He has had to get out of harm's way a lot.
Trips right, single man left on 3rd and 5. Herbert in the shotgun. He's got Hampton to his left. Lifts that right leg, waits on the shotgun snap. He's got it, back to pass, looking over the middle, hit in the backfield, and down he goes. Daniil Hunter was there. Will Anderson was there. That is the dynamic duo for the Texans. They get the sack. It's a loss on the play, and the Chargers will punt it away after a 3 and out.
Both edge rushers coming from the outside. Daniil Hunter came up the middle, and both meeting at the quarterback, something that they're somewhat used to doing. Daniil Hunter taking an inside rush, Will Anderson to the outside. Wow.
Hunter will get credit for the sack. It's his 14th of the year, and that'll bring on J.K. Scott to punt it away. Jalen Knoll waits at the 20-yard line. Here's the snap. Scott under no pressure gets away a high spiraling kick. Knoll moving to his right, running up at about the 28-yard line. He got smacked into, and the ball goes out of bounds. I don't see a penalty flag.
How is there not a flag for that?
Boy, it seemed like Knoll just got run into by the Chargers cover man. The ball ended up going out of bounds, but there is no flag on the play. So they're going to mark it out of bounds, it looks like, at the 23-yard line. And that's where the Texans will have it when we return with 11:19 to go in the first quarter. It's 7-0 Houston. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners, so they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Time now for our Fact of the Game, sponsored by Liberty Mutual.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Well, Danielle Hunter just had that sack. In the last 2 years, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter have now combined for 48.5 sacks. That is the most by any duo in the National Football League in that span.
And they've each had a sack in now, or in 11 games in the last 2 years coming in to this game. Quick note, he put an inside move on the left tackle, and the left tackle today is Bobby Hart, because Jamari Salyer is out with a hamstring. And remember, they lost Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt, the normal tackles. Bobby Hart is playing left tackle. Bobby Hart's in his 9th year, his 7th team, and hasn't played left tackle since 2022 with the Buffalo Bills. And he got beat on an inside move badly.
I mean, Mike, it's a tough spot to be in against anybody, but especially against a pass rush like this.
And you saw Justin Herbert, we'll talk about, he went off with his left hand hanging down.
They move the ball to the 28. It is 1st and 10 from there. Stroud back on a play fake, looks, throws over the middle, and a diving catch made up across the 40 at the 41-yard line. That's Jaden Higgins. What a start he's off to. At the 75-yard touchdown of the opening drive, and now picks up 13 on the first play of the second drive. Derwin James was in coverage. First down for Houston.
He had one catch in the last game for 17 yards. Already beat that in this game in the 1.5 drives.
Texans with an extra offensive lineman, Jarrett Kingston, in the game. 1st and 10 from the 41-yard line. Stroud under center. He's got receivers left and right. Stroud brings a receiver in motion from the left. That's the tight end. Schultz takes the snap. He's back, handed off. This is Woody Marks straight ahead, and not much there, although he gets a shove from behind, drives his legs. Marks is still going. He's out across the 45. What looked like it was going to be a run for about 2 ends up being a run of 5. How about that for the rookie running back, Woody Marks?
It was Woody Marks and friends, because the center, Jake Andrews, was pushing him, and Jared Patterson, the left guard, was literally pulling him, Ryan. Literally pulling him down the field.
Well, that ends up being a nice gain on first down. Now 2nd down and 5 from the 46. 2 receivers stacked left, single man right. Stroud under center, looks over the defense, brings a receiver in motion from the right. Stroud takes the snap. He's back on a play fake, rolling left, dumps it short left. That's caught by Hutchinson across the 50 to the 45, and he's shoved out of bounds on the near sideline in Charger territory at the 43. First catch of the game for Xavier Hutchinson. Derwin James shoves him out after a catch and run of 11.
Great job, great play calling by Nick Caley, the O coordinator. He is definitely keeping this Charger defense on their heels. A very aggressive Jesse Minter-led Chargers defense, a D coordinator.
Woody Marks will get a break. The veteran Nick Chubb checks in at running back now. 1st and 10 Texans from the Charger 43. Clock moving, 9:25 to go first quarter, 7-0 Houston. Stroud gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Sets his feet. Looking, going deep down the field. Got a man open. That's caught by Knoll into the end zone. Touchdown Texans. Another deep ball. Another wide open receiver. Jalen Knoll hauls it in. A 43-yard touchdown. And the Texans have a 13-0 lead.
And I'm not sure what's going on with the coverage, Ryan, because Elijah Molden was doing the same thing Dante Jackson was doing on the last long ball, looking around. I mean, are they messing? Are they just getting beat, or are they messing up coverages this bad? But 2 wide open, long touchdowns.
I mean, you talk about running free. The closest defender you mentioned was Molden. He had to be 5 yards away. So here's Fairbairn for another PAT. Snap spot. Kick is on the way from Fairbairn, and it is good. And the Houston Texans have taken a 14-0 first quarter lead with 9:17 to go. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Don't take those decorations down. The celebration continues with an NFL Peacock holiday exclusive. The Ravens take on the Packers tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Coverage begins at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on Peacock. And you can hear that game right here on Westwood One. Our friends John Sadak, Derek Rackley at Lambeau Field to bring that to you. A couple of backup quarterbacks, Tyler Huntley, Malik Willis going at it tonight. Lamar Jackson out with a back injury, and Jordan Love not cleared from concussion protocol. But a big game, especially for the Ravens, trying to keep their faint playoff hopes alive. Meanwhile, here are the Texans trying to get into the playoffs, and they've got a 14-0 lead with 9:17 to go in the first quarter. As Kaimi Fairbairn gets set to kick it away, Jared Patterson, Keandre Lambert-Smith back deep to return. Fairbairn's first kickoff went into the end zone. See what he decides to do here on the approach. It's a low sideways spinning kick. It'll be taken to the 2 by Lambert-Smith. Across the 10 to the 15, angles right to the 20, up to the 25. And he is taken down right there. And that's where the Chargers will begin at drive number 2. Damone Clark with the special teams tackle. So Justin Herbert coming out, Mike. He got sacked on third down on the first drive. Seemed to land on that broken left hand, and he was really favoring his hand as he came over to the sideline.
Yeah, he was. I mean, listen, he's played with a busted hand like he's doing now. He's played with broken fingers on that left hand. That left hand taking some abuse over the last couple of years.
First down and 10 from the 26-yard line. Herbert will line up under center. He's got 2 receivers to the left. Couple of extra offensive linemen in the game right now for the Chargers. Here's a handoff. This is Hampton off the right side, and he finds a little room outside the hash marks out to the 30-yard line. It's a gain of 4. Azeez Al-Shire on his way to the Pro Bowl for the first time in his career made the stop. That'll bring up second down and 6. And the Charger is slow getting up. That's Scott Matlock, the fullback.
Big old 300-pound fullback. They definitely need him. They need this running game to get going. As I mentioned, Omarion Hampton and Kamani Vidal have been a nice 1-2 punch as of late, but Vidal got hurt against Dallas last week with a neck strain and out this game.
Second down 6 from the 30, trips left. Herbert in the shotgun, Hampton to his right. Here's the snap. Herbert will hand it off. Hampton slicing off the left side, and Daniil Hunter jumps on his back and brings him down just across the 32-yard line. Tommy Togiai was down low to help out. Gain of about 2.5 or 3, and now another third down coming up for the Chargers.
And the Chargers, they just tackle anything on the way to the quarterback. Run game, pass game, it doesn't matter. They're going 1,000 miles straight ahead. And here we are in third in a passing down.
Well, they're such a complete defense, Mike. They're great against the pass. They're great against the run. Their DBs come up and tackle. There just doesn't seem to be a real noticeable weakness for that unit. Third down and 3. Herbert in the shotgun. 3 receivers right, single man to the left. Boy, motion all over the place for the Chargers. Herbert waiting for everybody to get set. Lifts his right leg, takes the shotgun snap, fakes the handoff, rolls left, dumps it off. That's caught on the outside. And across the 40 out to the 41 goes Trey Harris, and that'll be a first down. So a short little dump off to Trey Harris. He picks up 8. Jalen Petrie made the tackle, and the Chargers keep their drive alive.
Nice safe play, start everything going to the offensive right and come back left with the rookie in Harris for an easy reception and moving the chains.
103rd third down conversion of the year for the Chargers. That's the most in the NFL. First and 10 from their own 41. Trevor Penning, extra offensive lineman, is in the ball game. Herbert will line up under center with receivers left and right. Hampton the single back. Here's the snap. Handoff. Hampton starts right, cuts back left between the hash marks, finds a little gap, drives his legs across the 45, and he's out to the 46-yard line. So a good run there by Omarion Hampton. Gain of 5. It'll bring up second down and 5. Pro-level nutrition delivered to your door. Ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro. Well, we saw Woody Marks do it for the Texans, get that leg drive, and Omarion Hampton does it there. The rookie showing off that quad strength.
Yeah, again, plenty of O-linemen helping along the way as well.
Well, we mentioned extra offensive linemen in the game, but with Matlock, it's essentially 2 extra offensive linemen. Matlock in motion from the right on 2nd and 5. Give to Hampton again, and this time he is blasted. Right when he took the handoff, got back to the line of scrimmage, but he got absolutely slammed into by Henry To'oto'o. No gain on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 5. My goodness, what a hit.
Wow, again, just going forward, that is filling a hole. This is a north and south defense. The blocker just whiffed. It was actually Oronde Gadsden who came up into the hole and just absolutely whiffed on him.
So now a 3rd down and 5. Chargers 1 for 2 on 3rd down so far in the game. They'll go with 2 receivers left and right. Herbert back in the shotgun. Hands in front of his chest, lifts that right leg. Waits for the shotgun snap. Texans showing blitz. They back out of it. Herbert's got it. Back to throw. Looking right. In trouble. Wrapped up and sacked again. Will Anderson was there again, as was Sheldon Rankins. 2nd sack of the game. It's a loss of 7, and the Chargers will punt again.
Wow, they're going to have to shorten up their routes. Now, again, the defense will probably know they're going to probably do that, but they're going to need to. The rush is coming a little too quick. The offensive line is just setting a little too deep on the edges, not making the defensive ends. In this case, Anderson worked too much to get there.
Well, Anderson and Rankins got there at almost exactly the same time. They'll split the sack. J.K. Scott will punt it away to Jalen Knoll. Here's the kick from Scott. It is a high spiraling kick. Knoll moving to his right. He's across the 15. He's got it to the 16, up the sideline across the 20, and he hops out of bounds at about the 22-yard line. And that's where the Texans will have it with 5:01 to go in the first quarter and a 14-0 lead. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol, America's #1 brand of shaving cream. Barbasol's instant thick lather gives you a close, comfortable shave at a trusted value.
Barbasol. NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
30, the 20, far side 10.
Catch Westwood One's exclusive audio play-by-play coverage of any primetime NFL game.
Touchdown!
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
Interact with our stable of former players, coaches, and executives all day long on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Brian Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Los Angeles. Game plan with Grainger to gain a competitive advantage. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by for the supplies and solutions to help keep your business moving forward. 5:01 to go first quarter. Texans 14, Chargers nothing. Chargers have some issues to deal with. We'll talk about the O-line in a minute.
Yeah.
Right now, Mike, let's talk about the defense. They've been burned on 2 long balls already in this game.
Yeah, they have, and not getting a lot of rest as the offense isn't taking care of the ball either. But they have to figure out their coverages. And this is a defense that in Week 11 gave up 5 touchdowns to Jacksonville, had their bye in Week 12. And in the 4 games since, had given up a total of 6 touchdowns. They've been playing better, but they've already given up 2 here in the first quarter on blown coverages or just horrible coverage, one of the two.
Keep in mind, the Chargers give up 20 points a game. They've given up 14, and we're not through the first quarter yet. 2 receivers left, 1 right. 1st and 10 Texans from the 22. Shotgun snap to Stroud. Quick throw left side. That's caught outside the hash marks by Knoll. And he's brought down to the 25. It'll be a short gain of 3. Derwin James, Tony Jefferson combined on the stop. That'll bring up 2nd and 7. C.J. Stroud has opened the game 5 for 5.
And 4 of the receptions have been by the rookies, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll. Getting the rookies involved. Nico Collins hasn't touched the ball yet.
Yeah, he's the Pro Bowler, and he has not seen a ball come his way yet. Jawar Jordan is in at running back now. 2nd down 7 from the 25. Stroud under center with receivers left and right. Barks out the signals, takes the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Jordan veering left, and he crosses the line of scrimmage, gets out to about the 27-yard line. Gain of 2 for Jawar Jordan, the first year back out of Louisville. Tier Tart was there on the stop. Khalil Mack in the area as well. And now a 3rd down and 5 coming for Houston.
Yeah, Jordan, 2 career games, played week 15 and week 16, his first 2 career games, and he has total 154 yards rushing, so they don't mind him with the changeup every now and then.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago against the Cardinals, he made his NFL debut at 101 yards on the ground. So now a 3rd down and 5. Stroud in the shotgun, slot right, single man left. Stroud walks toward the line of scrimmage, communicates something, falls back into the shotgun. Standing and waiting, left foot in front of right, gets the snap, back to pass, looking right, throws right side. That one is caught and past the sticks for a 1st down. Goes the receiver, Christian Kirk. Tarheeb still was in coverage. Mikey made the catch just short of the sticks, but turned upfield, picks up 5, and it's a 1st down.
Boy, that was one of those I was ready to go. You have to run the route to the sticks. He ran it, caught it a little short, came back for the ball. He was actually at the sticks when he broke out, came back for the ball, was a yard short, and then went forward and got the 1st down. Nice job.
Extra offensive lineman in the game. 1st and 10 Texans from their own 32. Nick Chubb in there at running back now. Receivers left and right. Stroud goes under center, takes the snap, turns. He'll hand it off Chubb, running right, cuts back inside the numbers, and he's out to about the 33. So a short gain, pick up of a yard on the play for Chubb, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 9.
The Houston offense is averaging over 16 yards a play. The Chargers offense is averaging 1 yard.
Well, it kind of helps when you hit those 2 deep balls.
Yeah. How proud
75 and 43, that'll get it done. 2nd down and 9 for the Texans now. Stroud will line up in the shotgun. He's got the veteran Chubb to his left. 2 receivers stacked left, including Knowles, single man to the right. Stroud lifts that right leg, hands in front of his chest, takes the snap, back to throw, looking left, throws left side to nobody. That's incomplete into the Charger bench. Now the intended receiver, Higgins, continued down the field, and Stroud giving him that motion with his thumb, like, hey, cut out to the sideline, and now it'll be 3rd and 9.
Yeah, that was just pure miscommunication. Higgins ran the go route and was supposed to, and Stroud threw the out route. So 3rd and long here, a chance for this Charger defense, which has 41 sacks on the year, to try and get to pressure on the quarterback.
First incompletion of the game for Stroud. 3rd down and 9, 2 receivers left, 2 right. Stroud back in the shotgun, walks toward the line of scrimmage. Hometown crowd trying to make some noise. Stroud falls back in the gun, lifts that right leg, waits, gets the shotgun snap, pumps left, pumps right, under pressure, now throws it away, incomplete. We'll see if there's going to be a flag. I don't know that he was outside the pocket. He was definitely under pressure. No flag on the field. It is 4th down. Adafe Owe is the man that applied the heat.
Yeah, Owe was in Stroud's face way before Stroud knew it. He was faking left and trying to go back right to a quick throw that, by the way, was covered. So Stroud just threw it away. He was still in the pocket, so that was interesting no call.
Tommy Townsend to punt. Ladd McConkey waiting at his 15 to return. Here's the snap. Townsend gets the kick away. High spiraling kick. McConkey moving back into his left. He's got it around the 12-yard line. Heads left to the 15. Slips. Cuts to the 20. Breaks a tackle. And is hit from behind. Grabbed around the ankles and dropped back at about the 18-yard line. That tackle courtesy of E.J. Speed. 55-yard punt. 6-yard return. And we will step aside with 2:04 to go in the first quarter. Texans 14. Chargers nothing. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Every Westwood One football broadcast is once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports. You'll be taken straight to the action. That's Open Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. 2:04 to go first quarter, 14-0 Houston on top. All right, we talked about Charger issues. They were able to get off the field that time, so maybe some defensive issues getting ironed out. Now, Mike, they've got to find a way to protect. Houston has had free runs at Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I think they're gonna either have to max protect or shorten up the routes.
Trips left, single man right, 1st and 10 Chargers at their own 18. Herbert to the shotgun. He's got Hampton to his right. Here's the snap. Herbert fakes the handoff. Back to pass. Looking. Swings it out left side. Caught by Hampton. Runs out to the sideline. And Jalen Petrie gets him around the ankles. Brings him down up at the 23. That'll be a gain of 5 and bring up 2nd down and 5.
And one of the reasons we're talking about so much pressure on Herbert, the Chargers have had 21 different unique line combinations to play at least 5 snaps together. That's the most in the league. They're one of 4 teams not to have any line combination play 200 snaps together. And that's the position the 5 guys have to move as one that needs to be the most cohesive.
Officially a gain of 6, so call it 2nd down and 4. Herbert under center takes the snap. He'll hand off Hampton running to the right hash, and he's got nothing there, man. He got drilled right at the line of scrimmage. Togiai was in there again, and now a 3rd down and 4 coming up.
Togiai, a couple of nice plays right on that line of scrimmage.
Oh, we saw him a couple of weeks ago in Kansas City, Mike, and he had a nice game that night for him.
Absolutely.
When they have the stars, the Andersons, the Hunters, the guys in the back end with all the picks, but they got guys like Togiai inside that just do the dirty work.
Do the dirty work. That's exactly right.
3rd down and 4, trips left, single man right. Herbert in the shotgun with Hampton to his right. Hands in front of his chest. Herbert wants the snap. He's waiting. He's got it. He's back to throw against the 4-man rush. Fires left side. Dropped off the hands of the intended receiver, Keenan Allen. That was that slant route, and maybe just a little too far out in front, but a catch that Keenan Allen has certainly made, and the Chargers go 3 and out again.
And Keenan's nickname is 3rd and Keenan. He has 30 receptions on 3rd down. 26 have gone for a 1st down. That would have been a 1st down had he caught it.
And I guarantee you that Keenan Allen will be the first to say, I should have caught it.
Had it.
I mean, that was not an easy catch, but Keenan Allen, that's a catch that he often makes in his sleep. So the Chargers will punt it again. Noel back deep for the J.K. Scott punt. Noel standing just outside his own 25-yard line. Here's the snap back to Scott. Spins the football. Hits a high spiraling kick. Noel moving to his left, waiting. Signals for a fair catch and makes it. There's a flag down on the far side of the field. Noel almost got run into by Keandre Lambert-Smith. Now, he got popped earlier. There was no flag. And now one just went down.
What is this? And another flag just went down over on the other side.
Well, Noel was lobbying for it, saying, wait a minute. It was a late flag, but as you mentioned, there is one on the other side of the field as well. So a lot to sort out here for Craig Rolstad, who is our referee today.
There's only one foul on the play. during the kick, holding, receiving team, number 11. It's a 10-yard penalty. It'll be first down.
All right, so apparently only the flag on the far side of the field mattered. It was a hold against Tremon Smith. And that will back the Texans up. Meanwhile, Jalen Noel is still lobbying for a flag after he has been hit and nearly hit on a couple of punt returns.
I guess we're not calling punt interference today. I guess they took that one out of the rule book.
So moving back to the 17, that's where the Texans will start first and 10. 36 seconds to go here in the first quarter. It is 14-0 Houston. Stroud will line up in the shotgun. He's got Woody Marks to his right. Two receivers stack right, single man left. Stroud waits on the shotgun snap. He's got it. He'll toss it to Marks, running right side, cuts it up along the hash marks, out to about the 20-yard line, and he has stood up there. It's a gain of 3 for Marks. The veteran Deshaun Hand made the tackle. That'll bring up second down and 7. The Texans do not have to snap it again before the end of the quarter, and at least right now it looks like they may be content to let the quarter run out.
I would think they would be content. We thought this was going to be a defensive struggle, a couple of big bombs, big plays by Houston offense, but it seems the defenses are settling in now.
Clock continues to roll. Texans standing around and waiting, and we have reached the end of the first quarter. With the score, the Texans 14, the Chargers nothing. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Nugget bells, nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts, and of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Brian Radke, Mike Golick back at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, where it's time for the start of the second quarter. Sponsored by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Well, 15 minutes in the books, Mike, and 15 minutes dominated by the Houston Texans.
Yeah, big plays, wide open receivers, running deep routes. That's kind of been obviously it for Houston. Chargers got to figure that out because these are two excellent defenses. Houston's ranked first, the Chargers ranked third. We figured this was going to be a defensive battle, and it has been since the 2 long plays.
Texans looking for an 8th consecutive win. Again, a Houston win here today officially clinches their playoff berth. The Texans are still alive for the division title, by the way.
Oh, no.
Easiest path would be to win their last 2 games, have Jacksonville lose. See, that's not too hard.
All right, that wasn't bad.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. I thought there was going to be another line.
The Chargers, meanwhile, looking for a 5th straight win. They're already in the playoffs. If they win today and win next week against Denver, they would win the division. They still have a path to the #1 seed, but that gets a little complex.
Yeah, we don't want to go down that road. But if they win this game and the next one, they win the division. That's something they can control.
First down and 10. Texans will start at their own 20. Check it. It's second down and 7. Shotgun snap to Stroud. He's back to throw. Looking. Steps up in the pocket. Dumps it over the middle, and it's knocked down incomplete. Trying to flip that ball to Christian Kirk coming across from left to right. But Tier Tart got a hand up there and swatted it down. And now it'll be 3rd down and 7. You know, something I think to watch with C.J. Stroud, Mike. We saw the Texans in Kansas City a couple of weeks ago. Stroud got off to a good start. As the game went on, though, Kansas City started pressuring him.
Yeah.
And when he got pressure, he started getting some really happy feet in the pocket.
He does. He definitely starts to get a little jittery. That one obviously got blocked, but he definitely starts to move those feet a little bit too much.
Trips left, single man right, 3rd down and 7. Stroud on the shotgun with Chubb to his right. Here's the snap. Stroud back to throw. Looking, has time, fires over the middle. Got a man, caught at the 30-yard line, up to the 35, and there's Nico Collins for the first down. First catch of the game for the Pro Bowler Collins. It's good for 15. Marcus Williams, the veteran just off the practice squad, made the tackle.
Nico Collins got inside of Cam Hart, second-year player out of Notre Dame, who's been having a nice year, has 11 pass breakups. But Nico just got inside of him, nice pass right on the button.
Collins going back to the Pro Bowl for the second time, over 1,000 yards receiving. Here's the snap on 1st and 10. Handoff Jawar Jordan cutting left across the 40, lowers his shoulder, and he's out to the 43. That'll be a gain of 8 for Jawar Jordan. Marcus Williams again on the tackle. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 2.
Well, Jordan at 5'10", 186. You better find the hole quick and go, right? Doesn't have a lot of size. Going to be running around all those trees. So he picked the move. He stuck his right foot in the ground, broke left, and that was it.
Jordan, a 6th-round pick a year ago. Spent the season on IR, then on the practice squad. Playing in his 3rd game here. He has been productive so far. 2nd down 2. Here's the snap. Stroud back. He'll flip it to Hutchinson, an end around. Running left. 1st down across the 45. And he's out to the 50 and into Charger territory to the 49. So Xavier Hutchinson takes the flip around the left side, picks up 8, and that'll be a 1st down for the Texans.
Again, Nick Caley, the OC, is really mixing up the play calls, where Stroud hasn't had a lot of pressure on him. They're running outside plays, inside plays, deep balls, short passes.
Extra offensive lineman in the game, Jared Kingston. 1st and 10 Texans from the Charger 49. Ball on the far side, left hash, moving left to right. Stroud under center, receivers left and right, takes the snap, handoff Jordan straight ahead. Not much there this time. Got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe got a yard. Nope, looks like they're going to say no gain. Delshon Phillips and Otito Ogbonnia close down the hole in the middle. And that'll bring up 2nd down and long. Well, Mike, we hear about sometimes coordinators getting into a rhythm. It would seem that Nick Caley is in a pretty good rhythm with his play calling.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Again, really mixing it up. Obviously, he loved the deep balls where the Chargers really blew the coverages. But this is now more of the game plan, these play calls here.
2nd down 10 from the 49. 2 receivers right, 2 tight ends left. Stroud back in the shotgun, gets the snap, he's back to pass, looking, throws right side, caught by Dalton Schultz, the tight end, breaks a tackle, spins out to his right, and he dives down to about the 41-yard line. Tarheeb still made the tackle, and now flags after the play, some pushing and shoving, and I think that's going against Schultz. Boy, you don't expect that from a veteran like Dalton Schultz.
Tier Tart ended up out there by Schultz, and Schultz shoved him. And Tart went down. I don't know if he really went down or if he kind of flopped down, because Tart's a lot bigger.
Yeah, I have a feeling there was a pretty good flop involved there.
Yeah, but hey, if it gets at 15.
Boy, you wonder what happened, though. I mean, for Schultz to react the way he did, that was more than just something being said.
After the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense number 86. The down count will be 3rd down.
Well, if you're DeMeco Ryans, Mike, you got to be looking at Dalton Schultz saying, why? We're up 14-0. We're moving the ball on the verge of another score, and now we're back behind the chains.
Yeah, that was, I saw it. Tier Hart came in and kind of put his knees into Dalton Schultz's back and caught him across the face mask, and Schultz came up. And Tart definitely flopped on that, but hey, it got him 15.
Well, now the ball goes all the way back to the Texans' 44-yard line. So this is 3rd down and very long. Shotgun snap, Stroud back, sets up a screen, flips it off right side to Marks. No blocking in front of him, and he's able to dive his way out to about the Texans' 49. Derwin James and Dayon Henley together on the stop, and a promising Texans drive is short-circuited by the penalty. Here comes Townsend of the punt team.
That's on Dalton Schultz. 8th year in the league, you got to know better than that. You can't get baited in to something like that at all. You just got to get up, get back to the huddle, and get him with the play, not with shoving.
And I get it why Schultz was upset, but he knows. He's been in this league long enough to know if I get up and do this in front of God and everybody, there's going to be a flag.
Yep, Tart definitely baited him into it, and Schultz took it. Hook, line, and sinker.
So Townsend will punt. McConkey waiting at the 10-yard line. Townsend, it's an end-over-end punt. McConkey moving to his left, signals for a fair catch, and he's got it just inside the 10 at around the 8. And that's where the Chargers will have it when we return. With 11:05 to go in the first half, Texans on top 14-0. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Listen to your team's pre- and post-game shows on the SiriusXM app.
We got our hands full, but we should be a better team.
Just search for your team's channel before and after every game to get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio.
I appreciate that locker room. That's a bunch of fighters in there.
Listen to your hometown announcers and your local pre- and post-game shows all on the SiriusXM app. And subscribers whose vehicles are equipped with our 360L radios, you can check out your team channel while you're on the road. Here's what's happening on SiriusXM Sports.
Two pivotal games highlight an NFL Saturday. Chargers host the Texans at 4:30 Eastern. Texans can clinch a playoff berth. Chargers playing for the AFC West. 8 Eastern, Packers host the Ravens in a battle of backup quarterbacks. Tyler Huntley for Baltimore against Green Bay's Malik Willis. Both games NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here.
Your home for the biggest stories in the league is SiriusXM NFL Radio.
This is Solomon Wilcox from the opening drive. Week 17 is here, and some teams have already given their fans the gift of the postseason.
I think the media decided not to talk about San Francisco. It's kind of like the Rams. Oh, yeah, Seattle could battle them. San Francisco has a lot of key wins.
Purdy, he runs left, and he's in for a 49ers touchdown.
SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88, and the SiriusXM app.
Country music's next generation.
If you got a fire, don't lose it.
Hey, North America, it's Jelly Roll.
This is Lainey Wilson.
Hey, y'all, it's Luke Combs.
And this is Morgan Wallen. That's The Highway.
A channel where Nashville stardom seekers
nobody likes your girlfriend
become national headliners.
For new country, no commercials.
The destination is The Highway, Channel 56.
Or listen at home with the SiriusXM app.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC tomorrow night when the 11-4 49ers host the 11-4 Bears. Of course, you can also hear that game right here on many of these same stations on the Westwood One Sports app or online at westwoodonesports.com. Looking forward to that game tomorrow night. Looking forward to the rest of this one here. The Chargers trying to find their footing down 14-0 with 11:05 to go in the second quarter. They'll start this drive at their own 8-yard line. Now, Justin Herbert has been banged up already early in this game, sacked a couple of times, under pressure, and now will start backed up inside his own 10. He'll go under center with 2 receivers to the right, 2 tight ends left. Hampton, the rookie, is the running back. He'll get the handoff, running off the left side, and not much there for Omari and Hampton. And again, he just gets cracked. Boy, this Texans defense, they like to hit you. That is for sure. Gain of maybe about a half yard. Second down and long, and Azeez Al-Shire, one of those guys who applied the hits, is down on the field. And they're going to come out and have a look at him. Al-Shire, who has had a terrific year going to the Pro Bowl for the first time. But he is down and writhing in pain as the training staff comes out to have a look.
Yeah, and he had an ankle and a knee issue coming into this game. Like you said, though, these guys swarm. They hit. And while he didn't get a credited tackle, Dylan Horton, the defensive end, he really forced that play back inside. It's interesting with this defense. We talk about Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, the edge rushers. They rarely start a series together, as we're seeing Al-Shire taking a little friendly fire.
Yeah, he got hit by his own guy. His right arm was kind of wrapped around the back of Hampton and got pinned between Hampton and the rest of the defenders coming up. And they are taking a look at him. We'll step aside. There's 10:49 to go in the first half. It's 14-0 Texans. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts with Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon.
Man, it all comes down to this.
12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and 1 epic weekend.
My goodness!
It's win or go home, and every moment counts on the road to Super Bowl 60.
It's a touchdown!
Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon. January 10th through 12th. Visit watch.nfl.com for the full schedule.
Back in Los Angeles, Azeez Al-Shire was able to walk off under his own power. They're taking a look at his right shoulder and clavicle area over on the sideline. Well, hopefully he'll be all right. Brian Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth. Draw up a winning play with Grainger. Offering supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger will help your business cross the goal line. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Looks like he is going to be all right. Had his arm kind of outstretched and wrapped around the running back, and then got hit by E.J. Speed, his own guy. But what I was talking about before that was Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, the 2 edge rushers we talk about. They rarely start a series together, and they're usually fresh-legging it in there on passing downs.
2nd down and 9. Herbert in the shotgun. Jarrett Patterson, the running back, now to his right. 3 receivers out to that right side. 1 to the left. Shotgun snap. Herbert back to throw. Looking to his right. Throws right side, and that's incomplete. Quentin Johnston was the intended receiver. Jalen Petrie made a dive, may have gotten a piece of it. And that'll bring up 3rd down and 9.
Yeah, I think Petrie did get a piece of it. The highest coverage grades of all the safeties in the league is Petrie, so not shocking. He got his right hand on it. Has 4 interceptions on the year. As I mentioned, the highest graded safety in the league. This secondary is fantastic for Houston.
Well, and again, you just look, Mike, and you're trying to find where's the weakness, where's the soft spot. It's hard to find with Houston. 3rd down and 9. Herbert back in the shotgun. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Here's the snap. Herbert back to pass. Looking to his left. Now looking to his right. Under pressure. Hit as he throws to his right side. That's caught, but well shy of the 1st down. Aronde Gadsden made the catch. Went diving out to the 15. It's a gain of 5, but the Chargers go 3 and out again. That's the 3rd time already that the Chargers have gone 3 and out.
Yeah, got a little bit of pressure from Danico Autry down low, and I just couldn't really get anything on the ball.
So J.K. Scott will punt from his own goal line. Jalen Knoll waits at his own 36 to return. Scott stands back, feet slightly staggered, left foot in front of right. Waits on the snap from Josh Harris. Snap is perfect. Scott under no pressure. It's a high spiraling kick, not deep. Knoll running up, signals for a fair catch, and he's got it around his own 46-yard line. So not a great punt. There are multiple penalty flags down on the field.
During the kick, holding, receiving team number 31. It's a 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. It'll be 1st down, Houston.
So that'll go against Damone Clark, and it will back the Texans up. They will start this drive at their own 36. Well, from cozy layers and soft knits to denim and athleisure, find everything you need to stay on trend and on budget all winter at Kohl's and Kohl's.com.
Well, they had great field position, still pretty good field position, but they had much better.
Well, the Texans dodged a bullet, Mike, on that last one, that penalty on Dalton Schultz. They would have had a 3rd down and 2 in Charger territory. Instead had to punt. See if they can overcome this penalty. 1st and 10 from their own 36. Receivers left and right. Woody Marks in at running back. Stroud under center. Extra offensive lineman in the game. Stroud gets the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Marks along the right hash across the 40 to the 41-yard line. So Woody Marks picks up 5. Delshon Phillips with the tackle. That'll bring up 2nd down and 5. Marks, the rookie at a USC. 4th-round pick. 5th among rookies in scrimmage yards coming in. He was inactive a week ago. He's a guy that they've been relying on quite a bit here, Mike, down the stretch.
Well, absolutely, because obviously Joe Mixon hasn't been around all year. Nick Chubb is not what he used to be after that very serious knee injury that he had in Cleveland. Woody Marks has really picked it up.
Slot left, single man right, 2nd down and 5. Hutchinson goes in motion from right to left. Stroud back in the shotgun, Marks to his right. Here's the snap, play fake. Stroud back with time, surveys the field, looking, and now he's going to throw it away incomplete. Over the head of Hutchinson and out of bounds. Pressure finally got there from the Chargers, and that'll bring up a 3rd down and 5.
Well, that's excellent coverage because Stroud had all day to throw that ball. Didn't have to move a lot at all. and ended up just throwing it away. Excellent coverage, bringing up third down and passing situation.
Well, now can the Chargers get off the field? Third down and 5. Clock shows 8:54 to go here in the second quarter. Nick Chubb was in the game. He's going to jog out. Marks will stay on the field. Stroud will line up in the shotgun. Marks to his right. 3 receivers left. Nico Collins singled up to the right. Stroud lifts that right leg. Play clock at 3. Here's the snap. Stroud back, looking left. Throws left, and it's intercepted by James. Running back, and he's tackled at around the 37. I don't know what happened there, but C.J. Stroud threw that right into the breadbasket of Derwin James. And the veteran safety has the INT, the big play the Chargers needed.
I have no idea what Stroud was looking at. It's not like James was up at the line of scrimmage and just dropped off. He was just hanging out. I mean, he didn't have coverage, and Stroud basically threw it right to him.
I mean, that pass was tipped.
It was.
I mean, I still, Mike, I'm not sure that gets through.
I agree. He was right in the line of the receiver.
So from the Texans 37, first down and 10. Herbert under center. Hampton is the running back. Herbert brings Matlock in motion from the right. Takes the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Hampton straight ahead. Breaks a tackle in the backfield. Veers right to the hash marks. Crosses the 35. And he's down to about the 33-yard line. That'll be a gain of 4. It'll bring up second down and 6.
I agree with you. That pass got tipped, but that would have had to go right through Derwin James, even if he didn't get tipped. James was just standing right there, just reading Stroud's eyes. Stroud wasn't really pressured much either.
For Derwin James, it's his 3rd interception of the year. And now the Chargers trying to make something of it. Second down and 6. Slot left, single man right. Herbert under center. Looks over the defense, brings a receiver in motion from the right. That's Keenan Allen. Here's the snap. Herbert back on a play fake. Rush coming. Throws left side. Caught by Hampton. Runs outside the numbers 30 to the 25-20. And he's cracked out of bounds around the 15. Great play call that time. Dumping it off to Amarion Hampton. Scampers down the sideline for 17. Al Shire back in the game made the tackle. And the Chargers are in the KFC red zone. The people demanded. KFC listened. Wings and wedges are back by obsessive demand at KFC.
Omarion Hampton chipped Jalen Petrie, who was blitzing, knocked him off his feet, and then caught the pass and ran for good yardage. A double whammy for Omarion there.
Doing it all, the rookie out of North Carolina. 2 extra offensive linemen in the game. First and 10 Chargers from the 15. Herbert gets the snap. He's back. He'll flip it to Trey Harris. End around. Coming left. Looking for a lane along the numbers. Diving across the 10. And he's down to about the 8-yard line. So that'll be a gain of 7. It'll bring up second and 3. E.J. Speed with the tackle.
We got a Texan that's down. Can't see what number it is. Daniil Hunter got sucked in by that play going the other direction before the reverse.
That's Kamari Lassiter that is hurt. Boy, and that would be a massive loss for the Texans.
A huge loss. He has 16 pass breakups, a team high, and he leads all quarterbacks in the NFL in tackles.
He is grabbing his left knee. I mean, you just gave the numbers right there to tell you how valuable Kamari Lassiter is. But he is in some pain, and they are looking at his left knee.
And he had a foot injury coming into the game.
Well, they checked out Lassiter, but in the meantime, Mike, it's amazing how quickly things change. Just a moment ago, this building was dead silent. The Texans had the ball. They had all the momentum in the game. That interception and one big play, and suddenly this place has roared back to life.
And this has been a game of big plays, right? We talked about how it would be a defensive battle, but 2 long passes by Houston and the pick by Derwin James, and then the long play by Omarion Hampton. And the Chargers could find themselves right back in this game.
D'Amico Ryans, the Texans head coach, has come over. You can tell the concern. A bunch of the Texans are down on a knee, looking on as they look at Lassiter's left knee. We're going to get a look at the replay up here. Lassiter was getting blocked on the outside.
Oh, it's his own. It's Petrie that went into his lower leg.
Yeah, it's almost like he got leg whipped, Mike.
Yeah.
You're familiar with those. I mean, it happened to you a lot.
Yes.
Not that you did it to anybody. Never. I would never imply that.
No, I know you wouldn't.
Well, Lassiter is up. He is walking.
Yes,
He's got a little bit of a limp.
But definitely under his own power, which the way he was, it looked like he was in pain.
Yeah.
It's good to see.
Is that one of those things, having never been leg whipped myself, is that one of those things, when you bang knees and for a minute you think your knee just exploded?
It's kind of like when you roll your ankle, when you're like, oh, God, and then it kind of goes away. For like normal people like you, when you roll your ankle and you writhe around in pain for the next half hour. When normal athletes like myself just pop right up.
You're very familiar with my high school basketball career. That's nice. Appreciate that. Well, hopefully Lassiter's going to be okay. They are going to take him over behind the bench, probably into the 10, and take a look. But he is walking. He does have a limp, but you would hope that that's a positive sign, that even if Lassiter couldn't come back in this game, that he would be okay going forward for the Texans.
Yeah, he definitely walked off way better than we thought he would, the way that as much pain as he looked like he was in.
Yeah, they are going to take him over into the 10 and get a closer look. Meanwhile, the Chargers have moved inside the 10. They're going to have a 2nd down and 3. The ball is at the 8-yard line on the near side left hash. Boy, this Charger team in need of a, forgive the pun, lightning bolt, and they got it with the Derwin James interception and now trying to cash that in with a touchdown.
Still trying to think what C.J. Stroud was looking at. Again, as you mentioned, the ball was tipped, but it was not going through Derwin James. But Derwin James is used to coming up with big plays.
Well, he has made plenty of them throughout his career.
He has 100 snaps at edge rusher, linebacker, safety, and slot corner.
Yeah, he is the ultimate Swiss Army.
I mean, one of 3 players, Kyle Hamilton and Jeremy Chin, are all in that category.
James on his way to the Pro Bowl again for the 5th time. He was an All-Pro back in 2018. And now Justin Herbert of the offense trying to cash in his play. 2nd down and 3 with the ball at the 8-yard line. So with Lassiter out of there, Tremon Smith comes in at cornerback. They also have Jamarcus Ingram, the former Bill. He was claimed off waivers from Buffalo. Chargers back in the huddle now will make their way to the line of scrimmage. Herbert's going to line up under center with Hampton the single back. One receiver split out wide. That's Quentin Johnston. 2 more tight to the line, including McConkey, who goes in motion to the left. Herbert waits for him to get set. Takes the snap. He's back. Handed off Hampton. Running out to the left side. Knocked down for a loss. Back around the 9-yard line. Excellent pursuit on the play. Came on Wallace just up off the practice squad. Made the stop for a loss of 2.
Boy, they are such an aggressive defense. 4th in the league against the run. Again, they just play on the other side of the line. The initial hit was on the other side of the line by Derek Barnett.
So back it up to the 9-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 4. Keenan Allen will split wide right. 2 receivers to the left. McConkey goes in motion from left to right. Herbert back in the shotgun with Hampton to his left. Herbert waits. He's got the shotgun snap. Back against the 4-man rush. Looks right, looks left. Steps up in the pocket. Moving to his right. Being chased. Heaves one out the back of the end zone. Incomplete. Well, Herbert looked all places. Left, right, middle. Nothing there. Had to get rid of it. And on 4th down, that'll bring out Cameron Dicker. Sheldon Rankins. Will Anderson applied the pressure.
Yeah, Sheldon Rankins, the 305-pounder, chasing him down. Justin's a big man himself. Sheldon moving. Didn't let Herbert turn the corner at all, and the Chargers are going to take points out of here. That's a really nice stop on a turnover by this Houston defense, forcing a field goal attempt.
Cameron Dicker has never missed in his career from inside 40. This will be a 27-yard attempt from the left hash. Out of the hold to J.K. Scott. The snap is good, the hold is good, the kick is up, and it is good. And the Chargers are on the board. 6 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in the first half. Texans 14, Chargers 3. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Back Back in Los Angeles, 6:10 to go in the second quarter. Cameron Dicker's 27-yard field goal puts the Chargers on the board. And a reminder, for every field goal, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol shaving cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Well, the Chargers get something out of it, so they're on the board. And now Dicker will kick it away.
The Chargers have forced 8 turnovers in their last 3 games coming into this game, so they've certainly gotten some turnovers, but only turned that one into 3 points.
Dicker set to kick this one away, end-over-end kick. Hutchinson, actually Knoll moving to his right. He'll take it at the 5. Across the 10, angles left to the 15, up to the 20. Knoll trying to get outside the numbers on the left, all the way to the sideline, and he shoved out of bounds at about the 23. Well, let's take a look at the drive summary. It's sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. 6 plays, 28 yards, 2:38 up the clock. Dicker with a 27-yard field goal. Cameron Dicker is now 59 of 62 in his career in this building. He almost never misses a kick from inside 50. It's really remarkable.
Well, when you have the NFL's highest make percentage,
it helps. 94% career. 1st and 10. Stroud under center, takes the snap, handoff. Jawar Jordan up the middle, crossing the 25 out to about the 27-yard line goes Jordan. It'll be a gain of 4. Justin Eboigbe, second-year man out of Alabama, with the stop, and that'll bring up 2nd down and 4.
See if Houston can get back in their offensive rhythm. That turnover, they only had 10 giveaways, tied for the fewest in the league coming into the game for that interception by Stroud.
Kamari Lassiter, meanwhile, is heading up the tunnel to the locker room. They're going to check out his knee a little bit further. 2 receivers left, single man right, 2nd down and 6. Stroud under center, takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Jordan again up the middle across the 30, out to the 35. Pinballs off a tackle, and he's out across the 36-yard line. So Jawar Jordan goes right up the middle and picks up 10. Tierre Tart, Dante Jackson together on the stop.
Excellent block by the right guard. Ed Ingram came over to trade from Minnesota. Great job opening up that hole.
From the 37-yard line now, 1st down and 10. Clock moving inside, 5 minutes to go first half. Texans lead 14-3. A Houston win clinches their playoff berth. 2 receivers stack right, Collins single man left. Marks in there at running back. Knoll in motion from the right. Here's the snap. Handoff right side. Marks stopped his feet and got hit and dropped for a loss. Woody Marks, that time I thought he was going to stretch it to the right. He stopped, maybe trying to cut back, and he ends up losing 2 on the play. Tony Jefferson was in for the tackle.
Yeah, there was no cutback there at all. The pursuit down the line by Jefferson and Tuipulotu as well. Got inside the block of Blake Fisher. There was nowhere for him to go.
2nd down, 12 from the 35. Slot left, single man right. Stroud in the shotgun, Marks to his left. Stroud has the snap, holds it out, fakes the Marks, throws left side. That's caught by Knoll along the numbers. He turns it up across the 40. And he's out across the 42-yard line. Dayon Henley with the tackle. That's a pickup of 7. It'll be a 3rd and manageable now. 3rd down and about 5 coming up for Houston.
I was impressed with Knoll there. The rookie caught that ball, looked like he was going to try and make a move, and then decided, I'm just going north and south to get a few more yards, make it a shorter 3rd down.
3rd down and 5 for the Texans now. 2 receivers stacked right, including Collins. Single man left. Stroud back in the shotgun. Marks to his left. They need the 47 for a 1st down. Stroud waits. Play clock is at 7. Stroud gets the snap. He's back to throw. Backpedaling. Rusher coming. Lobs it down the left side. Incomplete. Trying to get it to Woody Marks. Stroud had pressure in his face as he was backpedaling. Lofted it up. Looking maybe for a back shoulder throw. Marks continued down the sideline. It's 4th down, and here comes Tommy Townsend to punt.
Odafe Owe was the one in coverage, sprinting down the field. That was impressive.
Yeah, and it was Khalil Mack that came untouched. You might want to block 52.
Yeah, should be in the game plan.
Townsend will punt. I'm surprised they didn't go over that. Yeah. Here's the snap. Townsend with the end-over-end punt. McConkey moving to his right, signals for a fair catch, and he's got it right around the 12-yard line. And that's where the Chargers will have it with 3:19 remaining here in this first half, trailing by a score of 14-3. Well, Justin Herbert is 4 of 7, 37 yards. Omari and Hampton, 10 carries, 22 yards. Been real tough sledding here for this Chargers offense against this Texans defense that, as we talked about right off the top, is one of the best in the NFL.
And they've got a long way to go here, but they have time, obviously, in this half. Remember, they won the toss and they deferred, so they get the ball to start the third quarter. This is the ultimate twofer here.
Yeah, they've got all 3 of their timeouts. They'll start at the 13-yard line, 1st and 10. Extra offensive lineman in the game for the Chargers. Herbert will line up under center. Hampton is the single back. 2 receivers to the left side of the formation. Herbert looks over the defense. Takes the snap. He's back. Play fake to Hampton. Herbert sets his feet. Looks. Throws left side. That's caught by Quentin Johnston. He's out of bounds up at about the 24-yard line. Perfect timing on that throw to Quentin Johnston. Tremont Smith was in coverage, and that's a first down on a gain of 16.
And I tell you what, it goes unnoticed, not by the players in film. Omari and Hampton picked up Henry 202 on the blitz and did a great job giving Herbert more time.
I think I said the 24. He's out of bounds at the 29. First down and 10. Herbert in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Herbert waits, hands in front of his chest. Lifts that right leg. Takes the shotgun snap. He's back. Little shovel pass inside to Hampton. This is going nowhere. He gets swallowed up and dropped inside the 25. My goodness. Herbert flipped that one to Hampton. There was all kinds of white jerseys back there. Dylan Horton, Will Anderson, the first guys there, loss of 5.
Yeah, I thought Sheldon Rankins was going to take the little pitch. He was right there, and then Will Anderson cleaned it up. Again, penetration. They play on the other side of the line.
2nd down, 15. Herbert in the shotgun, trips right, single man to the left. McConkey in short motion from the right. Heads back out toward the slot. Herbert waiting, down to 2:06 to go. Chargers do not have to snap it before the 2-minute warning. They might be trying to get a free 5 yards here, and the clock will hit 2 minutes. And Herbert will make his way to the sideline. So we have reached the 2-minute warning, sponsored by Credit Karma. Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real loan offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No gimmicks, just personalized, estimated rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started. 2 minutes to go first half. Texans 14, Chargers 3. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
You think you're picking out your favorite track. Then, out of nowhere, you get hit with the worst cover you've ever heard. Kind of like when you're shopping for a loan and that great rate switches to a not-so-great rate during the application process. Thankfully, you can count on Credit Karma to help you find more accurate rates. Because Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No bait and switch, just personalized rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
The copyright of tonight's broadcast on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited.
Back at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, 2 minutes to go first half. Texans 14, Chargers 3. You can stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. And fans, a reminder, you can listen on WestwoodOneSports.com or by downloading the Westwood One Sports app today.
So we talked about the Chargers trying to score on this and then getting the ball to start the third quarter with 2nd and long. If this ball stays in bounds and there isn't much of a gain, look for Houston to use the timeout and try and take advantage of the time left in the half.
I think it tells you everything you need to know about the way this half has gone, that the Chargers did not snap the ball before the 2-minute warning. They were just going to see if they could get a free 5 yards. If you're in a rhythm and you feel like you're rolling, you probably run that play, but they just needed something to see if they could, the Texans would give them something.
Yeah, this offense has not been in a rhythm. They had a great chance after the Derwin James interception and only got a field goal out of it. But again, we figured tough sledding, right, in this game with the defenses. Houston fortunate enough to hit 2 long plays on broken coverages by the Chargers.
The updated numbers on Justin Herbert, 6 of 9, 48 yards. The Texans are 4th in the league in passing yardage per game allowed. They have not given up 250 yards through the air this year. The last team to go an entire season without giving up 250 yards passing was the 2008 Pittsburgh Steelers. 2nd down and 15 from the 24. Herbert in the shotgun with Hampton to his right. 2 receivers right, 1 out to the left. Herbert wants that shotgun snap. He's got it. He's back to pass against a 4-man rush. He backs up. He looks. He pumps. He steps up. He's going to run to his left. Herbert out to the sideline. He'll get shoved out of bounds. Man, he took a big hit. There's some pushing and shoving after the play. There's no flag. I don't know, Mike. From here, it looked like a legal hit. I don't know what you saw. We'll look at the replay, but I thought Herbert was still in bounds and got knocked out.
Absolutely. He absolutely was in bounds. He was well in bounds when he got hit. He just flew over the white part. That made it look like it was late, but he got pushed. Yeah, he got pushed. He was definitely in bounds. To'o pushed him without a doubt in bounds. Now, the O-line came over to protect him and kind of fight a little bit, but that was absolutely a clean hit.
To'o shoved him, and Tremon Smith a hit. It's a gain of 2. So that makes it 3rd down and 13. It also stopped the clock, so the Texans don't have to use a timeout.
Absolutely.
Chargers go empty. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Shotgun snap. Herbert back to pass. Herbert looking, slides left, taking a shot deep down the left side. Johnston is open. He's got it inside the 20. Ankle tackle at the 15. Justin Herbert up top to Quentin Johnston, and the Chargers hit a big play.
And they hit it with Tremon Smith in coverage, who is in the game for
Kamari Lassiter.
So they picked on the new guy in the game, Tremon Smith. And he just got turned around and ended up in chase mode.
Gain of 60 to the 14-yard line. Herbert back in the shotgun. Chargers empty again. Shotgun snap. Herbert back to pass. Looks, fires over the middle. Pass tipped, and it's intercepted. It's intercepted off the hands of Gadsden and picked off by Alshire at the goal line. Just when the Chargers hit a big play, they give it back. A pass over the middle off the fingertips of Aronde Gadsden, and Aziz Alshire is there for his 2nd INT of the year.
Yeah, Alshire was just trailing on the play. Gadsden got inside of him. Had the ball, would have been tackled at about the 3-yard line. But the ball just floating in the air in the middle of the field. You know that is danger zone time for the first-time Pro Bowler to pick it off.
That is the 18th interception of the year for the Texans. It is their 26th takeaway. Only the Bears and Jaguars have more. And that is just a killer for the Chargers.
Absolutely, to get no points out of that after hitting that big pass.
And Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, that's on Gadsden. The throw was high, but definitely should have been caught.
Absolutely should have been caught by the rookie, yes.
So the ball is at the 1 where Alshire went down. Stroud will go under center. 1st down and 10. Marks is the running back. Stroud takes the snap. He'll keep it himself. Just goes straight ahead out to the 3-yard line. So he picks up 2.
Absolutely. Chargers will call timeout here.
Stop the clock with 1:02 to go. And it'll be 2nd down and 8. Stay tuned for part 2 of our special Saturday NFL doubleheader on Westwood One. The Ravens at Lambeau Field to take on the Packers. John Sadak, Derek Rackley have all the action from Green Bay beginning at 7:45 p.m. Eastern. Right here on most of these same Westwood One stations via the NFL and Westwood One Sports apps on Alexa-enabled devices or online at WestwoodOneSports.com.
The Ravens have been a disappointment this year. I think at the beginning of the year we thought they may have the best roster in all of football.
I remember, Mike, we were there week 1. I remember you saying that. You thought they maybe had the best roster in the entire league. They blew the big lead that night. We said, hey, 1 game, they'll be back. They've just never been able to get it going.
Never. Lamar Jackson not running like he used to. Had a multitude of injuries this year.
2nd down, 8 from the 3. Stroud under center with receivers left and right. Stroud takes the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Marks angling left across the 5, out to the 10-yard line, room to the 15, across the 20, and Woody Marks is all the way out to the 22-yard line. Injured offensive lineman behind the play, but boy, Woody Marks jumping out to his left, found a lane and picks up 19. Dayon Henley with the tackle, but now let's see about the injured offensive lineman.
I believe that's Ed Ingram, the right guard.
Looked like he got rolled up on from behind.
Yeah. It's normally what happens a lot to the old linemen. They're just blocking their guy. All of a sudden, they get hit in the back of the legs.
So the Texans will get charged the timeout. That is their first. Clock stops with 52 seconds to go.
Now you wonder if Houston will try and make a little run at getting in field goal range here.
Well, and you would think what that did, that 1st down, Probably ends the Chargers' hopes of taking a lot of timeouts.
Definitely does.
Try to get the ball back. We're getting a look at the replay up here. Ingram was blocking, and just got rolled up on. I think it's Tui Pelotu that got blocked into the back of his legs.
Yeah, his left leg looked like it got rolled into. And that's you're just doing your job blocking. And a player comes from the offside and just flying down the line. It's probably the most common injury for an offensive lineman. He's up.
Yeah, they'll get him up on his feet. He's limping a little bit on his left side.
But
now, let me ask you this, and I want an honest answer.
Yeah.
Did you feel bad if you did that to an offensive lineman?
Yeah, I would, because you don't want to see anybody get hurt. You want to play, as my dad always taught me, you hit somebody, you drive them into the ground. If it's a clean hit, if they get up, great. If they don't, you feel bad, but you understand it was a clean, legal hit. There was nothing wrong with that hit, but you don't want to see anybody get hurt.
Yeah, nothing Tui Pelotu could do. He's just getting blocked.
That's exactly right. It's exactly
taken
right.
down to the ground. So Ingram is walking under his own power. So that's good to see. We mentioned that Kamari Lassiter has been taken to the locker room for further evaluation. You'd think that Ingram is probably going to be on his way there with so little time left in the half, but we'll see. So some more reshuffling going on the offensive front. That's something that both these teams have had to deal with.
Yeah, they really have. Normally at the tackle position, but here's an inside guard position.
Looks like Juice Scruggs now at right guard.
Yes, Juice Scruggs, yep.
First down 10 from the 22. Stroud in the shotgun, marks to his right, two receivers right, single man left. Stroud gets the snap, back to pass, looks left, throws left, incomplete. Out of the reach of Dalton Schultz, the tight end. Cam Hart was out there in coverage. That'll bring up 2nd and 10 with 49 seconds to go in the half.
Well, that wasn't going to do a lot. Even if he got out of bounds, would have been about a yard gain. You wonder if they'll try something deep. Heck, it's worked twice. You throw it deep and you see if you get a completion or possibly an interference call.
I was kind of wondering if they were going to take the shot there on first down.
Yeah.
2nd down and 10. Stroud in the shotgun, two receivers stacked right, single man left. Marks remains in as the running back. Here's the snap. Stroud back to throw. Looking, fires over the middle. It's intercepted again. And the Texans give it right back. It was intended for Christian Kirk, and Elijah Molden picked it off.
Again, I'll say I don't know what C.J. Stroud was looking at. It looked like Elijah Molden ran the route, and he was the one who broke on the ball. And again, C.J. Stroud was not pressured. He had time. He was going to the middle of the field, and Molden was just kind of in a zone coverage and broke on the ball.
First interception of the year for Molden. And now the Chargers will take over at the Texans' 32-yard line. And again, just when it seemed that Houston had everything going their way, they give it right back. 45 seconds to go. Chargers still have 2 timeouts. Herbert in the shotgun, 2 receivers either side. Herbert gets the snap. He's back to pass. He's looking. He throws left side. Got a man caught by Quentin Johnston. Knocked out of bounds by Lassiter. That's a good sign that Kamari Lassiter is back in the game. Johnston out of bounds at the 21. It's a gain of 11. And a first down. Clock stops. 40 seconds to go.
Boy, C.J. Stroud came into the game with just 6 interceptions. Has already thrown 2. And they were both on him. I know the first one was tipped, but as we saw, Derwin James was still right in the path of the intended receiver.
1st and 10 from the 21. Herbert in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 2 right. Now McConkey will go in motion from left to right. 3 by 1 to that right side. Herbert waits, has the snap. He's back to throw. 4-man rush. Herbert looking, pump fakes, hit in the backfield, wrapped up, gets away, and then he goes down. And now a flag is down.
Yeah.
It looked like Herbert was getting away, and then he tripped and went down. Danico Autry with the sack. Let's see about the marker.
I think they may be calling tripping on Danico Autry. It was a stunt. Danico Autry was a tackle. He rushed outside, and Daniil Hunter came inside.
Craig Rolstad will give us the call.
Tripping. Defense number 96.
Good call, Mike. You saw it. Autry had him. Herbert spun away. He went down, and apparently Autry stuck his leg out there.
Yeah, he definitely did. I mean, listen, Herbert's 6'6", 235. He's a big guy to bring down. and Autry had him around the shoulders, and as Herbert was slipping away, Autry kicked his leg out. Yeah, he definitely did. I mean, you're just doing it on instinct if you're a D lineman. You're trying to get the quarterback down. There's no ill will. You're not trying to hurt him. You hear the fans booing a little bit. That's just instinctual to try and get him down.
So the ball is resting just outside the 10. Herbert takes the snap. He's back in a play fake. Rush coming. Herbert gets away from behind. Moving to his left. Fumble the ball. And he dives on top of it. Back at the 19. The Chargers will take timeout. And this has become a comedy of errors.
Wow, that was Danielle Hunter coming around the outside, just flat out beating Bobby Hart. Again, the third left tackle.
I think it was Autry that got his hand in there to knock it away.
The ball out, yeah.
Now, the fans are looking at a replay that sees Hunter's left hand make contact with Herbert's helmet. But I don't think there was any sort of a grab of the face mask or the helmet opening. So while Herbert's head did turn a little bit, I think that's a good no call.
Yeah, and certainly subjective to the officials on how the head is hit. But boy, oh boy, you're right. The comedy of errors going all the way back to Gatson tipping the ball in the air and Houston picking it up, and Houston throwing an interception.
So back to the 18-yard line. It's second down and 17. Trips right, two receivers left. Herbert waits. He's got the shotgun snap. He's back to throw, looking to his left, fires left, caught by Quentin Johnston, hit and taken out of bounds. And they're going to run the clock, and now Harbaugh is going to take his last time out. So Johnston made that catch in between the 15 and 16-yard line, and we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
With the SiriusXM app, you can hear your hometown announcers all season long. Just search for your team on the SiriusXM app and tap the star to save it as your favorite.
So a gain of 3 on that pass to Quentin Johnston. The Chargers use their final timeout. 19 seconds remaining here in the half.
And Jim Harbaugh went and talked with that official about why he ran the clock. And again, when you catch the ball on the sideline, if you get hit and are taken backwards even a little bit out of bounds, they're going to keep the clock running. Jim Harbaugh didn't think it was like that, so they had to waste their last time out. So the middle of the field kind of gets shut down a little bit here, unless it's in the end zone.
Kayvon Wallace made that tackle. It is third down and 14. So remember, third down, you can't spike it either.
Nope.
Herbert back in the shotgun, two receivers right, one left. Here's the snap. Herbert back to pass. Herbert looking, moving to his right, throws short right. That's caught and running out of bounds at about the 15-yard line is Will Dissly. So all that for no gain. And now on fourth down, here comes Cameron Dicker. So the Chargers again looking for points, and yet again Houston's defense forcing only the 3-point attempts.
Again, that timeout really cost them the middle of the field, and to keep it in bounds, to have one more timeout.
Well, Dissly had some room to run, but he was just thinking, get out of bounds.
Get out of bounds, yeah. He wasn't going to make it to the end zone, so it's still a chip shot no matter if it's here or 5 yards closer.
32-yard attempt for Dicker. Snap, spot, kick on the way, and it is no good. He missed it outside the right upright. Cameron Dicker, Mr. Automatic Misses for the first time in his career inside of 40 yards. And the comedy of errors continues. You got to be kidding.
Holy smokes, you think that's about as automatic as you can get. And it just started to the outside. He just pushed it right.
Dicker had never missed from inside 40 in his career. From inside 50 coming in, he was 106 of 108.
So 2 interceptions by C.J. Stroud gave the Chargers great field position. The Chargers got a total of 3 points out of those 2 picks.
Stroud will take a knee, and we will go to the locker room with the Texans on top 14-3. And Mike, I think in some ways the first half, as advertised, really good defense, inconsistent offense on both sides.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the Chargers are going to have to obviously get the ball in the end zone because their defense gave up 2 big, long passes on broken coverages.
That's the end of the first half. With the score, the Texans 14 and the Chargers 3. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios with the halftime report. Protect the stuff you love with Renter's Insurance. Visit Progressive.com. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. We have reached halftime in L.A. We reached it with a comedy of errors to end the first half, including 3 interceptions and a missed 32-yard field goal. Right now, the Texans on the 2 haymakers in their first 2 drives with a 14-3 lead over the L.A. Chargers. Game number 2 comes up tonight. Baltimore is in Green Bay to take on the Packers, who are already in the playoffs. Baltimore fighting for their lives. They need to win this game. They need Pittsburgh to lose tomorrow, and then to beat the Steelers in Week 18. I talked with the Ravens' Kyle Van Noy this week, a guy who's already won a couple of Super Bowls in his career, and asked him about this time of year when it seems like everybody is at least a little banged up.
Yeah, definitely. I'm banged up myself, and it's survival of the fittest. I'll never forget when I was in my 3rd season when I got traded to New England, and we were in the AFC Championship, and I'm walking off at halftime, and I'm like, this is American Gladiators. I'm like, he's got a torn shoulder. He's got bone spurs. He's got a torn knee, you know, going down the line of every player. You know, I was playing with a MCL sprain, just going through every player during that time. And it's crazy how just American Gladiators, how much I respect players that finish the season, especially finish at a high level when they're battling all sorts of things. And it's tough. It's a violent sport. That's why I have a hard time when people are questioning players about toughness and different things like that, because most people have no idea what it's like to experience an injury on a football field and play, and what that does to your mentals. And playing a whole season when I was in Miami, hurt, going into the hospital a couple times that season, playing with a broken hand, a messed up foot. I had surgery after the season, getting a hematoma sucked out of my stomach. So things that we could go on forever, but just the amount of stuff some players play with, I respect it. And, you know, every season's different. Some seasons you feel way better than others. Like last year I was feeling great, and I think maybe that's because I was having a couple more sacks. This year, you know, it's been challenging and had a couple more injuries than normal, but just been battling and trying to be the best teammate and still try to play at a high level. Last couple of weeks I've made some impacting plays and just want to do it even better and get a couple sacks.
You guys won 5 in a row, and it seemed like all of the momentum was your way. You've been around this game a long time, and you've been to the top of the mountain. You know what this looks like. Are you surprised that from that spot you guys ended up to the point where you are right now, which is, in a lot of ways, back up against the wall?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to be 1-5 at one point. So nothing to me as the season goes is surprising anymore. It's just kind of, hey, this is the circumstances we need to do. We need to make the most of it. And that's going into Green Bay and playing a good football team and trying to walk away with a win. They're really good. They're well coached. They have a lot of really good football players. They've been very successful. They're trying to get in the playoffs themselves. So it's going to be a highly competitive game, and they're really good. We're still really good. I know our records doesn't show that we are, and you are what your record is, but I still believe we're a good football team.
Baltimore's Kyle Van Noy and his teammates in Green Bay taking on the Packers, and once again, it is do-or-die time for the Baltimore Ravens, who need a win in Game 2 of our doubleheader. Our halftime score in Game 1, Houston 14, the Chargers 3. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Buckle up, Buttercup, as Adam Shine brings unique opinions and passionate sports talk to Shine On Sports.
I'm just giving you some facts.
And hear exclusive interviews with some of the biggest and hottest names across the National Football League.
Sean Payne is nice enough to give us a few minutes.
This show makes me feel like it's Super Bowl time.
My guy, Aaron Rodgers.
The leadership that we have gives you a chance. That's all we can ask for.
Tune in to Shine On Sports, weekdays at 9 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 82.
You gotta love sports.
Relive the songs and stories that defined 2025. Tap into the SiriusXM app for countdowns of the year's top tracks. From your favorite channels like Hits 1, The Highway, Octane, Hip Hop Nation, and more. Plus, the biggest moments in sports, comedy, and beyond.
Make it 5 in a row for Shohei Ohtani.
Just search 2025 in the SiriusXM app to start the look back.
Hi, it's me, Katie Nolan, host of Casuals with Katie Nolan. It's holiday season, which means it's the perfect time to curl up on the couch with a nice mug of hot chocolate and watch a bunch of elite athletes stir up juicy in-game drama for your viewing pleasure. Sports are the ultimate comfort watch to get you through the cold months. So whether you're a diehard sports fan or just an intrigued channel flipper, listen to Casuals to keep up to date with all the latest in-game and online drama. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Love you, mean it.
Colonel Bryan here. Sure, it's football season. When the game's over, I want you to check out my 24/7 station, Colonel Bryan Radio. We're going no huddle. We're cracking jokes, throwing deep cuts, blitzing boredom. No pads, no playbooks. Just a Hail Mary of hilarity. We play my podcast, Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, stand-up and interview clips from my many years at late night, a live call-in show hosted by Andy Richter, and a whole lot more. Conan O'Brien Radio Channel 104, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
SiriusXM Sports. Your team plays here.
Stroud on the shotgun, marks to his left on third down at a yard. Kirk goes in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Stroud back to throw for the first time. Has time, looking, going deep. Got a man down the middle. Caught by Higgins at the 30. 25-20. 15-10. He's gone all the way to the end zone. Touchdown Texans. Jaded Higgins got behind the defense, and Stroud dropped it in. And the Texans have the early lead.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of the NFL from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive offers auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. That coming just a little bit more than a minute and a half into the game, 3 plays into the game, as the Houston Texans used the long ball to take the early lead. Jalen Noel caught a 43-yard pass from C.J. Stroud on their second drive, and it was 14-0. And right now, Chargers have missed on a couple of opportunities to get back in this game, just a Cameron Dicker field goal so far. As the Chargers try to keep their divisional hopes alive, Houston, remember, they win this game, they are in as a team that has punched their ticket in the AFC. Our halftime score, Houston 14, LA 3. When we return, Ryan Ratke and Mike Golick have the second half kickoff. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Time now for the opening kickoff.
From kickoff to the final whistle, hear Westwood One's exclusive play-by-play of every primetime NFL game.
Great job pushing for the first down. That is a first down. First and goal at the 3.
NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
In overtime, 4-man front, receiver motion, low snap, he runs and he throws, caught, touchdown, it's caught.
Westwood One, the home of NFL play-by-play.
30, the 20, first right 10, touchdown.
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick back at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles at halftime. The Houston Texans on top of the LA Chargers by a score of 14-3. Let's check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. Ready to find the right candidates for your job posting? Indeed's Sponsored Jobs helps connect you with talent that actually matches what you're looking for. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Texans outgained the Chargers 258-131 in that first half. Individually, C.J. Stroud had pretty good numbers. Stroud finishes that first half 10 of 18 for 185 yards, couple of touchdowns, but he did have 2 very costly interceptions. Costly, at least in terms of just giving the football away when the Texans had a chance to add on to their lead. Jaden Higgins, 2 catches, 88 yards, and a touchdown. Jalen Knoll had the other TD. Woody Marks, 7 carries, 39 yards. Meanwhile, Justin Herbert, 10 of 14, 123 yards, an interception that probably wasn't his fault. Omari and Hampton, 10 carries, 22 yards, and Quentin Johnston had 4 catches for 90 yards. So, Mike, it was big plays early for the Texans, and then a lot of mistakes on both sides toward the end of that first half.
Those 2 long passes by C.J. Stroud accounted for 119 of their 258 yards. So they would basically have the same amount of yards as the Chargers, if not for those 2 blown coverages by the Chargers and deep balls. So it basically, outside of those 2 plays, it has been a defensive struggle. The Chargers only getting 3 points out of 2 interceptions, which gave them great field position. That's kudos to this Houston defense.
So for you, is it as simple as which team stops screwing up that comes out on top?
Pretty much. And you wonder, as the way the Houston defense is playing and has been playing all year, did they already build up enough of a lead? Right? Because their defense is playing so well, and this Charger offense has really not gotten in rhythm, even with turnovers.
Texans defense that only gives up 16.6 points per game, number 1 scoring defense in the NFL. So Kaimi Fairbairn will kick it away. Chargers will have it to start the second half. Jared Patterson, Keandre Lambert-Smith back deep. Fairbairn will kick it away from our right to our left. And we are underway in the third quarter with a low line drive kick, backing Patterson up into the end zone. He'll drop to his left knee. It's a touchback. And the Chargers will start at the 35-yard line.
So let's see what Greg Roman gets going. I mean, they have 31 yards rushing. They have not gotten a running game going at all, the Chargers haven't. And the passing game, not a ton better.
When I asked you early, would last year's playoff game at all be in the mind of Justin Herbert? I can't say that it has been, but he just continues to struggle to find anything consistent against this Texans defense. Herbert will line up in the shotgun with Hampton to his left. Brings Matlock in motion from the right. Here's the snap. Herbert looking. Rush coming. Herbert bailing out to his right. Cuts it up along the hash marks. Makes a man miss across the 40. And he slides down at the 42. That was a nice job by Herbert with a rusher in his face. Stuck his foot in the ground. Cut back inside. Ends up picking up 7 yards. Justin Herbert, a career high in rushing yards this year. Approaching 500 on the season. He's second among NFL quarterbacks in rushing yards.
Yeah, he put a move on E.J. Speed. By the way, E.J. Speed, the linebacker, is 10 pounds lighter than Justin Herbert. And Herbert put the move on him.
2 extra offensive linemen in the game. 2nd down and 3. Herbert lines up under center. Single wide receiver Trey Harris to the right of the formation. Matlock in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Herbert handoff. Hampton straight ahead into the waiting arms of Will Anderson. Well, he does more than pass rush. Anderson was right there, and he drops Hampton back at the 41-yard line. Loss of a yard on the play.
So you have 2 extra O-linemen and Matlock, who's a 300-pounder, and Will Anderson comes down the line and blows the play up. I mean, you got to understand, these ends really come shooting down the line. So misdirection plays could be in the future and possibly should be in the future for the Chargers.
So a third down play now. This is 3rd down and 4. Herbert lines up with the shotgun, trips left, single man to the right. Herbert gets the snap. He's back to pass, looking left, rush coming, bailing to his right, in trouble, steps up, throws down the field, caught by Gadsden, then knocked away out of bounds. Will they say he caught it? No, they're going to say incomplete. Gadsden had it. It got popped away. The officials say incomplete. That'll go as the second drop for Oronde Gadsden. It's a big one. It would have been a first down.
Boy, and another great job of Herbert escaping pressure from 3 guys. He put the ball right on the button to Gadsden. Kalen Bullock ended up getting a hand in there, but Gadsden's got to hang on to that. That's 2 on him now.
4th ring it out for the Chargers in the game. J.K. Scott to punt. Under no pressure, gets away a high spiraling kick. Jalen Knoll running up, signals for a fair catch, and he makes it at the 15-yard line. And that's where the Texans will start their first drive of the third quarter. 13:25 to go in the third. Texans on top, 14-3. Well, if you weren't with us in the first half, Oronde Gadsden's first drop, as the Chargers seem to be going in for a touchdown, a pass over the middle to him that went off his fingertips, was picked off by Aziz Al-Shire. That one he had secured for a moment before Bullock knocked it away from him out of bounds.
And the one by Al-Shire was right at the 1-yard line. That was the Chargers had a chance to score. I mean, without those 2 drops, Herbert would be 12 of 15.
1st and 10, Texans from the 15-yard line. Stroud lines up in the shotgun with Jawar Jordan to his right. Takes the snap, handoff Jordan, running left toward the numbers. Nothing there. Back to the line of scrimmage and dropped. Excellent job by the defense there. Tier Tart led the way. Dayon Henley was in as well. No gain. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
Tier Tart, again, nice play by the D-line. Both these D-lines and linebackers, both these teams came into the game with 78 tackles for losses. So they're very, very aggressive with the front sevens.
2nd down and 10. Texans back in the huddle will make their way to the line of scrimmage. Stroud's going to line up in the shotgun. He'll move Jawar Jordan to his right. 2 receivers to either side. Dalton Schultz, the tight end, in the left slot. Shotgun snap, Stroud back, screen left side to Schultz on the numbers, gets away from traffic in the backfield, cuts left to the 20, picks him a block over the 25. He lost the ball, rolling down the sideline, and it goes out of bounds. The fans reacting because the Chargers jumped on it, but the official on the sideline says the ball touched out of bounds at about the 22. I don't know what is going on in this game.
Wow. The ruling on the field is a fumble out of bounds. Houston ball.
The ball got punched out by Khalil Mack, and it was rolling on the sideline, Mike. It was like a bunt up the third baseline that was just hugging the line. And the official says it touched out of bounds, and it did.
And Schultz had the first down, and the ball got knocked backwards. So now it's not now it's 3rd down.
Back at the 21. So it's 3rd down and 4. 3 receivers right, single man left. Stroud of the shotgun gets the snap. He's back to throw, looking, fires over the middle. That's knocked down and almost intercepted. Stroud was backpedaling, moved left, and tried to throw back toward the hash marks to Christian Kirk. And instead, Troy Dye jumped in front, swatted it away. It is 4th down. The Texans will punt, and that was a risky throw by Stroud.
Boy, that really was. Now, Troy Dye, he gave a great fake like he was blitzing. Then he backed out and read Stroud's eyes right over to the play. Excellent play. But again, they had a first down, and then Schultz gets the ball knocked backwards out of his arms.
Tommy Townsend to punt. Ladd McConkey waiting inside the 30. Here's the snap, and the kick from Townsend, a spiraling kick. McConkey moving to his left, backs up. He's got it at the 25-yard line, takes a look, heads to his right, running parallel, trying to find a lane, finally cuts up, and he's out to about the 29-yard line, maybe to 30. And that's where the Chargers will have it when we return. 11 minutes, 46 seconds to go in the third quarter. Texans 14, Chargers 3. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Hey, football fans, Jeff Foxworthy here.
And I'm Larry the Cable Guy. Jeff, we ought to tell folks about our very own comedy channel.
That's right, folks. When you're done listening to the game, hop on over to Jeff and Larry's Comedy Roundup.
We even host our own show, like Larry the Cable Guy and the Fun Bunch.
And my show, A Comic Mind with Jeff Foxworthy.
It's great American comedy 24/7.
That's Jeff and Larry's Comedy Roundup, SiriusXM Channel 97. Or listen to us anytime on the SiriusXM app.
It's Fantasy Football Championship Week. Get the edge you need with Fantasy Sports Radio.
I don't care if you're a 50-point underdog. Put the best players in. We just need points.
Go home a fantasy football champion or just go home.
Go ahead and fire up your Cardinals. The Bengals defense can't stop anybody.
You've made it this far. Don't give up the title because you made the wrong roster move.
You gotta go with the guys who got you here. Don't overthink it.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
New Year's Eve is live across America on SiriusXM. Ring in 2026 with Fish at Madison Square Garden and over 50 country acts, including Lainey Wilson, Jason Aldean, Billy Zimmerman, and more at Nashville's Big Bash. Plus live shows on The Heat, Turbo, Hits One, and many other channels. Listen throughout New Year's Eve. At home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa TV, or other internet-connected devices.
It's a primetime showdown when Caleb Williams and the Bears.
Caleb gonna gun it into the end zone. DJ Moore, touchdown Bears.
Take on Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers.
Quick handoff, McCaffrey up the middle. He's in for a 49ers touchdown.
Tomorrow at 8:20 p.m. Eastern. Catch the national broadcast on NFL Radio Channel 88. The Bears call on Channel 81 or 226. The 49ers call on Channel 85 or 225. In the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Ryan Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Los Angeles. At work, every day is game day. Give your crew an edge with Grainger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry when you call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. 11:46 to go, third quarter, still 14-3. Texans on top. Chargers will start this drive at their own 30-yard line. And everybody having trouble hanging on to the football right now.
We've seen a whole lot.
Omari and Hampton, the running back. He lines up to the right of Herbert, who's in the gun. Keenan Allen goes in motion from right to left. Three receivers now to that left side. Herbert looks over the defense. Play clock is at 12. Herbert sends Hampton in motion to the left. Takes the snap. Back to throw. Looking left. Pump fake. Steps up. Hit from behind and sacked. Herbert trying to move out to his left. And it was Derek Barnett from behind him that stepped up to make the sack. It's a loss of 5 on the play.
Well, a great job there by the Houston D-line in rushing and not giving a spot for Herbert to step up into. A lot of times you'll see a wide rush or an inside rush by a D-tackle, and there'll be a lane for the quarterback to step up and out, and there was no lane at all for Herbert.
So a loss of 5 will make it second down and 15. Herbert in the shotgun, trips right, single man left. Hampton, the running back, on Herbert's left hip. 4 down lineman for the Texans. Herbert, hands in front of his chest, gets the snap. 4-man rush. Herbert looking, pressured again, sacked again. Wrapped up and thrown down by Barnett again. 2 plays in a row. Derek Barnett with the sack. It's third and forever.
So Barnett did a beautiful move. Again, Bobby Hart, the left tackle. He went outside and spun inside and came absolutely clean to the blind side of Herbert. Bobby Hart, again, in as a reserve, been on 7 teams in 9 years. Last time he played left tackle was in 2022 for the Buffalo Bills, and he is having a rough time.
Third down and 22. 2 receivers left and right. Shotgun snap. Herbert back screen. Left side Hampton along the numbers. Hit, bounces off. He's out to the 25 and then tackled right there. So he gets a little bit of the yardage back. Gains 7. Kamari Lassiter with the tackle. And on 4th down, here comes the punt team. Little pushing and shoving after the play. I was going to mention, Mike, you said earlier that oftentimes Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson not on the field together.
Yep.
Anderson was on the sidelines. Guess who was in? It was Derek Barnett who got both those sacks.
Yep.
So you take Anderson out, no big deal. His backup will just get 2 sacks.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, when Anderson or Daniil come in, they have fresh legs. I mean, the rotation system, if you're 6-7 deep at the D-line, you're in great shape.
Jalen Knoll back to return the J.K. Scott punt. He hits a wobbler off the side of his foot. This is ugly to the far sideline. Let's see where they mark this out of bounds. This might be close to midfield. Fans are reaching their limit. The boos raining down. Waiting to see where they spot this ball. The official is taking a leisurely stroll up the far sideline. And he is going to stop. It looks like it may be the Texans' 47 or 48-yard line, and they will have excellent field position.
I can't say a lot. Ohio High School All-Star game, I was the punter as well as the linebacker, and I had a 7-yard punt into the stands, so I can relate to that.
Glad I have a couple minutes to picture you as a punter. 9:38 to go, third quarter. 14-3, Texans on top. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Why pay more for a great shave? Choose Barbasol, America's #1 brand of shaving cream. Barbasol's instant thick lather gives you a close, comfortable shave at a trusted value.
Barbasol. NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
30, the 20, far side 10.
Catch Westwood One's exclusive audio play-by-play coverage of any primetime NFL game.
Touchdown!
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
From the pitch to the boardroom, dive into strategy and the stories behind U.S. Soccer's national teams. Catch the official U.S. Soccer podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Well, the punt was worse than we originally thought. 22-yard punt. They mark it out of bounds at the Charger 47. So that's where the Texans will start, 1st and 10. Ryan Radke, former punter Mike Golick here in L.A. 9:38 to go in the third quarter. What was your weight when you punted in this high school game?
I was 6'5", 240. Played linebacker and punter in the All-Star game.
You were like when they show Andy Reid in the punt, pass, and kick competition. You were just double the size of everybody.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, let's see if the Texans can take advantage of a Charger mistake here. Two receivers left, single man right, Stroud under center. Marks is the single back. Here's the snap, Stroud back, handed off Marks, cutting out to his left along the hash marks across the 45 to the 43-yard line. So it ends up being a 40-yard run for Marks. Adafe Owe with the tackle. Man, that'll bring up 2nd down and 6.
Boy, Derwin James, again, we talked about all the different positions he's played on the line. He was up like a DN there, made penetration in the backfield, but could not bring down Marks. Marks, what a find for them, right?
Absolutely. 4th round pick.
4th round, yeah.
Guy that didn't play a lot at the beginning of the season either. They kind of slowly have worked him in. Two receivers right, single man left, 2nd down and 6. Stroud with the snap, back on a play fake, rolling to his right, looking down the field, still looking, now throws, caught by Nico Collins, turns it up the sideline, lowers his shoulder, inside the 20, and finally pushed out of bounds by Molden. They're going to mark him out right at the 20. They'll say that's where he stepped out. It's a gain of 23, a patient roll by C.J. Stroud, and he finds Nico Collins.
Boy, he had time to think about running, and then Nico Collins just kept coming across the field. That was only Nico Collins' 2nd catch. Nico, who, by the way, played for Jim Harbaugh at Michigan.
Indeed he did. Jim Harbaugh very familiar with the skill set of Nico Collins. 1st and 10 Texans from the Charger 20. Two receivers left, single man right. Stroud under center, brings a receiver in motion, takes the snap, handed off. This is Knoll on a jet sweep around the left side inside the 15. He's out of bounds at the 11, but a penalty flag flies in the area of holding.
Yeah, that's going to be holding on Nico Collins.
Marcus Williams ran him out of bounds. Would be a gain of 9, but Craig Rolstad will give us the call.
Holding. Offense, number 12. It's a 10-yard penalty. Replay, 1st down.
So Nico Collins giveth and Nico Collins taketh away.
Yeah, hooked him there. The DB put a move on him. He just reached his arm out and hooked him. Easy call for the ref.
So Collins will head to the sideline. Jaden Higgins will check in. Move it back to the 28-yard line. So the hold, they say, came a little bit downfield. It'll be 1st down and 18. Two receivers stacked right, single man left. Stroud under center. Marks is the single back. Schultz, the tight end, a wing to the right. Here's the snap. Handoff marks. Running right side. Got grabbed up around the neck and dropped for a loss on the play. Texans are looking for a face mask. I don't see a flag. Oh, his head definitely got turned. It's a loss of 1. Tuli Tuipulotu made the stop. Let's look at the replay.
Couldn't tell if he got him in the helmet or the high shoulder pad. He got him in the shoulder pad.
Yep, good call.
Absolutely.
Now, we could just see his head turn. That's what the Texans sideline saw, but excellent call by the officials. So back at the 29 now, second down 19. Stroud on the shotgun, slot right, single man left. Stroud waits. He's got the snap. He's back to pass. Screen, right side, caught by Kirk. Nowhere to go. Drop for a loss on the play, back at the 33. A loss of 4. Tarheeb still made the tackle.
Well, Ed Ingram, the right guard, who was back in after being injured in the first half, he was out there to block him, and Tarheeb still just put a quick move on him because he had to, because he's so much smaller than him, and made the play. The Texans are going backwards.
They were at the 20 a minute ago. Now they're at the 33. Third down and 23. Houston will go empty. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Stroud back in the shotgun. He's got the snap. Stroud back, looking, throws short right side. Caught on the numbers inside the 25, down to about the 23 goes Xavier Hutchinson. Dayon Henley made the tackle. So that'll be a gain of 10 yards. It'll make it a shorter field goal attempt for Ka'imi Fairbairn.
That's exactly what they were trying to do, Ryan. Just make it a shorter field goal, 10 yards shorter, a little bit more breathing room.
Fairbairn 4th in the NFL in scoring, despite the fact he's missed a couple of games this year. This will be a 41-yard attempt for Ka'imi Fairbairn, who kicked in college in Southern California at UCLA. Here's the snap, the spot, the kick from Fairbairn is on the way. It is good, just inside that left upright. So Ka'imi Fairbairn converts, and the Texans add their lead. They are now on top by a score of 17-3. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. 6:04 to go third quarter. 17-3, Texans on top. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts with Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon.
Man, it all comes down to this.
12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and 1 epic weekend.
My goodness!
It's win or go home, and every moment counts on the road to Super Bowl 60.
It's a touchdown!
Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon. January 10th through 12th. Visit watch.nfl.com for the full schedule.
Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes.
Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Don't miss all the NFL excitement Sunday on CBS and Fox. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on CBS and Fox. 6:04 to go third quarter, 17-3 Texans now. First score for the Texans since the first quarter. They're able to cash in off the bad punt from J.K. Scott. Ka'imi Fairbairn good from 41 yards out. 7-play, 24-yard drive, so the Texans get something out of it.
As we talked about at the beginning of the game, that the Chargers can't turn this into a passing game. Houston already with 5 sacks and putting so much pressure on Herbert. They're getting to the point where their running game has been non-existent today, so they have to rely on the pass.
Feels like that's a big key for the Texans every week, and will be in the playoffs, right, Mike? If they can get off to a quick start, if they can play from ahead, unleash that pass rush.
The security blanket of a great defense cannot be held in high enough regard.
The thing, though, that I think makes the Texans feel good, I mean, we see this all the time where you got a team that has great pass rushers, but maybe they're not great against the run.
Yeah.
Houston plays the run. They're 4th in the league against the run.
And, oh, by the way, their DBs are excellent as well. Now, that's a combination of good pass rush, good coverage, but these DBs are good in coverage no matter what.
Patterson and Lambert-Smith back deep to return the Fairbairn kickoff. Fairbairn on the approach. A low end-over-end kick. Patterson will take this one at the 3. Straight ahead near side numbers 10, 15 to the 20, out to the 25, seam to the 30. Lowers his shoulder and dives across the 35. So a nice return there for Jarrett Patterson. Got upended by Jamarcus Ingram, a 33-yard return. And here comes the Chargers offense again, looking to get something going. Justin Herbert last time was sacked twice, back-to-back plays. He was brought down by Derek Barnett, who had 2 sacks all year, or 3 sacks all year. He had 2 on back-to-back plays.
Yeah, I mean, this defense is just going to load up. If the Chargers want to run the ball, the D-line will just tackle a runner on the way to the quarterback. They're quarterback hunting now.
Now the Chargers are going to go out of the I formation. Hassan Haskins is the tailback. Receivers left and right. Gadsden, the tight end, on the right end of the line. Herbert takes the snap, back on a play fake, looking right, steps up in the pocket, trying to run, and he gets tripped up. He does fall forward for about 2 yards. Out to the 38, Naquan Jones, who spent time with the Chargers this year, was claimed on waivers by the Texans, made that tackle. And that'll bring up 2nd down and 8.
Boy, oh boy, just no room. When we talked about Herbert, the second leading rushing quarterback this year, but just you think he has some room, and you got big guys. Naquan Jones is 315 pounds, just able to trip him up.
Slot left, single man right, 2nd down and 8. Gadsden, the tight end, in motion from right to left. Herbert back in the shotgun with Hampton to his right. Texans creeping toward the line of scrimmage. Herbert lifts his right leg, gets the snap. Here comes the blitz. Flags fly. Herbert hits, sacked again. Now the question is, were they offside?
They were offsides. Yep.
Henry To'oTo'o and Will Anderson combined on the stop, but the Texans got an early start.
That's what I mean.
Offside. Defense, number 51. It's a 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
That's what I mean. They're just loading up. They are just loading up, trying to time their rush.
Boy, they brought the house that time. Boy, I'll tell you, Will Anderson was awfully close to timing that up.
Yeah, he
was.
I
mean, that was close. I think it was the right call, but
yeah,
that was like a fraction of a second from being absolutely perfect by Anderson. So moving ahead to the 43-yard line, 2nd down and 3. Herbert in the shotgun, takes the snap. He's going to hand it off. Hampton straight ahead. He's going nowhere. To'oTo'o was right there. No gain on the play, and now a 3rd down coming up. Man, this Texans defense is relentless. Matt Burke, their defensive coordinator. Of course, DeMeco Ryans, former defensive coordinator. He called the defense for a long time in Houston, but turned it over to Matt Burke. And
after the 0-3 start.
Yeah, they have not missed a beat. So now a 3rd down. This will be 3rd down and about 3. Herbert in the shotgun, slot left, single man right. Hampton, the running back, to Herbert's right side. McConkey in short motion from the left. Here's the snap. Herbert back, looks left, nothing there. Steps up, fires down the middle. That's caught. That's a 1st down. Down to the Houston 40. Keenan Allen with his first catch of the game. A gain of 17. When in doubt, go to Mr. Reliable, Keenan Allen.
And by the way, Austin Deculus is in at left tackle for Bobby Hart. He did a nice job pushing the edge rusher past Justin Herbert on that play.
Deculus, a former Texan. Texans traded him to the Chargers. And getting some run after Hart had really struggled. 1st and 10 from the Texans 40. Herbert in the shotgun. 2 receivers right, single man left. Here's the snap. Herbert back. He's looking, taking a shot deep down the left sideline, and that's incomplete. Looking for Quentin Johnston. Lassiter was in coverage. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10. From cozy layers and soft knits to denim and athleisure, find everything you need to stay on trend and on budget all winter at Kohl's and Kohl's.com.
Boy, Kwame Lassiter, he can cover. He is something else, and really great to see him back in the game for as much pain as he looked in when he was hurt in the first half.
2nd down 10 from the Texans 40. Slot left, single man right. Gadsden in motion to the right, now back out to the left. Herbert in the shotgun, takes the snap, holds it out for Hampton, and fumbles the ball. Herbert dives on top of it at the 44. Well, they ran that little read, and a missed exchange between Herbert and Hampton. It turns into a loss of 4.
Yeah, and you wonder if the left hand, who had the ball, he was holding the ball with both hands, but it seemed like he was trying to pull that ball.
Boy, and he was fortunate he got that back. So now a 3rd down and 14. Trips left, single man right. Herbert back in the shotgun, brings McConkey in short motion from the left, takes the snap, back to pass. Herbert steps up in the pocket, moving to his right. He's going to run to the 35, down to the 30, takes it, bounces off, 25, down to the 20, still going, finally out of bounds. Herbert, a big play with his legs, moves the sticks. They'll mark him out of bounds around the 16. Jalen Petrie knocked him out, but Justin Herbert comes up with a huge play and keeps the drive alive for L.A.
That time, Will Anderson did a stunt to the inside, and he just got pushed to the other side of the field, left a gaping hole for Herbert, who you thought was going to slide when he was going to get hit, but let's remember he's 235. He just bounced off and got extra yards.
Gain of 28 on the run by Herbert. And now a stoppage.
It's a player down for Houston.
Yeah, one of the Texans is being looked at. Over on the near side numbers, I think that's Derek Stingley. And that's a guy I was just going to mention, Mike. We talk about Kamari Lassiter and how good he is. We haven't mentioned Derek Stingley's name once, and that tells you how good he is.
That's exactly right.
An absolute lockdown corner who had a pick 6 last week, the first of his career in that victory against the Raiders.
Yeah, he was the AFC Defensive Player of the Week for his efforts. He had a forced fumble and a pick 6, first player in franchise history to have a forced fumble, an interception, and a touchdown.
He is up on his feet. He'll jog off to the sideline under his own power.
Well, we've seen a few guys go down in this game, but luckily all have come back at one point. Herbert again. Remember, this is 6'6", 235.
Well,
and he ran right through Derek Stingley.
Yeah, I mentioned Herbert bounced off a man. It was Stingley that he bounced off of. So the Chargers have it now with the 16, with 2:15 to go here in the third quarter. They trail 17-3. Receivers left and right. Herbert in the shotgun with Hampton to his left. Gadsden in motion from right to left. Herbert gets the snap. Quick throw, left side. Hampton a one-handed catch. He's out to the sideline, and he takes a shot and gets knocked out of bounds. Boy, a nice job there by Omari on Hampton, just reaching out with his left hand to snag that ball out of bounds at the 13. It's a gain of 3. That'll bring up 2nd and 7.
Well, this isn't rocket science to say, but they can't afford any more field goals. They need to get the ball in the end zone.
Well, and it'd be interesting to see if they got into a 4th down situation, how Jim Harbaugh would play it.
Yep.
I mean, you still have a full quarter plus in this game. But you're right. It feels like a field goal would be a loss. Trips right. Johnston in motion. Here's the snap. Herbert fakes the handoff to Johnson. Rolling to his right. Herbert being chased. Tucks it down. Fires sidearm to the end zone. Almost intercepted. He threw it behind Gadsden, and Lassiter almost had his 5th pick of the year.
Well, he was looking to run, but those lanes got closed off pretty quickly. He bought a little bit of time and turned the corner looking to run, but didn't have any area, so tried to just squeeze that in there and kind of got lucky. As you mentioned, it was behind Gadsden. It was more in line with Lassiter.
So now it's a 3rd down. 3rd down, about 6.5. Shotgun snap. Herbert back. Rush coming. Steps up. He's hit. He throws. It's caught by Johnson at the 5. Johnson is tackled. He's going to have a 1st down. Herbert was wrapped up and got rid of the football and completes it to Johnston.
Flag down the field. Sheldon Rankins.
Holding. Defense number 24. Defense declined and result of the play. 1st down.
Well, Justin Herbert has made a couple of massive plays on this drive.
Boy, he really has. Sheldon Rankins had him wrapped up. Maybe it's a former D lineman in me. I mean, he had him wrapped up. I mean, no, it doesn't matter because it was defensive holding, so it would have been a 1st down anyway.
So they've got the ball spotted around the 5. Herbert will go under center. Hampton is the single back. 1st and goal. Here's the snap. Hand off Hampton. Straight ahead. Lowers his shoulder. Powers his way down to the 1. It'll be 2nd and goal from there.
Well, it's been Justin Herbert putting on his cape, huh? Either running or escaping what has been a devastating pass rush pretty much all afternoon.
Well, his run game has been such a big part of what he has done and what the Chargers have done this year. We had really not seen it until these last couple. 2nd down and goal. Ball at the 1-yard line. Extra offensive lineman in the game. Herbert lines up under center. Hampton is the single back. Herbert brings a man in motion from the right, takes the snap, turns, play fake, rolling to his right, got a man in the back of the end zone, throws, and it's caught by Gadsden for the touchdown. Oronde Gadsden with a 1-yard touchdown catch. And the Chargers have pulled within 8. 17-9, 13 seconds to go in the third. PAT coming up.
Well, big-time players have to come up with big-time plays when you need it, and that's what Justin Herbert absolutely did on this drive with his escapability, with his arm, and more importantly, with his legs.
So now Cameron Dicker for the point after, trying to make it a 7-point game. Snap, spot, Dicker's kick is on the way, and it is good. 13 seconds remain in the third quarter. We've got a touchdown game. It's the Texans 17, the Chargers 10. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by Nationwide. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're a financial services company, too. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. 11 plays, 64 yards, 5:47 off the clock. Justin Herbert with a 1-yard touchdown pass to Oronde Gadsden. And boy, Justin Herbert, some massive plays, Mike. The third down scramble, then able to get out of the sack, being wrapped up by Sheldon Rankins. Finds Quentin Johnston down the middle to convert on third down. And then Gadsden wide open for the touchdown.
Yeah, Justin Herbert putting that cape on. We usually talk about Josh Allen doing that for the Bills, but Herbert is doing it here. Remember, after a team that had 2 turnovers in scoring position when the defense got 2 interceptions and they only turned it into 1 field goal, you wondered if they were going to put it in the end zone, and this was the longest drive-by plays in the game with 11 plays.
Now, the Texans have had such a comfortable lead for much of this game, Mike. We really haven't talked about it, but since those first 2 drives, the Texans' offense has kind of gone into hibernation here.
They've been living on the defense, which is something they've been doing all year. Living on that Houston Texans defense. They built up a lead, but got to remember that, again, Justin Herbert coming up with the big plays.
So Cameron Dicker will kick it away. Jalen Knoll goes back deep. Tremon Smith is back there as well.
This is one where if the Chargers can get a 3-and-out and get that Houston defense back on the field after just being out there for an 11-play drive.
Smith and Knoll both standing right in front of each other at about the 2-yard line. Dicker will kick it away from our left to our right. Here's the approach and the kick. End over end boot. Smith backing up. He's going to take this one a yard deep in the end zone. He's coming out across the 10. Heads right to the 15. Up to the 20-yard line. Stutter step to the 25. Takes a hard hit. And he is banged down right there. And that's where the Texans will start this drive with 6 seconds remaining in quarter number 3. A 26-yard return for Smith.
Well, again, probably just be the one play here to end the quarter, but Houston's got to be able to put together a drive and answer what the Chargers just did, because Chargers just grabbed momentum.
Yeah, if you weren't with us earlier, the Texans' first 2 drives, they had a 75-yard touchdown pass and a 43-yard touchdown pass. Not much since. First and 10 from their own 25. Stroud under center. Jordan is the single back. Receivers left and right. Stroud takes the snap. He'll hand it off to Jordan, running right, looking for a lane. Can't find much. able to push his way forward for about 2 to the 27. Deion Henley with a tackle. It'll bring up second down at 8. It will also bring us to the end of the third quarter. With the score, the Texans 17, the Chargers 10. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Straight Talk presents The Math of More. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Brian Radke, Mike Golick here in the Grainger broadcast booth in Los Angeles. Game changers. Count on Grainger for professional-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by to get what you need. Start of the fourth quarter, 17-10. Texans on top. Houston jumped out to a 17-3 lead. The Chargers getting a touchdown to make it a 7-point game. Again, here's what's on the line today. Texans win, clinches their playoff berth. Chargers already in the playoffs, but a win today would set up a matchup with Denver next week where the winner would be the AFC West champion. Chargers beat Denver way back in week 3. So a lot on the line for both these teams.
Boy, a whole lot of Denver Bronco players and fans rooting hard for the Texans today.
No doubt about it. They would love to have that all wrapped up.
Boy, all of a sudden the crowd's into this game.
I mean, there have been times on this Saturday afternoon, this crowd has been silent. I mean, you can hear a pin drop in this place. But they have been energized by their quarterback, Justin Herbert. Texans will start the fourth quarter with a second down and 7 at their own 28. Stroud in the shotgun, slot left, single man right. Woody Marks, the running back, motions out to the left. Stroud gets the snap, back to pass, looking, lobs it up right side. Xavier Hutchinson, incomplete, out of bounds. Stroud was backpedaling, just threw up a moon ball, and it was well out of bounds. Hutchinson tried to come back for it, had no chance. It'll be 3rd and 7.
That time, the Chargers blitz again. They're the lowest blitz rate team in the NFL, but they brought 5, got home, and Stroud just tried to loft it up down the sidelines.
So a 3rd down and 7. Texans need the 35 for a first down. Houston is 3 of 9 on 3rd down in the game. Trips left, single man right. Stroud of the shotgun waits, gets the snap. Back to throw. Stroud looking, hit as he throws, deep down the field, looking for Knoll. Can't get the catch. It's out of his reach. And a penalty flag has been thrown back where Stroud was hit.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense 0. It's a 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Oh, my goodness, it's against Deion Henley.
And that flag, Ryan, came in late. I got to get a look at this. Again, they sent a blitz, a big-time blitz here, and got a free rusher. Stroud did the right thing, just got rid of it. They're going to get him for landing on Stroud.
It's the body weight.
It's the body weight. He didn't put his arms out.
I think you and I would both agree with this, Mike. It's a good call by the rule book.
It's a good call by the rule book. I hate the rule.
Yep. I mean, you can boo the officials, and I get it.
Yep.
But they have to make that call. It's what the rule is.
Yeah, and it's exactly right.
So move the ball ahead to the 43, 1st and 10. Stroud will hand off to Woody Marks, straight ahead, spins out of a tackle across the 45 to the 46. Gain of 3. That'll bring up 2nd and 7. Tui Pelotu with the tackle.
Boy, if nothing else, even if the Chargers are to stop them here, that's going to change field position. The Houston Texans, if they have to punt, will be able to somewhat try at least bury the Chargers and make them go longer. They were off the field.
The only thing Henley could have done differently was just put his arms out to the side.
That's exactly right.
I can only imagine how difficult that is to do, though. 2 receivers right, single man left. Here's the snap. Stroud back on a play fake. Rolling to his right, dumps it short. Caught by Schultz, the tight end. He's got nowhere to go. Hit immediately and dropped by Tarheeb Still. Excellent play by Still. No gain, 3rd and 7.
Well, you were talking about with me in the break, you were saying roll Stroud out a little more, get him on the move, and that's what they did. He seems more comfortable there, but give the Chargers credit for covering up the receivers.
So a 3rd down and 7. Crowd making noise, play clock at 14. Texans make their way to the line. Stroud in the shotgun, trips left. Single man to the right, Stroud waits. Play clock down to 4. Stroud takes the snap. Back to pass. Rush coming. Stroud moving left. Throws deep left side for Collins. It's incomplete. He was bracketed. Cam Hart applied the pressure, and that'll bring out the punt team. And the Charger defense, the penalty does not affect them. They get off the field.
So Jesse Minter, the D coordinator for the Chargers, has decided to blitz more on 3rd down. I'll keep saying they have the lowest blitz rate in the NFL, but he's timing these blitzes really well. They're getting free rushers at Stroud, who's just kind of laying the ball up and hoping.
So Townsend to punt. McConkey standing with his heels at the 10. Here's the snap. Townsend drops the nose of the football. An end-over-end punt. McConkey racing to his right. He's going to let this go over his head. It bounces at the 6, takes a high hop. It's knocked back toward the goal line and down around the 2. Tremon Smith downed it. Trying to see who it was that knocked it back into the field of play. It was a pretty good play.
Sure
it was Jamarcus Ingram. So Ingram knocked it back into the field of play. And the Chargers will start at the 2 when we return. With 13:13 to go, it's the Texans 17, the Chargers 10. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Conan O'Brien here. Sure, it's football season. But when you aren't listening to my pigskin flying around on SiriusXM, come check out my channel, Conan O'Brien Radio. We're cracking jokes, throwing deep cuts, blitzing boredom. No pads, no playbooks, just a Hail Mary of hilarity. It's comedy in the red zone all season long. Conan O'Brien Radio. That's a tough tackle. He's down. He's not getting up. He's dead. Wait, I took it too far. Conan O'Brien Radio, channel 104, anytime you want on the SiriusXM app.
The best of live sports talk are on SiriusXM. Weekday mornings, hear Dan Patrick at 9 on NBC Sports Radio, Channel 85.
Running backs are the best supporting actors. They can't win Best Actor.
At 1, it's the Stephen A. Smith Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Check me out for my passion, unfiltered take on the world of sports.
And then at 3, it's the Mad Dog, Christopher Russo.
Anybody who asks knows I'm 100% right.
Hear from legends of the game, only on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I love it. Just talk.
The weather outside is frightful, but the soccer is so delightful.
We have the biggest games. Congratulations for subscribing.
So when you've got no place to go, tune in to SiriusXM FC for all the biggest matches.
20 for Haaland, the fighting star showing for Liverpool. Oh my word, Bukayo Saka! Manchester United may just have won it.
Enjoy a feast of English football this holiday season on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
When it's time to turn up. Turn to Flex 2K, a SiriusXM channel that takes you from 2000s bling
Get you bling like the Neptune sound.
through the rise of trap.
Let's go, man.
Nothing but the hip-hop bangers that define the first 2 decades of the millennium. Flex 2K, Channel 49, and the SiriusXM app.
Back in L.A. with 13:13 to go, 17-10 Texans. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
This is Max Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go. 6:30 Eastern on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Chargers start this drive at their own 2-yard line, 1st down and 10. Two receivers left, one to the right. Herbert in the shotgun, couple of yards deep in the end zone. He's got Hampton to his right. Here's the snap. Herbert back, looking left, looking right. Throws right side. That's caught at the goal line. And Hampton is brought down. They're going to say he did get out of the end zone. It'll be a loss on the play to the 1. O'Marion Hampton made that catch, and Henry To'oTo'o was right there and was able to bring him down. But fortunately for the Chargers, Hampton was out of the end zone, and I mean barely.
Barely out of the end zone. Houston going some man coverage there, and To'oTo'o right on Hampton.
So that'll bring up a second down and 11. Two receivers left, one right. Herbert in the shotgun, a little bit deeper in the end zone now with Hampton to his right. Herbert waiting, lifts that right leg, waits for the shotgun snap. He's got it. He's back to pass. He looks to his left. Going to take a shot. Deep down the left side for Quentin Johnson. It's incomplete. Overthrown by about 5 yards. Lassiter was in coverage. And that'll bring up third down and 11. You love Lassiter in coverage.
I mean, absolutely plastering on wide receivers. Good news for Houston fans out there. We're in the fourth quarter. Houston has a 72-point differential in the fourth quarter and a +9 turnover differential in the fourth quarter. That's the best in the NFL and the only team to lead both and not win the Super Bowl were the 06 Chargers.
Yeah. This is when the Texans have been turning it on. Third down and 11. Herbert back in the shotgun. Two receivers left, two to the right. Herbert gets the snap. He's back to pass. Rush coming. Herbert steps up, looking to run. Now swings it out left. That's caught across the 10 up to the 15. Out of bounds with a first down. He found Will Dissly, the tight end, for his second catch of the game, all the way up to the 19-yard line. There is a penalty flag down. Was Herbert across the line?
There's no foul on the play for a illegal forward pass, as the quarterback's body was still behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be first down.
Again, any part of the body that's behind the line of scrimmage counts. And this was close.
Now we're getting a look at the replay up here. Yeah, I think he was behind the line when he threw it. Herbert, I think, was originally trying to argue that it was a backward pass. It was not.
Boy, did they dig themselves out of a hole there.
From the 19, first down and 10. Herbert in the shotgun takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Running off the left side for about a yard, maybe 2 to the 21 is Jarrett Patterson. And that'll bring up second down and 8. Well, that's 2 drives in a row. The Chargers have gotten themselves out of a big third down hole with Justin Herbert using his legs. Last time it was the run downfield. That time just to escape the pass rush and get it out to Dissly.
And, I mean, he barely got that off behind the line of scrimmage. I was just already imagining how that punt was going to look on the half-yard line.
Second down 9 from the 20. Two receivers right, single man left. Patterson remains the running back. Herbert in the shotgun. He's got the snap. He's back. Blitz coming. Herbert looking. Throws left side, and that one is incomplete. Behind his intended receiver, Keandre Lambert-Smith. Texans brought a safety blitz that time. Henry To'oTo'o, the linebacker, applied the pressure, but there was also a safety rushing in there.
Guess who was in coverage?
Your guy.
I mean, Kamari Lassiter is absolutely having a game.
So another big third down now. Third down and 9 from the 20. This is where the Texans were getting off the field with ease in the first half. It has not been as much of a cakewalk here lately. Herbert in the shotgun, trips right, single man left. Play clock shows 6. Herbert at the line of scrimmage, lifts his right leg, has the shotgun snap. He's back to throw against the 4-man rush. Moving left, throws down the field, and that one is caught, but well shy of the first down. Just across the 20-yard line, it was caught by Trey Harris. Henry To'oTo'o made the tackle. Check it, it was Hampton that made the catch. Gain of just a yard, and now J.K. Scott will punt it away.
To'oTo'o has a man coverage on those short underneath routes, and he is just absolutely all over the back.
So J.K. Scott on to punt. Jalen Knoll waiting to return at the 31. Here's the snap to Scott. High twisting kick. This one is going to bounce out of bounds. Boy, this is another not very good kick. Not as bad as the last one. The official walking up the sideline. Well, he stopped at the 41. No, he's going to keep walking. Moving. I was going to say he stopped at the 41. The ball hit out of bounds at like the 45.
Now he's at the 45?
I'm not convinced he still knows where he wants to be.
During the break, they'll probably mark it.
Well, right now it's at the 45. Stay tuned. 10:36 to go in the ball game. 17-10, Texans on top. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Time now for the opening kickoff.
From kickoff to the final whistle, hear Westwood One's exclusive play-by-play of every primetime NFL game.
Great job pushing for the first down. That is a first down. First and goal at the 3.
NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
In overtime, 4-man front, receiver in motion, low snap, he runs and he throws, caught, touchdown, it's caught.
Westwood One, the home of NFL play-by-play.
30, the 20, far side 10, touchdown.
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
You can stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. And fans, a reminder, you can listen on WestwoodOneSports.com or by downloading the free Westwood One Sports app today.
Oh, they left it at the 45, Ryan. What a stunner, huh?
After all that drama that we built up.
Yeah.
Not a good kick, just 34 yards. That's the second bad punt for J.K. Scott.
And if nothing else, even if the Chargers get a stop, the field position has just been horrible for the Chargers.
First down and 10. Stroud under center. Single receiver split to the right. 2 tight ends in the game. Stroud takes the snap. Handoff. Woody Marks up the middle with room across the 50, and he's close to a first down. Into the secondary, they're going to mark him just shy of the Charger 45, so it'll go as a gain of 9. Tarheeb still with the tackle. Second down and 1.
The best runs for Houston today have been right up the gut, right between the tackles.
See if the Texans are thinking about taking a shot at all here on second and short. Had a lot of success going up top in the first half. Haven't seen it much since. 2 tight ends right, single receiver left on second and 1. Schultz in motion to the left, now back to the right. Here's the snap. Handoff Marks along the right hash, and he's got the first down. Didn't have much of a crease, but just needed to cross the 45. That's what he did to about the 43-yard line. Gain of 3 and a first down for Houston. Clock moving down to 9:45 to go. Texans lead 17-10.
Yeah. They'll take 11 yards when you need 10 for a first down and just bleed the clock.
If you're wondering about Kaimi Fairbairn's range, his season long is 57, his career long is 61. From the Charger 43, first down and 10. Stroud under center, single receiver to the right. Marks remains the running back. Stroud letting the play clock run down, gets the snap, he'll hand it off. Marks, jump cut to his left, finds a lane up the middle between the hash marks, and he's all the way down to the 36. Derwin James made the tackle, but what a cut by Woody Marks in the backfield to avoid the defense and pick up 7.
Yeah, T.R. Tart made penetration in the backfield, and Marks just to put his right foot in the ground, stepped left, and then went all north-south. Boy, second and short.
Second down 3 from the Charger 36. Texans back in the huddle. Play clock under 15. They'll make their way to the line of scrimmage. Jaden Higgins, the wide receiver, is split to the left. Tight ends on either end of the line. Now Schultz goes in motion from left to right. Stroud looks over the defense. Play clock down to 2. Stroud gets the snap. Flag flies. Handoff Woody Marks off the right side. And Marks will get to about the 35. That'll leave him a yard shy of the first down. But let's look at the marker, and it's against the Chargers.
Offsides. Gave him the first down.
Offside.
Defense, number 91, lined up in the neutral zone. It's a 5-yard penalty, which results in a first down.
That's the veteran Deshaun Hand, and it hands the Texans a first down.
I see what you did there.
Oh, yeah. I was waiting on that one.
Well done. Again, the Chargers, especially the interior of the D-line, is really backing up an O-lineman, but Woody's doing such a great job. Woody Mark's doing such a great job stepping around them and then going up the field.
Texans remain in this formation with 2 tight ends, just 1 wide receiver. Extra offensive lineman in the game. Stroud brings Schultz in motion from the right. Stroud gets the snap. He's going to turn, hand it off. Marks, and he's drilled. Absolutely buried by Khalil Mack. Back at the 35-yard line. That's a loss of 4, and the Texans are fortunate that Woody Marks held on to the ball. Khalil Mack almost took that handoff.
So Khalil Mack came crashing down. Cade Stover was the tight end that was supposed to come across the field and pick him off. But Khalil Mack moved a lot faster than Cade Stover did and beat him to the spot.
Second down, 15 from the 35. Second and 14 make it. Jaward Jordan is in at running back now. Receivers left and right. Stroud back in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Stroud will hand it off. Jordan running right, trying to get outside. Breaks an ankle tackle inside the 30, inside the 25. Actually, maybe right to the 25, where he is brought down out of bounds. Derwin James made the tackle. Nice run by Jaward Jordan. It makes it 3rd and manageable after a gain of 9.
Yeah, Dante Jackson's got to make that play. He's the outside man. You can't let him outside of you. You're the cornerback. You're coming up for run support, and you attack the inside instead of the outside hip. And the back gets around you. That's got to make that play.
So it's 3rd down and 5. They need the 21 for a first down. 6:40 to go in the game. Texans lead 17-10. Trips left, single man right, and now a timeout taken by Houston. Now there was only 3 on the play clock, so the Texans will take their first time out before a massive 3rd down play. If they convert this, Mike, they can run a couple of more minutes off the clock. And they are in Kaimi Fairbairn field goal range. Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real loan offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No gimmicks, just personalized estimated rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
Yeah, right now it'd be a 44-yarder from the spot it's at right now to make it a 2-score game. But at least the Chargers try and hold them to an attempt to possibly get a block or a miss. First things first, we have to stop them.
Texans 3 of 10 on 3rd down. This is 3rd down and 5. They'll go empty with 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Marks was one of those to the right. He motions into the backfield now.
You know they're going to blitz. They've blitzed on 3rd downs the last few times.
Stroud back in the shotgun. Everybody walked up. Here's the snap. Blitz coming. Stroud looking. Hit as he throws. Deep down the left side. Incomplete. Jalen Knoll was trying to draw a flag. He won't get it. It's 4th down. And Fairbairn is coming out for the field goal. Tony Jefferson applied the heat.
Yeah, they're just bringing more than Houston has to block, so you know you're going to get a free rusher. Stroud just got to get rid of the ball like he is, but unfortunately, he's not putting it anywhere really near the receivers.
Good job by the officials not to throw a flag. Knoll was trying to draw a call, but there was minimal contact. So here is Fairbairn from 44. Snap, spot, kick from Fairbairn on the way, and it is good. Right down the middle for Kaimi Fairbairn, and with 6:29 to go, it's a 2-score game. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol.
So Chargers down 10. Understand they need 2 scores, but that doesn't have to be touchdown field goal. They get in field goal range, you may want to kick it, save some time. Hopefully your defense comes out, gets a stop, and then you have a chance for a touchdown. Now, you'd love the touchdown first, that way you only need a field goal. But to save time, there's a lot of times you kick the field goal first.
So the Texans able to convert on the bad punt from J.K. Scott. They get 3 points out of it. And now Justin Herbert will get the ball back with 6:29 to go. All kinds of time. Chargers still have all 3 of their timeouts.
Well, let's see if he can keep that cape on.
Boy, he has made some huge plays after looking somewhat confused in the first half. He has made some really, really big plays here in the second half. Patterson and Lambert-Smith back deep to return the Fairbairn kick. Fairbairn on the approach. End-over-end kickoff. This will be taken by Patterson around the 2. Straight ahead across the 10, up to the 15, down to the 20. Stutter step move to the right, and E.J. Speed wrestles him down around the neck at about the 25-yard line.
E.J. Speed is a special teams demon, isn't he?
Wow. Just came down and lassoed him. So the Chargers will start at the 25-yard line. First down and 10, 6:24 to go. It's a 20-10 Houston lead.
If Keenan Allen has one reception this game, Ladd McConkey none.
I'm not even sure McConkey has been targeted, has he?
I don't think so.
Herbert in the gun. 3 receivers left, one to the right, shotgun snap. Herbert back to pass, looking to his left, has time, steps up, throws down the field. McConkey wide open, makes the catch, knocked out of bounds at the Texans 45. Lassiter knocked him out of bounds just as we were talking about it. McConkey wide open at a gain of 31.
That magic spot over the corner and underneath the safety to the side, and one of the big reasons why, because this route takes time. It was an out and up. He had time. Good blocking by the offensive line.
From the Texans 44, 1st and 10. Trips right, single man left. Herbert gets the shotgun snap. He's back to throw against the 4-man rush. Under pressure, steps up, hit from behind, and Herbert will be brought down across the line of scrimmage. He got to the 42, so it's a gain of 2. Daniil Hunter with the tackle. It'll be second down and 8. Clock rolling, 5:33 to go.
It's the one thing when he breaks, and he's had some nice runs, but you got Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson hunting you down, catch you from behind.
Officials will hold the snap here. The Chargers substituted, and so the Texans taking their time to match up. Boy, they're confused, though. The officials aren't going to hold it forever. They're holding it a long time. Herbert's saying, hey, let's go. Play clock down to 8. Herbert wants the snap. He's got it. Back to pass. 5-man rush. Throws short right side. Caught by Hampton. To'o was there. And another excellent tackle by Henry To'o to bring down Omarion Hampton at the 41 for a gain of 1. It'll be 3rd and 7.
Boy, what a great job To'o has done on this coverage underneath with the back. And that is, you're right. One-on-one, that's where you need your back to beat the defender, and To'o was having none of it.
You don't see a lot of Texans defenders coming up and throwing shoulders into people. There's a lot of wrapping up.
Wrapping up, absolutely. Great call.
So they officially gave him 2 to the 40-yard line. It's 3rd and 6. Slot left, single man right. Herbert back in the shotgun. Brings Johnston in motion from the left, takes the snap, back to pass. Herbert looking, moving left, in trouble, hit in the backfield and sacked. Flags are down in the secondary. Is this sack going to get wiped out?
Wow, Daniil Hunter. I mean, there was multiple players back there. Hunter got the sack, but a flag in the secondary. Now the officials are talking.
Yeah, 3 officials getting together.
Well, they're going to maybe pick this flag up. That would be so detrimental to the Chargers if they do that.
This is a huge call.
Illegal contact, defense. The 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Wow.
Man. We'll get a look at the replay here. They didn't announce a number, so let's see. We're getting a look at it up here. They're calling it on Jalen Petrie. Oh, yeah, he just kind of threw a shoulder into Ladd McConkey.
Now, the only problem I see is Petrie had position, and the receiver ran into him. That's interesting.
So they moved the ball to the 35. First down and 10. Twin receivers left and right. Herbert back in the shotgun. Gets the snap. He's back to pass. He looks, fires down the left seam. Caught by Gadsden. Inside the 10 to the 9. Lassiter made the tackle. 1st and goal coming up for L.A.
Wow, did Herbert put that on a rope just over the linebacker. To'o.
1st and goal from the 10. Herbert back in the shotgun. Gets the snap. Back to pass. Looking. Throws deep right corner of the end zone. Incomplete. Off the hands of Keenan Allen. Derek Stingley was in coverage. And that'll bring up 2nd down and goal with 3:51 to go.
Boy, that looked like a nice back shoulder throw to Keenan Allen, where you can have the greatest coverage in the world, but it doesn't matter. Just a little bit too far behind him. And Herbert knew it. Knew he just missed it.
Second down and goal from the 10. Boy, just that massive call on that illegal contact.
Wow.
That would have been 4th and forever. They would have been out of field goal range, too. Trips right, single man left. Herbert in the shotgun with Patterson to his left. Here's the snap. Herbert back against the 4-man rush. Rush coming. Herbert steps up, moving right. Pump fake, pulls it down, trying to get outside. Can't do it. He's sacked. Kayvon Wallace made the sack at the 13. Crowd going nuts. They felt like Herbert got hit late by Will Anderson. There's no flag. And now it'll be 3rd and goal. Sack number 6 in the ball game for the Texans.
Boy, again, a great open field tackle.
Oh, they just called defensive holding. I did not see a flag. Apparently there was a flag in the secondary.
I didn't either. Holy smokes, Houston just giving the Chargers every opportunity.
It might have been against Alshire. Looked like he got a hold of Gadsden in the end zone. And so wipe away another sack. 1st and goal from the 5. Herbert in the gun, trips right, single man left. Herbert gets the snap. Back to pass. Herbert bouncing in the pocket, looking, fires back at the end zone. Incomplete. He had a man. Ladd McConkey in the back of the end zone underneath the far upright. And the throw was just a little bit out of his reach. It'll bring up 2nd and goal.
Boy, he absolutely had him. There had to be something. Did he think McConkey was going to go another way? He was just standing in the back of the end zone.
Oh, he was wide
He
open.
was drifting over to the middle. I think Justin wanted him to just stop.
So a 2nd down and goal for the 5. By the way, confirmation the holding penalty was on Alshire. Herbert in the shotgun, 2 receivers left, single man right. Herbert gets the snap. He'll hand it off. Hampton up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown Chargers. Omarion Hampton with a 5-yard touchdown run. And with 3:37 to go, it's now the Texans 20, the Chargers 16. The extra point try coming up. Omarion Hampton driving in for his 4th touchdown run of the year.
All passes until that play softened up the interior of the Houston defensive line.
So now a massive PAT from Cameron Dicker. He has not missed a point after this year. Snap, spot, kick from Dicker is on the way. He missed it. It went wide left. There is a penalty flag down.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be offsides?
Let's wait and see.
No, the Chargers are walking off the field.
Offside. Offense, number 66. That penalty's declined. The point is no good.
Wow. I don't want to say you announcer jinx him or anything, but, you know.
I mean, you feel pretty confident with a guy like Cameron Dicker.
You really do.
But that's 2, Mike. I mean, he missed a 32-yard field goal, and now he misses an extra point.
That is amazing. Again, he's the most accurate kicker in NFL history. Wow. Well, now they need to put another one in the end zone.
Stay tuned for part 2 of our special Saturday NFL doubleheader on Westwood One. The Ravens and the Packers. John Sadak, Derek Rackley have all the action live from Green Bay at 7:45 p.m. Eastern. Right here on most of these same Westwood One stations via the NFL and Westwood One Sports apps on Alexa-enabled devices or online at our website, westwoodonesports.com. Cameron Dicker, not only was he perfect this year, in his career, coming into today, he was 125 for 128 on PATs, and he misses a critical one there to keep it a 4-point game, 20-16.
Wow.
Dicker kicks it away. This one will be taken to the 40-yard line by Knoll across the 10 to the 15, heads right up to the 20-25, and he's out to about the 26-yard line. Well, who had Cameron Dicker missing a 32-yard field goal and a PAT? Wow.
That's 4 points. That's tie ball game.
It's good math by you.
Well, you know.
Well, now the Texans, Chargers still have a chance. There's still 3:32 to go. They still have 3 timeouts. So there's plenty of time for them to get the ball back and score a touchdown.
Yeah, but they have to do it. You're right. They have to score a touchdown, though.
Texans from their own 26, 1st and 10. Single receiver Nico Collins out to the left. Tight ends on either end of the line. Woody Marks is the running back. Stroud under center, gets the snap. Handoff, Marks dancing out to the left. Not much there. Got back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. Well, Justin Eboigbe with the tackle, 2nd and 10.
Timeout. Chargers, if nothing else, the Texans will make the Chargers burn every one of their timeouts. But if they stop them on 3 and out, they're still going to have plenty of time.
Now the Texans, they've gone into this mode now of running the ball, one wide receiver, a couple of tight ends, extra offensive linemen. But there's too much time to just run the ball into the middle of the line.
Yeah, you're right. Chargers will use all their timeouts. They'll still have over 2 minutes and the 2-minute warning.
2nd down 10 from the 26. Stroud under center. Collins will go wide left. Dalton Schultz, the tight end, off to the right side. Cade Stover also in the game on the right end of the line. Here's the snap. Stroud back on a play fake. Looking, throws over the middle. Caught by Collins at the 40. Breaks a tackle across the 45. And he's out to the 46. So they went play action there. And Stroud fires a strike to Nico Collins for a gain of 19.
You know, a lot of trust on this Houston team is on the defense. But that's the offense. That's D'Amico Ryans telling his OC, go for the win. We're going for the win. Moving the chains, make them burn the timeouts, keep possession of the ball. Excellent play call, excellent execution.
Clock moving, 2:57 to go. Texans back in the huddle. They'll make their way to the line of scrimmage with the play clock at 13. Stroud under center, Collins single receiver to the right, tight ends on either end of the line. Stroud waiting. Takes the snap, turns, hands it off. This is Marks off the left side. Nowhere to go. He got hit behind the line and dropped. Back at the 43, that'll be a loss of 2. Jamari Caldwell, 3rd rounder out of Oregon with the stop. And the Chargers will take their 2nd timeout with 2:37 left.
You think about the Chargers, as you mentioned, Cameron Dicker missed extra point, missed field goal, that's 4 points. And the Oronde Gadsden tipped ball at the 1-yard line or the 2-yard line. They were right there for a touchdown. They've cost themselves some points.
Yeah, both teams can look at opportunities today that they have missed, but you're right, the Chargers probably more so than the Texans. Now the Chargers have 1 timeout remaining. 2:37 to go. 2nd down 12. Texans have the ball at their own 43. Marks remains the running back. Single receiver is Jaden Higgins, tight to the line on the left, 2 tight ends to the right. Extra offensive lineman in the game. Here's the snap. Handoff, Marks running right. Straight ahead across the 45 out to the 46. The Chargers will take their final timeout. Gain of 3. And now it'll be 3rd and 9 with 2:32 to go. Dayon Henley made the tackle. And this is a massive 3rd down coming up.
Monster 3rd down. And I mentioned the Chargers' chances. And remember, they had 2 interceptions as well and had good field position and only got 3 points out of it. So they certainly had their chances in this game.
Remember, a Texans win means they clinch a playoff berth. They would still have hopes of being a division champion. Chargers win sets up a game against Denver for the AFC West title next week. 3rd down and 9. 2:32 to go. Chargers out of timeouts.
So will they go with a safe pass here to keep the clock running or just try and go downfield for the 1st down?
Slot left, single man right. Stroud of the gun. He's got Schultz to his left and Marks to his right. Stroud waits, gets the snap. He's back to pass. He's looking. Rush coming. He is sacked. There's a penalty flag in the secondary. The Chargers got the sack, but there was a flag in the secondary, and it is against L.A.
Wow. Chargers stopped them.
Contact. Defense, number 29.
Wow.
5-yard penalty, automatic, 1st down.
That's Tariq Still, who's had a pretty good game up to this point. We'll get a look at the replay. We saw the Texans shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah, he kind of just reached out and grabbed Xavier Hutchinson.
Just kind of grabbed a hold of him. There's really no need to grab. He was right on him. There was really no need to grab him.
Wow.
Now, again, he did grab him.
So now the Texans get a 1st down. The ball is in Charger territory at the 49. The Chargers cannot stop the clock. They will get a free stoppage at the 2-minute warning after what you would have to think would be a straight-ahead run here from Houston. Stroud under center, takes the snap. He'll hand it off. This is Marks, right side, got a lane along the hash marks, lowers a shoulder, and he bangs his way down to the 41-yard line. 8-yard pickup for Woody Marks. Elijah Molden the tackle. It'll set up 2nd down and 2, and the Texans now will let this tick down to the 2-minute warning.
Wow. This went from the Chargers getting the ball back with over 2 minutes to go to now the Texans a couple of yards away from running the clock out.
We have reached the 2-minute warning in L.A. with the score. The Texans 20, the Chargers 16. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
The Lowe's Closeout Event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Stand out in 2026 and move your career forward with a skills-based education from University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers affordable, online courses with more than 135 degrees and certificates to equip you with the skills today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technology like AI and data science, and gain enduring skills such as leadership, communication, and critical thinking. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes designed for working adults like you. Get a head start on your goals in the new year. Now is the perfect time to take the next step in your life and education at University of Maryland Global Campus. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start January 7th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Don't take those decorations down. The celebration continues with an NFL Peacock holiday exclusive. The Ravens and the Packers coming up tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we'll have that for you as well right here on Westwood One. 2 minutes to go in L.A. Texans 20, Chargers 16. Chargers out of timeouts. Texans have a 2nd and 2 at the Charger 41. A first down will give the Texans the game and send them to the playoffs. Stroud under center. Marks is the single back. 2 tight ends to the right side of the formation. Extra offensive lineman in. Stroud gets the snap. He'll hand it off. Marks straight ahead, and Woody Marks is going to be close.
Got it.
Let's see about the spot. They're coming in from the side. No signal yet. And that will be a first down. A 2-yard gain for Woody Marks. And now the Texans can kneel it out and run their winning streak to 8.
Wow. Early lead in this one and then hanging on.
Now Woody Marks just straight ahead along that right hash. And no doubt he got the first down. That was an excellent spot by the officials. So now the Texans can go into victory formation. They'll snap it a couple of times. There's the first one as Stroud drops down to his right knee. And one more snap will put this in the books. The Chargers will see their 4-game winning streak come to an end, while the Texans are on the verge of win number 8 in a row.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Chargers are going to be sick. All the opportunities that they had coming back in this one, the missed opportunities.
Well, they got themselves into that early hole.
Yep, they did.
They just weren't able to come back. So the Texans now just waiting for the game clock to get under 40 seconds. They will come to the line of scrimmage. C.J. Stroud puts his hands under center. He takes the snap. He drops to a knee, and that's it. the Houston Texans are in the playoffs. Houston comes to L.A. They beat the Chargers by a score of 20-16, an 8th consecutive win for the Texans. Their playoff spot is secure. And meanwhile, in Denver, the Broncos will celebrate by virtue of the Texans' win. The Broncos are AFC West champs.
Congrats to Houston, playoff berth for the 3rd straight season. That's a franchise record. DeMeco Ryans is really putting his stamp on the head coach of this team.
Don't forget, this is a Texans team that started the season 0-3. They have gone 11-2 since. They are the 7th team ever to make the playoffs after an 0-3 start. The last team to do it was also a Texans team back in 2018. But they have just completely turned things around and get a gutty road win here today, led by their defense. Time now to select our defensive player of the game, sponsored by Allstate. You've never been in better hands. Visit allstate.com or call an agent for a quote today. Mike, you got a lot of good candidates.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Henry To'o. He had 12 tackles in this game, led in tackles, and his one-on-one coverage on the short passes where normally you get a lot of yards after the catch, he was making great open field tackles. And you even brought up the point. This is a defense that wraps up. They don't just shoulder tackle, and he was wrapping up, doing a great job of stopping big-time yards after a catch.
Well, I mean, there's definitely stars on this defense, guys like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Derek Stingley, but this is, we talked about it during the game, it is such a complete defensive unit. Let's go down to the field where Henry To'o joins us now. Henry, Ryan Radke, and Mike Golick upstairs. Congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it.
Tell us what it's like playing with this defense. We were just talking about it. I mean, you obviously have some stars, some standout guys, but every single guy out there seems to fit a role for what you guys are trying to do.
Yeah, man, I think that's just our key thing is like just do your job and execute, and when it's time to make a play, make a play. And then that's just who we are, and like obviously the aggressiveness and the swarm and all that mentality is who we are, but definitely just doing your job and making the plays when they come your way.
You know, and the tackling nowadays is talked about in the NFL, a lot of shoulder tackling. We were talking to the broadcast, you guys don't. You wrap up. Is that a conscious effort in practice?
Gotta wrap and squeeze, man. I think that's the biggest thing is these players are all great players in this league, and to be able to get somebody down, you got to wrap and squeeze and take them all the way down. So ain't no shoulder hits around here. We got to wrap and squeeze.
Yeah, you wrap and squeeze. You guys do it incredibly well. What's the ceiling for this defense?
Oh, man, I don't know the ceiling, man. This defense can go anywhere we want it to go, but it all starts at practice. It starts with the mentality that we have to be able to do the right thing at the right time, all the time. So, man, I don't know. There's a ceiling for it, but I don't know where it's at.
Henry, first of all, as a fellow Spartan, you could tell Mike that's how they teach things at De La Salle, how you tackle like that. That's what you could tell them about that.
You know, hey, Spartans for life, baby.
Hey, congratulations.
They want to know about Aziz. I'll show you.
No, they ain't asking about me. It's a dog right here, man. Come on, man. Get back home. Get back on the West Coast. He balling right now.
My dog.
Come on, man.
My boy Aziz, man.
Hey, Henry, congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it, guys.
Congratulations on the playoff berth. Thanks very much.
Appreciate it.
Henry To'o, linebacker for the Texans. His buddy Aziz Al-Shire chipping in. I mean, again, To'o did the job today. Al-Shire did the job today. Lassiter was great in coverage. We never talk about Derek Stingley because nobody throws at him. And then you got the guys on the inside that set things up for Anderson and Hunter outside.
This is the most complete defense in the league, without question. From pass rushers to tackling linebackers to coverage defensive backs. I mean, they don't make a lot of mistakes, and the offense can and obviously it's been an inconsistent offense through the year. But as I said during the broadcast, the defense is such a security blanket that the offense can go off and know that the defense is going to pull them out of the fire yet again. Now, when you get to the playoffs, if you have one off game, next thing you know, you're going home. The offense obviously would like to be more consistent, but boy, oh boy. And coming from a player who was on a great defense in Philadelphia, I wasn't one of the great players, but it was a great defense. To watch a defense just dominate like that is really something.
So I think that'll be the question, right? I mean, they're in the playoffs now.
Yes.
We know that. They still have a chance to win the division and set themselves up for a home game. The defense is great. Is the offense good enough to get them to where they want to go?
Well, I think because you look at the AFC, Ryan, there's really no wow offense, right? I mean, even the Denver offense, the Denver team is led by defense. You're talking about the Patriots. Their offense is not a big play explosive offense. There really isn't an explosive offense in the AFC. So defense, I think, is going to be the winner.
All right, meanwhile, let's flip it around and talk about the Chargers. They had a chance with a win today to set up a game against Denver next week for the AFC West. That's done now. The Broncos have wrapped up the division. So we'll see what happens with that game, how the Chargers want to play it next week. They face some of the same issues the Texans do, in that they have a defense that is really good, but their offense just seems to be up and down. How do you see the Chargers with the postseason ahead?
Kind of relies on Justin Herbert, much like Buffalo relies on Josh Allen, right? You saw when Justin Herbert started to play well, that's when the Chargers were coming back. And really, albeit for the Chargers, giving up 2 big plays on defense, 2 blown coverages that really put them behind the 8 ball. I kind of see the Chargers the same way. Really good defense and an offense that can be hit or miss, because they certainly have some talented wide receivers, but we didn't see a lot of that today.
Yeah, and I think we would both agree that if this Houston team can jump on you early, it really makes it tough, because then you have to chase against those guys coming off the edge.
Well, and those guys, they're just low stance, butts in the air, and just taking off. Right? Again, they came into today with 78 tackles for losses. They play on the other side of the line. They harass the quarterback. They don't give you a lot of lanes to run for the most part. And the secondary is excellent. And they know they can play up because the ball's got to come out, and they're a great tackling team.
Something else to watch for both these teams, offensive line. Can they get healthy going into the postseason?
Well, I mean, I at this point, I think they're going to be what they're going to be, and they just have to live with it.
Well, we'll see. It was an excellent win for the Houston Texans here today, and they have secured their playoff berth. A road win here in L.A., an 8th straight victory for the Houston Texans as they come on the road and knock off the L.A. Chargers by 4. The final score from here at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, the Texans 20 and the Chargers 16. You've been listening to the NFL on Westwood One. Today's broadcast has been sponsored by Allstate, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Indeed, by Granger, by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and by the official NFL app. We'd like to thank our crew for today, our studio coordinator, Curtis Poindexter, studio producer, Jordan Markovich, production assistance provided by Mark Grunland, our statistician, Eric Miller, our spotter, Sean Brenner, engineer, Rick Cutler, coordinating producers, Brian Finkelstein and Aaron Cummins. The executive producer is Mike Eby, and the senior vice president of sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Stay tuned for Game 2 of our special Saturday NFL doubleheader here on Westwood One. Coming up next, it's the Baltimore Ravens and the Green Bay Packers. John Sadak, Derek Rackley are standing by at Lambeau Field to bring you all the action. Then tomorrow on Sunday Night Football, it's the 11-4 Chicago Bears against the 11-4 San Francisco 49ers. Mike Golick and I are back with a call of that one, and Scott Graham is back with NFL Sunday beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. And then finally on Monday night, Week 17 wraps up. The Atlanta Falcons host the Los Angeles Rams. Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner have all the action. Pre-game coverage with the Golicks kicks off at 7 p.m. Eastern. You can catch all those games right here on many of these same stations on the NFL and Westwood One Sports apps, or stream live for free on our website at westwoodonesports.com. Once again, the final score from here at SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. The Houston Texans pick up an 8th consecutive victory as they beat the Los Angeles Chargers by a score of 20-16. Houston goes to 11-5 on the year, while the Chargers fall to that same 11-5 mark. Now for Mike Golick and Scott Graham, I'm Ryan Radke saying thanks very much for joining us. You've been listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Highlights as we came on the air. For both of these teams, large leads lost in fatal fourth quarters their last time out.
Yeah, both these teams had prime opportunities last week to make a statement as they get closer to locking up potential playoff bids, and they let it squander away. And then I was on the call for the Ravens game on Sunday night with the Patriots, and that was one of those where not only did Drake May go out there and win that football game, but I think the defense from Baltimore would look back at that tape and say, we needed to make a couple plays in the fourth quarter. We likely could have won that game. And then Green Bay, Chicago was just an epic game. Both teams lost their quarterback. We'll talk about that in a moment. I thought Malik Willis came in, did a really good job, missed a couple of plays, but once again, an opportunity on the road to win, and they let it slip through their fingers, John.
It was 16-6 Packers with 2 minutes to go, and they lose in overtime. But yes, it is the battle of the backups. So we've had the Icy Hot Bowl in the NFL this year, and this game today has two teams, one in, one could get in by winning out and getting help from the Steelers against Cleveland tomorrow and taking care of business next week in Baltimore. Both teams will be without their primary signal callers tonight.
Yeah, let's start with the Packers. Jordan Love, of course, ends up going down with a head injury last week, and he was limited in practice this week, but ultimately was downgraded to out. So we will see Malik Willis starting this game, which it's a little bit different when you're a backup quarterback and you have the entire week to prepare knowing that you're going to get all of the reps in practice, right? They can formulate the game plan around your strengths and maybe minimize it to your weaknesses. We know that Malik Willis is a little bit more of a mobile quarterback, so I would like to think that we're going to see more RPO, zone read type stuff. However, Baltimore also knows that's probably what's coming, so they had a full week to prepare for that as well. And for Lamar Jackson in the game last week, took a blow to his back, thought that there was a chance that he'd be able to get back and get out on the field, but with everything to play for, they're going to have to do it with Tyler Huntley. He's got a lot of experience leading this offense as a member of this organization, but they're going to need everybody around him to help contribute to walk away with a win here.
This is a Packers team that has done incredibly well at home through the years under Matt LaFleur. They're 43-14, second best home win percentage in his run as their head coach, while the Ravens have won 15 of 16 on the road against NFC competition.
Yeah, this is going to be a big-time challenge for them. Here's one thing I know for Baltimore, though, is number one, they need their defense to respond, but number two, they've got a horse in the backfield in Derrick Henry, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. Probably didn't get as much action late in that game last week, but I would guess that we're going to see a lot of Derrick Henry today, and they need to make sure they block up the line of scrimmage, because once he gets past that first wave, John, he is just an absolute beast to get down on the ground.
Yeah, both Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs among the major free agent ads at running back in advance of 24. Both have been excellent getting touchdowns in their new jerseys. We have much more to come from Lambeau Field as we approach kickoff between the Packers and the Baltimore Ravens. But when we return, Scott Graham joins us from the Progressive Insurance Studios. Cars, homes, boats, motorcycles, RVs, and more at Progressive.com. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios as we get you ready for Game 2 of our Saturday doubleheader. The Baltimore Ravens and Green Bay Packers tonight at Lambeau Field. For Green Bay, it's a different situation than one that they had hoped for. They are already, of course, in the playoffs, but playing without Jordan Love, still in the concussion protocol. Now, Malik Willis is 2-0 as a starter, winning both games last year, and the team runs for 100 yards more per game when he is the starter. But his head coach Matt LaFleur says that Malik is also working on other aspects.
The consistency, understanding where his eyes need to be in relation to what his feet are telling him. I think he's put a ton of work in, just trying to stay a little bit more balanced when he's in the pocket, especially one thing that you see is pretty common amongst many right-handed quarterbacks is they'll tend to, when they're throwing left, tend to get a little bit off balance, and that can have some accuracy issues along with that. And I think he's done a really good job in that regard of just staying in better body position, which leads to better balance, which leads to better accuracy.
Willis did play clean football coming on for Jordan Love when he exited the game last week. 9 for 11 for 121 yards, a touchdown, didn't turn it over. The other side, Baltimore, as the guys told you at the top, blew a 24-13 lead with under 10 minutes left last week. That loss to the Patriots put their backs up against the wall. I ended up talking with Kyle Van Noy this week about Baltimore's situation right now and said, if you've got this situation in week 1 or week 2, you've got time to come up with adjustments. How do you do that in week 17?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think you really have to lean on the fundamentals of what you've done in the springtime during training camp. Fall back on those because those are your bread and butter. Those are what have gotten you to the point where you've been very successful in years past, and even when we were winning, successful this year. So we just got to hone in on those and really lean on those as best as possible and let the cards and chips fall where they fall. I mean, really just leave it all on the line, like backs are against the wall, throw the kitchen sink, who cares? Like, don't wait on anything. It is what it is. There's no tomorrow.
Now, even in a year of trials and tribulations, there are moments that you take away and you're going to remember and people are going to remember. I've got some audio here for you that I want you to be able to hear and that I want to find out what the thinking was behind it. But first, let's listen real quick.
Burrow takes the snap. Drop the throw. Blitz pressure coming. It's intercepted at the 5. Kyle Van Noy hands it off to Gilman along the near sideline. Alohi Gilman to midfield. He's gone. 40, 30, 20, 10. Touchdown Ravens. Alohi Gilman. And with 7:38 left to play in Cincinnati, the hay's in the barn.
Yeah, the hay's in the barn, and the hay was in the barn. Thank you very much, Jerry Sandusky. Because I'm going to guess because a 34-year-old guy decided that it was better to get it to somebody else?
That's funny. There's a lot that goes into that. First, I hope that makes play of the year. I do. I think it's a cool play. It doesn't happen all the time, and to have it go 95 yards is pretty cool. Second, like I said, battling injuries, battling end of the season, wasn't feeling as spry as I normally feel. And, I took off really well and something was barking on my body and I was like, nope. And then, I knew I got past a lineman to my left really easy. So I knew I could see no one was coming in front of me that was dangerous. So I felt someone behind me, and sure enough, it was my own teammate. And so I was like, you know what? There's blocking ahead. He's going to be faster than me at this point. Let me give the ball to him and see if he can take it all the way with how my body was feeling. And sure enough, I think I made the right decision. And I think it's cool because that shows a lot of experience to make a play like that. Confidence in my teammates, confidence that I know when my journey's over and to let someone else take the reins. And, I think that just shows how much I care about winning too. I'm not just about myself. I could easily kneeled or easily ran out of bounds, but, I wanted to make the best play and the best decision for the team. And that was to not pitch the ball. It was to hand it off to my teammate Alohi and take it all the way. So I think that exemplifies the kind of player and teammate that I am, that I'm all about winning.
Last thing, you just used the phrase, I know when my journey's over. And, you've been in this league a long time. Honestly, looking back at your career before we started this, I almost forgot about Detroit. But, 3 Super Bowls, you won 2 of them, and you have been at the competitive level you have. Do you think about what the off-ramp might look like for you? Is it coming, or do we still have a little room left here?
I feel like I have a lot of juice left, especially over the last couple of weeks. I feel like I've been playing at a high level. I know my sack numbers aren't where they need to be or are sexy at all, but I feel like when you watch the tape and you still see that I'm getting pressure on the QB, like last week I had a great pressure, missed Drake May, but ended up having him feel that pressure and forced it, and Marlon had a pick. So things like that don't show up on stat sheet has happened over the course of the season. I wish they have happened more, but it is what it is. I'm just trying to make the most of my opportunities when I can. I try to not think of the end because I felt like I did at one point and that wasn't good, which was after the Chargers where I felt like I played at a high enough clip to get teams to want to pick me up and want me on their team, and not one team called. And I was like, man, like, you still know you're playing at a high level, and then you come to the Ravens because they had injuries, not necessarily had faith in you at the beginning, but did when they needed you most. And then to come out and have 9 sacks in 23 and go to the AFC Championship, and then to come back the year after and have 12.5 sacks and play at a Pro Bowl level was it's just my mindset. I feel like I'm built different. I feel like I have a great team in place to help me stay competitive with my body, mentally, spiritually, and just try to always make the most of my opportunities, because I know what it's like to feel like you're not going to have another chance, and I never wanted that feeling again. And so I don't think about the ending quite yet. Yeah, I feel like I have a lot of juice left. It's just, we'll see. I don't think a lot of people are banging on the door to get a 35-year-old in their building, but you never know. We'll see.
Kyle, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it. Happy holidays. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Happy holidays to you, too. Take care, buddy.
Kyle Van Noy trying to get a victory. Apollo Creed once said it to Rocky, there is no tomorrow for the Baltimore Ravens. They've got to win this game, and they need help to have a chance in Week 18. Just ahead, we'll get you one step closer to kickoff time. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Your soul may feel broken today.
Joel Osteen.
But your soul can be restored. When you get honest with yourself, you release what you need to release, guilt, worry, anger, jealousy, then healing will come. Joy will come. Peace will come.
Salvation.
God is doing a new thing. Forces that have held you back are being broken off of your emotions, your attitudes, your thoughts. You are not going to live wounded. He's restoring your soul.
Be inspired.
Your latter days are going to be better than your former days. You're about to step into a new level of joy, peace, fulfillment, abundance, victory. No, the best part of your life is still in front of you.
Inspiration whenever you need it. 24/7. Joel Osteen Radio, SiriusXM 128. And on the SiriusXM app.
Your home for the biggest stories in the league is SiriusXM NFL Radio.
This is Solomon Wilcox from the opening drive. Week 17 is here, and some teams have already given their fans the gift of the postseason.
I think the media decided not to talk about San Francisco. It's kind of like the Rams. Oh, yeah, and Seattle could battle them. San Francisco has a lot of key wins.
Purdy, he runs left, and he's in for a 49ers touchdown.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Take live sports wherever you go with the SiriusXM app.
But there's more to be done and more victories to be won.
My victory is being able to be here for my children.
Naomi Mathis, thank you for your service. May your victories inspire many more. Support more victories for veterans. Go to BAV.org.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
Interact with our stable of former players, coaches, and executives all day long on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of the NFL from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive offers auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. We are getting you ready for the Ravens and the Packers at Lambeau Field, Game 2 of our Saturday doubleheader. Game 1 had the Houston Texans in L.A. against the Chargers, trying to wrap up a playoff spot. They scored a long touchdown, a 75-yarder to Jaden Higgins on the third play of the game. The next time they had the ball, C.J. Stroud was going up top again.
Stroud gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Sets his feet. Looking, going deep down the field. Got a man open. That's caught by Knoll into the end zone. Touchdown Texans. Another deep ball. Another wide open receiver. Jalen Knoll hauls it in. A 43-yard touchdown. And the Texans have a 13-0 lead.
Ryan Racky right here on Westwood One. They would lead at 14-3 at halftime after Cameron Dicker missed a 32-yard field goal. This game came down to what happened late as down 20-10, the Chargers inside 4 minutes to go went 7 plays, 75 yards of Marion Hampton getting in from 5 yards out at the 3:37 mark. That meant an extra point would bring them to within a field goal.
So now a massive PAT from Cameron Dicker. He has not missed a point after this year. Snap, spot, kick from Dicker is on the way. He missed it. It went wide left.
Wide left, no good. They kicked deep. The Houston Texans got 1 first down, and then as they were sacked on a 3rd down and 9, a defensive penalty basically ended the game. Houston wins it by a final of 20-16. With that, the Texans punched their ticket to the playoffs, and with that, the Denver Broncos become champions of the AFC West. Coming up next, we're going to look back to the last time these teams met when a backup quarterback for the Ravens was forced into facing off with Aaron Rodgers. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Welcome back to the NFL on Westwood One. It's time for another memorable moment in football history. Sponsored by Advantage Gold.
Green Bay's lead is 31-30. Can the Packers get one stop here on a 2-point conversion? Motion from a tight end to the wing of the left side. Huntley in the shotgun. Latavius Murray to his right. Snap to Huntley. Rolls right. Throws right side of the end zone. And it's incomplete. Incomplete. Right corner of the end zone in front of the pylon. And incomplete. The Packers are going to hang on and win this game.
Radio Network 4 years ago. The last time the Ravens and Packers met, it was in Baltimore and supposed to be the first matchup between Aaron Rodgers and Lamar Jackson. But Lamar was sidelined with an ankle injury, so Baltimore turned to Tyler Huntley at quarterback. Rodgers threw for 3 scores, tying Brett Favre's Packers record for most career touchdown passes and giving Green Bay a 14-point lead in the fourth quarter. Then Huntley engineered 2 touchdown drives, capping the second with an 8-yard run to bring the Ravens within an extra point of tying the game. But with 42 seconds left, John Harbaugh decided to go for the 2-point conversion and the win instead. The Packers stood tall and recovered the ensuing onside kick to salt away a 31-30 victory and clinch their 3rd straight NFC North title. That's tonight's memorable moment in football history, sponsored by Advantage Gold. Defense wins football games and protects retirement too. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 now. Leave your email and get your free gold information kit. Well, you've already seen a team wrap up a playoff berth here today. The Houston Texans did it. The Denver Broncos, sitting at home, won a division title. Green Bay's already in. Can Baltimore stay alive with a victory on the road tonight? Let's find out as we head back out to Lambeau Field and rejoin John Sadak and Derek Rackley. Guys?
Oh, thank you, Scott. The smoke still billows and the fireworks that flared, an enormous American flag getting rolled up that stretched from 30 to 30. It is a packed house here at Lambeau. It's time now for today's winning playbook, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. All right, Rack, let's get it going with the visiting Baltimore Ravens.
All right, John, let's start with a steady dose of Derrick Henry. Nearly 130 yards on the ground and 2 touchdowns last week against the Patriots, and you knew there was going to be a but. After the second touchdown in the fourth quarter, nowhere to be found the rest of the game. John Harbaugh was grilled about it this week. Offensive coordinator Todd Monken was asked about it as well. And with Tyler Huntley going today in place of Lamar Jackson, lean on Derrick Henry in this run game. And then the defense, they need a bounce-back game. Think about a couple of weeks ago on the road, Ravens shut out the Bengals. And then last week, they end up giving up a career-high 380 yards through the air to Drake May, including an 11-point lead in the fourth quarter. It's largely been a down year for the Ravens defense, but if there's any chance they claw their way into the postseason, they're going to need a major bounce back by their defense tonight.
Yeah, that would be a turnaround. They've been great against bad teams. They've not been so good against good teams. What say you about the host Packers?
I say their red zone offense has to show up tonight. Major reason the Packers lost last week in Chicago. They went 0 for 5 in the red zone. They left way too many points on the field. Josh Jacobs with a costly fumble in the third quarter. They get just 1 or 2 of those touchdowns. I think they walk away with a comfortable win. And then the run defense needs to play with an attitude. Faced the number 2 rushing offense in Chicago last week, gave up 150 yards on the ground. Well, doesn't get much easier this week, welcoming the Ravens and the 3rd best rushing offense in the league. Derrick Henry, I just talked about him and being a big part of the Ravens' plan tonight. He is a huge challenge in more ways than one, John. But this has to be a game where it's like 100 yards or less on the rushing for this Packers defense.
And we'll see what transpires here in this game. Certainly the loss of Micah Parsons, significant. You could argue, outside of the 2 sideline quarterbacks, he might be the biggest single absence on the field tonight.
I mean, the guy is an absolute difference maker. I feel like he's the type of player that just changes game plans. He changes the way play callers call the game, about protections, about keeping tight ends in, running backs in, who gets singled, who gets doubled. He is that big of a difference maker.
Well, Baltimore won the opening coin toss, chose to receive. So the Ravens want the ball with their backup QB. The Packers will have it to begin the second. Brandon McManus ready to launch the teed-up football to our 35 on the right. Ready to kick right to left. Packers clad in green tops and socks, the gold helmet and pants. Ravens in the white tops, purple pants, purple lettering and numerals with a black helmet. Rasheen Ali, LeJante Wester, the return men for the Ravens, to the teed-up ball. It spills end over end at the 2-yard line. Brought in cleanly by Wester. Sprints up to the 15, weaves at the 20, and gets yanked on the ankle and dragged down at around the 23-yard line. A 23-yard return there as Zane Anderson makes the special team stick. And here comes the offense for the Baltimore Ravens as Tyler Huntley is at QB1. He was the starter for Baltimore 10 times in his career entering today. 4-6 as a starter. He is 1-0 this year.
Yeah, and if you hear us call him Snoop at some point tonight, that's his nickname. That's pretty much what everybody around the Ravens program organization calls him, Snoop Huntley. But he has got a huge challenge tonight, taking over for Lamar Jackson.
Henry, the deep man, Pro Bowler Patrick Ricard, the lead fullback. Play fake. They go to pass on first down. Floated left side, caught by the leaping tight end Mark Andrews just south of the sticks. He gets 9.5. It'll be 2nd down and a half yard. Isaiah McDuffie at coverage had the tackle.
Well, John, we talked a lot about Derrick Henry and him kind of disappearing in the fourth quarter last week, but Mark Andrews is a guy I feel like that needs to get more action than what he did a week ago. Just 2 catches, 21 yards against the Patriots, and he has been such a consistent force for them in the passing game. They got to find a way to get him more touches.
Hasn't had a touchdown since week 10 on 2nd and 1. Henry, giant chasm, bursts through at the 40, and then bulldozes contact and trucks a couple of Packers at the 45. That's a hard 11. He gets the first down and then some. Xavier McKinney on the wrong side of that contact.
Well, there's so many things with Derrick Henry, but if you don't get any penetration or win at the line of scrimmage, and he hits that spot, hit that line of scrimmage without any contact, that's when he becomes so dangerous. And you're putting those defensive backs, John, into a business decision. These guys got to come downhill against one of the most physically imposing backs in the league.
Bunch trips left, single back right out of the gun left hash, driving left to right. Ravens opening possession of the game, scoreless, a little more than a minute gone. High snap, and the handoff to Henry, who submarines low and wheels his way to the 50. Able to get about 4. Colby Wooden dragged him down there, 2nd down and 6.
Yeah, just getting him going and challenging this offensive line to say, hey, you know, we've got our backup quarterback. Nonetheless, a guy that we've got a lot of confidence in, but we've got our backup in there. we're going to put a lot of pressure on you guys, the offensive line. Win at the line of scrimmage. Cover up those other jerseys, and when we go through the air, keep these guys off of the quarterback. And this Ravens team, they've got the playmakers to move the ball up and down the field.
Zay Flowers, the favored passing target. Bunch trips to the right from under center. Play fake, a trip in the backfield. Pressured on the run. Cuts back at midfield, has space, and a purposeful slide forward. Head-first lunge, has the first to the 44. Rashawn Gary and Quay Walker able to sandwich the contact. That's good for an improvised first down.
Well, we know that Lamar Jackson, when healthy, is one of the best, if not the best, in the National Football League as far as running the football. But both of these quarterbacks that we're going to have in this game tonight have got the ability to pick up first downs, especially when they get outside the perimeter. That time, Rashawn Gary had a chance, but he gets hemmed inside. Huntley gets outside to do the rest for a first down.
Motion from tight end Charlie Kohler to the wing left. Backs in a straight eye. Under center. Handoff Henry. Explores the left side. Great lead block from Ricard. Gets a Packer on his back and carries him an extra couple to the 34. That was Edrin Cooper who went for a jaunt. That's 9 yards. It'll be 2nd and 1.
Well, you mentioned Ricard. I also saw a really good block by Linderbaum, the center, who was named to his 3rd Pro Bowl this year, and he ends up getting a reach block on the defensive tackle just to hold him off, again, to keep somebody away from getting penetration in the backfield on Henry, and he gets upfield immediately.
4 runs, 32 yards, a grind for the Ravens. Under center, handoff Keaton Mitchell, his first touch off the right side, and he carries a Packer. Isaiah McDuffie on his right hip, drags him an extra 2 after contact to the 29, a gain of 5, another Ravens first down.
Well, even though Baltimore opened up with a play-action pass to start the game, we see what their game plan is. Let's run the football. Let's establish it early on in this game. Again, challenge this offensive line to move the line of scrimmage, and just like that, they're already inside the 30-yard line.
From the 29, Mitchell remains in. 3 first downs already. Under center, Huntley. Right between the hashes, hard cadence. Edge pressure shown far side. Another hard cadence. Play fake. He steps up. He's pressured. He floats it near right. It's caught by Mitchell. His back, who gets chipped out of bounds right around the line of scrimmage by Edrin Cooper. That'll be just about no gain. 11:05 clock rolls, opening quarter scoreless, first possession.
Yeah, pretty good protection there, but I think the coverage even better downfield from Green Bay. Nothing really for Tyler Huntley to get the ball out of his hands. He keeps his play alive just long enough to find Mitchell out in the right flat to kind of dump the ball off to avoid taking a sack, but he's only able to pick up about a yard.
2nd down and called at 9. Henry is back. They go shotgun, sidecar left, slot left, bunch to the near right. Receiver motion and Flowers. Handoff to Henry, right side. Big edge, and he's able to turn it up. Surges past the first flying would-be hitter, and Keyshawn Nixon. It's the second man who nicks him at the 20, Xavier McKinney. He's able to get 9 right near the sticks at the 20.
Yeah, first drive here, already seeing why Linderbaum is a Pro Bowl center. He snaps this shotgun snap and then pulls around the corner and gets another excellent lead block that allows Derrick Henry to get his pads turned upfield. And once again, you get Derrick Henry going up against defensive backs. That time Xavier McKinney, the one having to get down the 250-pound Derrick Henry.
3rd down, less than a yard. Huntley under center, backs in an eye. Does he keep? Hard cadence. He gives to Ricard, the fullback, and a flag is out. He's got the first. He earned the 18 at 2 yards, but the flag flew. Edrin Cooper had the denial. He got the first down, but who committed the penalty here? Our referee, Alan Eck.
Illegal formation, offense. The tight end was covered up in the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty, replay, third down.
This is a Ravens team ranked 4th least penalized in the NFL.
Yeah, they called the tight end was covered up. So they had Charlie Kohler lined up on the right side line of scrimmage, and then the wide receiver on his side was lined up on the line of scrimmage. The wide receiver's got to be a step back off if you're going to have a tight end at the end of the line of scrimmage.
First look for Rasheen Ali in the backfield at running back. 3rd down and 5+. Bunch trips left. Tight end right. Out of the gun right hash. The right foot stomped down. Huntley, a longer cadence. Edge pressure shown far side. Flowers adjusts. Outside left. Huntley fades back. He fires near right to his tight end. Andrews shoulder down and around the 20. This will depend upon the spot. Keyshawn Nixon knocked him down there. And it looks like, yes, they're going to give him the first down at the 19.5.
Well, and just enough by Mark Andrews, once he realizes where he's at on the field, reaches that football out, takes a hit initially, but then reaches the football out. And that reach, John, we just saw replay, was just what they needed to pick up the first down. So that's the veteran tight end knowing where he was at on the field.
Just nosed it. So this is the 10th play of a methodical drive. 9:07, clock rolls first quarter, scoreless. Huntley out of the gun, single back left at Henry. Flowers motion left to right, handoff Henry. No, a keeper. Huntley got me too. He's out to the left with a block from Andrews, and he slides down at the 13.5, able to pick up about 5. The Ravens are in the KFC red zone. The people demanded, KFC listened. Wings and wedges are back by obsessive demand at KFC. Kingsley and Bari had to stop there. So second down at 5. You touched on it early, Rack. The improvisation of Huntley has shined twice this possession.
Exactly. His ability to keep plays alive and use his legs to make positive plays.
Henry, the deep back, backs in a straight eye. Haven't heard from Henry in a bit. 8.5 clock rolls. Huntley under center. Handoff goes to Henry off the right side. Purposeful pause, then the burst. And he earns the 11. Able to pick up about 3. It'll be 3rd and 2. McDuffie, another stop.
Well, we talked about Patrick Ricard already. I mentioned Linderbaum, third Pro Bowl. How about Ricard? 6th Pro Bowl. Now, granted, a lot of teams not using fullbacks, but there's a reason why he's been in the NFL for as long as he has, because he has become the best. He has become proficient at what he does, and that's leading through these running backs, opening up holes. He did just that there for Derrick Henry.
Critical 3rd and 2. Offset eye left. Henry the deep man. Huntley under center. One true wide to the right. Double tight. Stack front from the Packers. Ricard motion to the right. Handoff goes to Henry. Jump cut. Makes the first man miss. Trucks a Packer and carries him 3 yards all the way down to the 3-yard line. That was Xavier McKinney who went for a ride. That's earn of 8. It'll be 1st and goal from the 3.
Yeah, who said that Bijan Robinson and Saquon Barkley are the only guys that can jump cut in the NFL? How about 250 pounds making Evan Williams, number 33, coming downhill, thinking he's got the tackle behind a line of scrimmage? Henry says, no, sir, not today. Another 3rd down conversion. But, John, that's set up by leaving yourself in 3rd and short situations where you can run the ball like that.
That's a great point. They've had 5 first downs, many rather attainable. Same formation from under center. Handoff Henry, same play. Bulldozing right side, the hard grind turn of the legs. And forward progress, he's on the doorstep, he's in. Touchdown. Derrick Henry would not yield, and he pushes the Packers over the plane. Baltimore strikes first on a long, hard drive to begin the game.
I mean, you can't set the tone any better than that for Baltimore. A team coming off of a loss last week when they felt like they had the game won. They come out, they take the ball, they drive the length of the field, and a lot of it is due to Derrick Henry just turning around, giving the ball to the big fella, and he ends up getting close to the goal line and just pushes his way into the end zone for an opening drive touchdown.
Henry, 7 carries, 48 yards, averaging 7 a pop. Point after from Tyler Loop to make it a clean 7. Spot, right-footed kick is in the air, left to right, and it is good. 6:55 to go in the opening quarter. Ravens have had the ball the whole time. It's 7-0 Baltimore at the Packers. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Metallica! Metallica!
Hey, Metallica family. This is James.
It's Lars. This is Kirk.
It's Robert. We got our own channel,
Maximum Metallica.
So along with your favorite Metallica songs and ours, we want to celebrate what we love with all of you.
Deeper Metallica cuts, the live performances, the bands that have inspired us over the years.
On Maximum Metallica.
Channel 42 and the SiriusXM app.
Relive the songs and stories that define 2025. Tap into the SiriusXM app for countdowns of the year's top tracks. From your favorite channels like Hits 1, The Highway, Octane, Hip Hop Nation, and more. Plus, the biggest moments in sports, comedy, and beyond.
Make it 5 in a row for Shohei Ohtani.
Just search 2025 in the SiriusXM app to start the look back.
It's a primetime showdown when Caleb Williams and the Bears.
Caleb gonna gun it into the end zone. DJ Moore, touchdown Bears.
Take on Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers.
Quick handoff, McCaffrey up the middle. He's in for a 49ers touchdown.
Tomorrow at 8:20 p.m. Eastern. Catch the national broadcast on NFL Radio Channel 88. The Bears call on Channel 81 or 226. The 49ers call on Channel 85 or 225. In the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Hi, it's me, Katie Nolan, host of Casuals with Katie Nolan. It's holiday season, which means it's the perfect time to curl up on the couch with a nice mug of hot chocolate and watch a bunch of elite athletes stir up juicy in-game drama for your viewing pleasure. Sports are the ultimate comfort watch to get you through the cold months. So whether you're a diehard sports fan or just an intrigued channel flipper, listen to Casuals to keep up to date with all the latest in-game and online drama. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Love you, mean it.
Back at Lambeau, 7-0. Ravens lead the Packers. We check the drive summary, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all of your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. 13 plays, 75 yards, 65 on the ground, 8 minutes, 5 seconds. Derrick Henry had nearly 50 of those yards on 7 carries. He now has 13 rushing TDs on the year. 5th season reaching that total. 3rd man in NFL history to do so. The Hall of Famer LaDainian Tomlinson, Seahawks great Sean Alexander, and Derrick Henry. So now the Ravens poised to kick. Tyler Luke to do the duties left to right. Whatever winds do arrive here, the more favorable condition is left to right, where that end of the stadium is closed off with a higher upper deck. Now the Packers ready to touch the ball for the first time with less than 7 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Now the teed up ball, end over end, and brought in at the 8, up to the 15, to the 20, to the 25, and surrounded, hounded, and dropped at about the 30. Nate Hobbs with the run back. So this is the first look now for Malik Willis at quarterback today. He did start a couple of games last year. The only games Love has missed since 2023. Ravens went 2-0 in those games, and the Packers went nuts on the ground against the Colts and the Titans in those matchups.
Yeah, this is we're having a whole week to prep with him. I think we're going to see some design quarterback runs to use his athleticism, his speed, use his legs in this game. However, I do know he's been battling an illness, much like a lot of the Packers have been all week.
Including 3 of the 5 offensive linemen. Zach Tom is sidelined right tackle. Willis fading left hash. Steps into a long arching throw. One-on-one deep left side. Tumbling grab. Made tight to the sideline. White. Romeo Dobbs over the top left sideline. He punctures Ravens territory. Nate Wiggins finally gets him down after he gets 40 yards on the Packers' first play to the Baltimore 29.
John, I went back and I watched the tape from last week, and that play, that throw looks eerily similar to the exact same hookup they had a week ago. Now, granted, that was for a touchdown, 33-yard touchdown to Dobbs, but it was same side of the field, putting it up over the top of the defense, and a beautifully thrown ball there from Malik Willis.
And a flag on the play.
12 men in the huddle on the offense. 5-yard penalty. First out.
So right after the big play, they had a dozen in the huddle. Yeah, the Packers about middle of the pack in flags in the NFL this year.
And sometimes, John, those flags are a product of the quarterback situation, because starting quarterbacks are just accustomed to staying out of the huddle and making sure that the personnel is all appropriate before he ends up stepping in. And after the great play that he gets to Dobbs, they start to go backwards.
On 1st and 15, ball near left. Gets little, only a couple of yards lost, and flags fly, multiple flags, one in the backfield and one on the left wing.
False start, 65 offense, 5-yard penalty. First out.
Goes on left guard Aaron Banks, who was one of 3 offensive linemen questionable this week with various issues, including illness for all 3.
Well, we're seeing after the great play to Dobbs, we're seeing some kind of mistakes here backing them up as 2 offensive linemen. Yes, Banks moved, also Anthony Belton moved, and the ball ends up getting snapped and ricochets off of them, so going the wrong direction.
They go empty. 4 true wide, a running back out there as well. Fading back, a deep throw middle, leaping grab, Christian Watson splits the defenders, launches end zone touchdown between the hashes for 39. Hit him in stride, uncovered. Malachi Starks was the closest defender, but that wasn't a thread of the needle. That was a wide open tunnel, and he just darted through.
Well, how about the Packers get the football in their opening drive? They get a Lambeau lead courtesy of Malik Willis and Christian Watson. Baltimore elects to go cover 2 here. Malik Willis sees it, gets the ball right down the middle. That's one of the biggest openings when you have cover 2 is the middle of the field. He finds Watson, puts the ball right up over the top of Kyle Hamilton. Touchdown, Packers.
Brandon McManus to tie it. Snap spot. The kick is good. Well, the Ravens did it with a methodical pound-on-the-ground drive. A couple of flicks for the Packers and pay dirt.
They said, nah, we're more of the explosive type of offense. We do this quicker here in Green Bay.
5:44 to go in the first. It's tied at 7. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
The holidays can feel overwhelming. Between your aunt's dating questions and your cousin's conspiracy theories, it's hard to find a moment of calm. Luckily, the KFC pot pie is only $4.99. That's a small price for the reward of holiday relaxation. Reclaim time to yourself and take a moment to relax with tender chicken, creamy sauce, and deliciously flaky breading. The KFC pot pie is your holiday escape, and it's only $4.99. Enjoy some finger-licking good time to yourself. You deserve it. Prices and participation may vary.
Back at Lambeau, tied at 7, Packers and Ravens. We check the drive summary, sponsored by Kohl's. From cozy layers and soft knits to denim and athleisure, find everything you need to stay on trend and on budget all winter at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Well, the Ravens took over 8 minutes, a lot of damage on the ground. The Packers, 2 plays, 69 yards and a brisk 111. But during that drive, Malik Willis threw for 79 yards. There were 2 pre-snap 5-yard penalties that injured an otherwise offensive barrage. The backups have stepped up early.
Well, and oddly enough, too, generally when you see a couple of those penalties and you get backed up, you're behind the chains, those are usually drive stoppers there. But first and 20, Malik Willis says, y'all go ahead and watch this right here. I'm going to go ahead and erase that 1st and 20. Not only are we going to get all of it back, we're just going to go ahead and score.
Before he entered last week's game, when Love suffered his concussion, he had 13 snaps on the season.
The season. That's it.
Now the kick from McManus, right to left. Ali and Wester, the return men. This one tumbling down near the 2. Brought in cleanly there by Wester up to the 15 to the 20. Shows some shake at the 25, and it's popped right in the chops at the 26-yard line. And that's where the Raven offense will take over. Nate Hobbs, who's a return man for the Packers, made the stop there on special teams coverage. So the 24-yard run back, now Tyler Huntley back out. Most of the damage was done by the D train of Derrick Henry, but Huntley himself ran twice for 12 yards in that first drive.
Yeah, and I think he'll continue to be a part of this rushing offense throughout the course of the game. By the way, John, remember my key to the game was rush defense for the Packers? I don't know, 65 yards on the first drive was not a great start.
Yeah, they yielded almost 6 per carry last week in Chicago, their first full game without Micah Parsons. Out of the gun, 2-step drop, quick hitter to the 30, and a spin and plunge forward by Isaiah Likely. Able to get to the 32-yard line, gain of about 6. I'll call it now 2nd down and 4.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier on the first drive, John, that Zay Flowers has kind of been the primary target no matter who the quarterback has been. But Baltimore's been known to have 2 really good receiving tight ends in this offense with Likely, who we just saw, and obviously Mark Andrews got a couple of doses of touches back on that first drive. Those guys are also extremely important to this offensive success.
Shotgun single back right. Flowers motion left to right, slot right. Play fake to Henry, quick hitter again to Likely. He's the favorite target now. The grab at the 41 and lurches forward to the 42. Javon Bullard spills him there. They get the first down, gain of 9.
Well, and having to throw this football under a little bit of pressure coming off the right-hand side of the formation. Looked like Isaiah McDuffie comes in, but Huntley realizing sometimes you got to be able to throw the ball under duress, and you're going to have to negotiate some unblocked players and know where your outlet is. That time Huntley knew exactly where Likely was to get the football out of his hands and avoid taking a sack.
Huntley 5 for 5, 31 yards already. Backs in an eye, set up an offset right from under center, hand off Henry. A hole that collapses quickly on the right side. He still wiggles through to the 45-plus, able to get a little more than 3. A pile there that was led by Rashawn Gary, who is now the top pressure man for the Packers with Parsons out for the year.
Yeah, I mean, Rashawn Gary's having a really good season, but when you have Micah Parsons and his 12.5 sacks since he came over to the organization, I mean, he's the one that steals the spotlight when it comes to pass rush, but Rashawn Gary, 7.5, can definitely hold his own on the pass rush, and they'll need him to be a factor in this game.
Tied at 7, Packers and Ravens. Second possession for Baltimore, going left to right. 3:50 clock rolls first quarter. Out of the gun, right hash. Derrick Henry sidecar right, Flowers motion right to left. Packers showing zone. Huntley fades back, 3-step drop, throw left for Flowers. A tackle try is a whiff. He zips upfield to the 45 and then gets rocked at the 41 by Isaiah McDuffie. Gets 13 yards and a first down. That was a bad missed tackle at space, one-on-one for Carrington Valentine.
Yeah, it was just a bad angle. I think originally he thought about undercutting it, and then once he brought his eyes back to Zay Flowers, he didn't have the right leverage on it. We know that Zay Flowers is a very quick, shifty receiver, and if you make that play in open space, not too big of a deal, but you allow Zay Flowers to get away from that tackle and get upfield, you're going to pick up extra.
Hand off to Henry on first down. Giant hole on the left side, and he gets the plunge with some burly escorts to the 39. Able to pick up, make that the 34, able to get about 7 there. It'll be second down and 3. Carl Brooks with the stick.
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge. They got to answer the call on the defensive front here. And I would say not just the defensive front, linebackers as well, but you got to create penetration. You got to get off of blocks, because if this is going to be the game plan for defensively for Green Bay, that Todd Monken's just going to continue to pound away on this defense with his run game.
From under center left hash, handoff Henry. He shows some wiggle. And then goes into the breadbasket of a Packer at the 29, and Xavier McKinney. He's able to get 5, and he's showing some shake out there with his enormous frame.
I'm telling you, we were talking during the break that Derrick Henry's already got Hall of Fame numbers. We'll talk about him throughout the course of this game, but he does not look like he's slowing down at all, John. I mean, you look at what he's been able to do. He's kept himself in tremendous physical shape and does not look like he's slowing down one bit. 2
running backs, Ali and Mitchell, are out there. Split backfield, shotgun, slot left. First and 10 of the Packer 29 for the Ravens. A screen into the left flat, caught by Mitchell. Upfield with a couple of blockers, and Flowers, one of the men leading the way, able to carve out a path to the 22. Quay Walker eventually spills him there after he gets 7. A reminder, you can watch NFL Network and Westwood One announcer Kurt Warner Sundays, 9 a.m. Eastern on NFL Game Day morning, only on NFL Network. 1:39 to go. Clock rolls first quarter, tied at 7. Ravens at the Green Bay 22 for second down and 3. Mitchell, the lone back, behind the pistol, Tyler Huntley. Slot left is Flowers. Safety creeping up for the Packers. Right foot stop. Blitz pressure shown far side. Handoff to Mitchell and flags fly. Looked like a jagged start on the Raven front.
False start. 42 offense. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
On fullback, Patrick Ricard. John Sadak, Derek Rackley here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Game plan with Grainger to gain a competitive advantage. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by for the supplies and solutions to help keep your business moving forward. What are you thinking here on 2nd and 8?
I'm thinking we're looking at a little play action here, going down the field here, using Mitchell in the backfield as a decoy and see if you can find Zay Flowers or one of these tight ends.
4 wide, 2 and 2. Tight ends inside each side. Left hash, 3-step drop. Huntley sees space. He takes off. Asks for a blocker from Andrews. Turns the corner left side and dances out of bounds in the red zone to the 18. Able to improvise for 9. He has had 3 impactful runs. Quay Walker helped him out of play.
Well, you got to be careful if you're Green Bay, if you're going to end up playing some man coverage concepts, because you get your defenders that start turning their backs to the quarterback. With a mobile quarterback in Huntley, that time Isaiah likely went back upfield. The linebacker covering him ran with him, and the left side of the field completely open.
Already double-digit first downs for the Raven offense. Backs in a straight eye. Henry is returned. Huntley from under center left hash, a hard, long cadence. In the red zone, toss left for Henry, who turns it upfield and gets chipped by a couple of Packers. Down to the 15, gets 3, 14 seconds clock rolling. Isaiah McDuffie at first contact.
Yeah, one thing I noticed last week, John, watching the Ravens against the Patriots, is a lot of times they'll give Derrick Henry an entire drive off. They'll put the other guys, Mitchell and Ali, in. This game so far, I'm noticing that they're giving him a couple plays off, and he's coming right back on the field. That looks to me like an adjustment from last week.
Certainly seems like a game plan. We are now through the first quarter on this chilly night in Green Bay. Your score tied at 7. The Ravens and the Packers. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts with Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon.
Man, it all comes down to this.
12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and 1 epic weekend.
My goodness!
It's win or go home, and every moment counts on the road to Super Bowl 60.
It's a touchdown!
Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon. January 10th through 12th. Visit watch.nfl.com for the full schedule.
The Lowe's Closeout Event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Back at Green Bay, time for the start of the second quarter, sponsored by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone, tied at 7. Total offense favors the Ravens, 144-79. Derrick Henry, 11 carries, 67 yards. His last run of 3 just before the end of the quarter puts him in the top 10 in NFL history. He has passed Hall of Famer Tony Dorsett. Henry now with 12,743 career rushing yards. Eric Dickerson is up next at number 9, 13,259.
10th year in the National Football League, and he is 10th all time. I mean, we're talking about all time in this game in the National Football League, and everybody surrounding him in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Also, Tyler Huntley, 7 for 7 passing, 51 yards. He's run 3 times for 21 yards. So it's Henry, the deep man, Ricard, the fullback, backs into straight eye, near left hash, driving right to left. Handoff to Henry from the 15, gets low and drives second level into the third. It's the secondary where Colby Wooden and extra help finally tame him at around the 7. He got a hard 9. I mean, he is just going into the teeth of the Packer defense. It's 1st and goal.
Wow, and you got a pretty good job by Andrew Voorhees, who gets beat initially at the line of scrimmage by a slanting defensive line, but he puts his foot in the ground, gets back on that jersey, but Henry sees it and gets around it and still finds a way to get upfield.
From under center, handoff Henry, 1st and goal from the 6. First contact at the 4, gets pushed from his teammates, and he is marked down at the half-yard line. Edgerrin Cooper was there. That's a hard 5. So it'll be 2nd down and goal, a half-yard out.
I mean, we're just seconds into the second quarter here. Derrick Henry's already over 80 rushing yards in this game. Jeff Hafley, former head coach at Boston College, now defensive coordinator for the Packers. He's going to have to make some kind of adjustment. Otherwise, the Ravens are just going to run up and down the field and continue to possess the ball in this game.
Extra offensive lineman Corey Bullock is in. Handoff goes to Henry off the left side. He turns it up. 2 Packers on his back, and he is dropped just shy. They have him swung down after maybe a quarter of a yard. Xavier McKinney, part of the pair, to swallow him up. It'll be 3rd and goal, just a stride away.
Well, instead of just trying to pound this ball straight up to the left-hand side of the formation, Henry bounces it out slightly. And as he is reaching the ball across the plane, it looked like his right knee might have grazed the ground, and that's where they knocked him down.
They're 2 for 2 on 3rd down, 13th play of this drive. Huntley under center. Henry, the deep man, offset eye. Needing a yard. Handoff Henry. He's in, standing. Left side, touchdown. The 120th career rushing TD for King Henry. Now tied with Adrian Peterson for the 4th most in NFL history. Ravens up 13-7.
Sometimes, John, there's just no reason to get cute. When you've got Derrick Henry in the backfield, it's third down, you're inside the 1-yard line, you use your fullback, you use extra offensive linemen, and you just pound your way in the end zone. I'll put my money on Derrick Henry every day of the week and twice on Sunday or Tuesday. Wasn't that phrase going that they call it? But not only is he barely – I don't even know if he got touched on the way into the end zone. Again, that's just an excellent job by that offensive front for the Ravens.
Jordan Riley is down for the Packers. Just saw the athletic trainers. Yeah, after a couple of drives that really personified Henry as a player, that bruising, heavy contact series of carries, it's almost like he glided in for that last score. And now the list of men with more career rushing touchdowns than Derrick Henry: Emmitt Smith, LaDainian Tomlinson, Marcus Allen, end of list.
I was going to say, he was good. He was good. Yeah, he was really good, too. The stratosphere that he's putting himself in. And, John, when you watch him, like, is there anything that looks like he might be retiring or needs to retire anytime soon?
No, sir.
Not to me.
No, sir. The athletic trainer is still tending to Jordan Riley. And a cart's going to come out onto the field now as a more sullen hush hits the fans, who just about all stand here at Lambeau. The time of possession has been slanted significantly. Ravens lead at 13-7. We'll still have the point after pending as the medical staff tends to Riley. Time of possession right now, Rack: Baltimore over 15.5 minutes. Green Bay 1 minute 11 seconds.
And I'm trying to do math quickly. You said over 15 minutes. We've only played like 17 minutes in the game. That just shows you how well they've been running the football. Just different approach. Like, obviously, Baltimore just took a touchdown lead, and they've been doing it by controlling the clock, running the football. Haven't really been guilty of penalties that have shut down their drives. And when the Packers had their one opportunity so far, it was essentially 2 plays and a touchdown.
So now Riley on the cart, being driven off the field, gets applause from the Packer fans and his teammates on the sideline. A point after try to come here from Tyler Loop. You also wonder about the wear-down effect. If it continues this lopsided, how will that impact the Packer defense later in the game?
Yeah, this definitely tests your conditioning and the depth that you have, specifically on that defensive front. If they're not able to rotate guys through, and obviously we just saw Jordan Riley leave on a cart, that definitely is going to test their depth throughout the rest of the game.
So now Loop to kick, right to left, trying to make it a 7-point Raven lead. Snap clean, spot true, right-footed kick is in the air, and it is good. 13-13 to go, second quarter. The Ravens have a 14-7 lead, grinding on the Packers here at Lambeau. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Listen to your team's pre- and post-game shows on the SiriusXM app.
We got our hands full, but we should be a better team.
Just search for your team's channel before and after every game to get instant reaction, live interviews, and press conference audio.
I appreciate that locker room. That's a bunch of fighters in there.
Listen to your hometown announcers and your local pre- and post-game shows all on the SiriusXM app. And subscribers whose vehicles are equipped with our 360L radios, you can check out your team channel while you're on the road.
New Year's Eve is live across America on SiriusXM. Ring in 2026 with Fish at Madison Square Garden and over 50 country acts, including Lainey Wilson, Jason Aldean, Billy Zimmerman, and more at Nashville's Big Bash. Plus live shows on The Heat, Turbo, Hits One, and many other channels. Listen throughout New Year's Eve. At home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa TV, or other internet-connected devices.
It's Fantasy Football Championship Week. Get the edge you need with Fantasy Sports Radio.
I don't care if you're a 50-point underdog. Put the best players in. We just need points.
Go home a Fantasy Football champion or just go home.
Go ahead and fire up your Cardinals. The Bengals defense can't stop anybody.
You've made it this far. Don't give up the title because you made the wrong roster move.
You gotta go with the guys who got you here. Don't overthink it.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Country music's next generation.
If you got a fire, don't lose it.
Hey, North America, it's Jelly Roll.
This is Lainey Wilson.
Hey, y'all, it's Luke Combs.
And this is Morgan Wallen.
That's The Highway.
A channel where Nashville stardom seekers
nobody likes your girlfriend
become national headliners.
For new country, no commercials.
The destination is The Highway, Channel 56.
Or listen at home with the SiriusXM app.
Let's check the drive summary, sponsored by Nationwide. Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're a financial services company, too. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ravens go 13 plays, 74 yards. 9 of those plays on the ground consume over 7.5 minutes. The payoff, a smooth gliding score from less than a yard by Derrick Henry. So it's a 14-7 Ravens lead. Infancy second quarter. Ravens ready to kick right to left. Bo Melton, Nate Hobbs, return men for the Packers. Derrick Henry rather stoically sitting on the sidelines. No jacket, even though it's 37 degrees here at Lambeau. Winds around 10 miles an hour. Some swirling fog-like clouds right up near the lights. The ball launched right to left. Ranging right, brought in at the 3 by Hobbs, up to the 10, the 15, the 20, and loses his footing. The grass monster got him at about the 23, and he falls forward to the 25-yard line. Trying to make a cut that did not quite commence. So now it's another look for the Packer offense that if it had a problem in its opening possession beyond the 2 penalties, it was too efficient?
Yeah, exactly. Total plays so far in this game as we are in the second quarter is Baltimore 26 plays and officially Green Bay 2 plays.
Just 2 passes, pretty much both over the top for Malik Willis for a prompt score. Josh Jacobs, sidecar left, bunch trips left, snap near right hash. Receiver motion left to right, Christian Watson. From the 25 on 1st and 10, down a touchdown. Hard, long cadence by Willis. 2 high safeties for the Ravens. 2-step drop, pats the ball. He fires to the 30, catch made, contact at the 34 for Josh Wiley, who gets shouldered down to the ground after picking up 8. It'll be 2nd down and 2.
I talked a little bit about Ravens tight ends, and the Packers, they've been ravaged by injury this year, and Wiley didn't even play last week due to a concussion and was still kind of in protocol this week. He was limited earlier, but they got him back, and so the fact that they've lost a couple other ones, but they still have Musgrave and Wiley, is a huge boost for them.
Both Chris Brooks and Josh Jacobs in the backfield surrounding Willis. Works out of the pistol on 2nd and 2. Edge pressure far side. Handoff goes to Jacobs. Jump cut into contact. And right at that front, he is down near the sticks. Travis Jones bear hugs him. And it looks like he's just short by about half a yard. And they're going to go quickly, get right up on top of the football. Willis under center. Gets low. Crowded front for the Ravens. Willis Keith trying to plunge over center. And it depends upon this spot. It looks like he's right around there. That was a rugby scrum pile of humanity. Now they peel the pile. It looks like they have him right around the yards to gain. And they're going to have him just short.
A little bit of a hesitation, too, from Malik Willis as he's running the quarterback sneak here. He takes the snap and then kind of waits for a half a second before he decides to get upfield. By that time, one of the Ravens defensive linemen was able to knife inside and stand him up.
And they're going to go for it on 4th down and less than a yard out of the gun from their own 34. Willis, high snap. Handoff goes to Jacobs. He's hit by the Ravens, and he's denied. They go for it on 4th down and get turned aside. Roquan Smith, tackle machine, and a turnover on downs in terrible territory. They've hardly had the ball, and now they gift it to the Ravens inside of the Packer 35.
Well, hindsight always 20/20, John, but I don't like this decision to go for it on this edge of the field. Now, granted, it's a short situation. You're thinking you've got to be able to get it, but almost, to me, once you get stood up on 3rd and short on a quarterback sneak, you're sitting on your own 34-yard line. You got to play field position there. And unfortunately for Green Bay's offense, they cannot pick it up, handing the ball to Jacobs. They give the Ravens primo field position here, taking over.
Jordan Riley officially out with an Achilles injury. That thins a Packer defensive front that's been dominated so far. Huntley out of the gun, near left hash at the Packer 34. Handoff Keaton Mitchell. Jumps back to the right. Out of contact from the Packers. Spins it outside 30. 25-20. And gets shouldered out of bounds. Able to pick up 14. Evan Williams popped him out of play after he showed shake in the backfield.
That's just a little bit different dimension that you get from Keaton Mitchell as he ends up breaking this one all the way backside. Keyshawn Nixon, number 25, feels like he's got a chance to get him down. Little bit of a stiff arm from Keaton Mitchell to get away from him. He gets around the corner and another Ravens first down by running the football.
You have to think runs aplenty are coming here, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Mitchell, the deep man, backs in a straight eye, handoff Mitchell. First wave, and he is pushed back. Andrew Cooper Stands him up at the 19. He only gets a yard. It'll be 2nd and 9. 10:35 clock rolls, second quarter. Ravens with the ball up 14-7.
Well, I'm not sure that Derrick Henry's going to have a different result if he was in the game, but that's the difference when you have Keaton Mitchell versus Henry. Is Henry maybe ends up running into a linebacker and he falls forward, meaning he still picks up 2 instead of getting tackled at the line of scrimmage like Mitchell does.
Ravens 28 plays, 21 have been runs. Mitchell sidecar left. Shotgun, tight end just off the wing right. 14-7 Ravens, tight end motion and Kohler. 4-man rush for the Packers. Huntley, lob right, caught at the 15, stumbled forward, sandwich contact at the 12 as Rashad Bateman gets knocked down by Xavier McKinney after earning 7. It'll be 3rd down and 2.
I mean, how about these 2 quarterbacks in this game so far? Malik Willis hasn't had very many opportunities, but he's 3 for 3. And with that completion, Huntley now 8 for 8 in the pass game. We've talked so much about the run game. They get shut down on the first down run, and so it's 2nd down and long. They come right back to throwing the ball, and he does exactly what he needs to do to keep this offense on schedule with a well-thrown football on 3rd and short.
Derrick Henry has returned. Offset eye left, 3rd down and 2. I wonder who's getting the ball. From the 12, motion Ricard sets up right. Handoff Henry off the left side, and he hits the first Packer at the 7 and wills his way to the 6. Ran over Evan Williams to earn a half dozen yards. It's 1st and goal from the 6.
I'm telling you what, you play defensive back going up against Derrick Henry, most notably this Packers defense, is you better tighten your chin strap, because if you're going to have to come downhill on Derrick Henry, he puts his shoulder down and just runs through the contact of Evan Williams.
Henry 6'3", 252. He's the deep man again, backs in a straight eye. Everyone bunched tight. Ravens up a touchdown trying to pad. 1st and goal from the 6. Handoff to Henry. Weaving through the teeth of the Packer D. Doesn't have much area to go to and is able to get to the 4. Colby Wooden swallows him up there. It's a gain of a yard, 2nd and goal.
But, John, that was the first time that Green Bay was able to get some of that penetration up front. Colby Wooden's ability to get in the backfield and get that contact on Henry. What that does, even if you don't make the tackle, is you're slowing him down. You're getting him down a gear to where he's got to almost stop his feet a little bit. That's where you have a chance in slowing down Derrick Henry.
Ravens had been horrible in the red zone on the year. 3rd worst in the league. Touchdowns 45% of the time. Perfect so far tonight. 2nd and goal from the 4. On the roll near left, Huntley turns it up. Shakes the first Packer at the 7. Earns contact at the 4 from Quay Walker. Mark him down at the 3.5, basically no gain. It'll be 3rd down and goal right around the 4-yard line.
Yeah, as he ends up rolling out to his left, that's Isaiah McDuffie that he's able to get away from. The only thing I don't like there, John, is Huntley with that football way out away from his body. The worst thing that can happen right now is for them to have a turnover and the ball knocked out of your quarterback's hands.
As loud as Lambeau's been on the day, Ravens 4 for 4 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and goal. Henry sidecar left. 3 targets to the right. Out of the gun. Harder cadence for Huntley. On 3rd down and goal. 3-step drop. Pumps. Pressure. Rolls to his left. Fires. End zone. Knocked down. Incomplete. Looking for Rashad Bateman, who could not corral it cleanly. Nate Hobbs was in the area, and the ball ricocheted loose. There are men down on both sides. Zay Flowers slow to get up. Noticeably limps. And a Packer, it is Nate Hobbs, is writhing on his back, lifting his left knee to his chest as athletic trainers jog out. That's the first incompletion tonight in this battle of the backups between both teams' QBs.
Well, a little bit of a dangerous throw there as Huntley's trying to keep this play alive and throws this ball into coverage. You had 2 Ravens receivers and multiple Packers defenders in the same area.
14-7, the Ravens lead the Packers. 7:13 to go in the second quarter. Athletic trainers tending to Hobbs. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop. Because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
With the SiriusXM app, you can hear your hometown announcers all season long. Just search for your team on the SiriusXM app and tap the star to save it as your favorite.
John Sadak, Derek Rackley here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Game changers count on Grainger for professional-grade products, fast delivery, and free technical support. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by to get what you need. Ravens have a 14-7 lead, 7:13 to go in the first half. It is 4th down and goal from the 4, and a field goal try to come here. So Tyler Loop to do the duties. He's 27 of 30 in his rookie year. All 3 misses came from 50-plus. This is from 22 for a 2-score lead, right to left, near left hash. Snap, spot, right foot, a kick is in the air, and it is good. So a 2-score advantage, a 17-7 Ravens advantage. A reminder that for every field goal made, Barbasol will make a donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol Shaving Cream, an American original for over 100 years. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. Baltimore 17, Green Bay 7. 7:10 to go in the second quarter. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The NFL playoffs are almost here. It starts with Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon. 12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and 1 epic weekend. Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon. January 10th through the 12th. Visit watch.nfl.com for the full schedule. You can also hear every postseason game right here on Westwood One and the Westwood One Sports app. The last drive, short field for the Ravens, 8 plays, 30 yards, 8 up, 4 minutes, 10 seconds. The payoff, a 22-yard field goal made by Tyler Loop. Time of possession, Ravens almost 20 minutes. Green Bay just over 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if you can come away with that saying it's a victory, but after you go for it on 4th down, you give the ball back to Baltimore with great field position. The fact that they, and I do this with air quotes, only give up a field goal, somewhat of a win there, because that easily could have been another touchdown with where they allowed Baltimore to start the drive.
Now Ravens ready to kick right to left. And remember, Ravens won the toss and wanted the ball. Packers get the ball to begin the second. This one booted. And he brought in at around the 2. Up to the 15, the 20, and a loop out to the near right for Bo Melton. And Ravens corral him out of bounds at around the 27-yard line, so about a 24-yard run back. And now the Packer offense back out there. This is the battle of the backup quarterbacks. Huntley 8 for 9, 58 yards for the Ravens. Malik Willis 3 for 3, 87 yards and a touchdown for the Packers.
We speak about backups, and Malik Willis, his job on this drive is to put together a drive. They've got to stay on the field here offensively. Otherwise, you're going to put this Packers defense right back out on the field. They're going to get worn out.
Emmanuel Wilson, first look today. It's a play fake to him. Willis, a back-footed throw, hits his target in stride on the left side. It's Dontavian Wicks, who's immediately contacted by Nate Wiggins and chopped down at the 33.5, able to pick up 7.
These backup quarterbacks coming into this game with a lot of confidence, throwing the football, throwing it accurately, and both of these teams and play callers doing a nice job of really playing to their strengths. We've seen both quarterbacks now, Willis and Huntley, getting out on the perimeter, so they get outside the pocket, kind of clears up the vision for them a little bit, and the receivers are getting open by creating some separation.
Split backfield, Brooks in with Wilson. Shotgun snap, caught him in the face mask, loose on the deck. Wilson tried to fall upon it, but the Ravens pounce, and they've got it at the 30. Mike Green with the recovery. Oh, a massive disaster. An issue for Willis with the cadence, and he was caught unaware, and the snap from Sean Ryan smacked him in the face mask, and the Ravens have it again with a short field.
I saw this last week in the game against the Bears. Sean Ryan and Malik Willis had an issue with the center quarterback exchange. This time, there's a miscommunication on the snap count. Malik Willis looks like he's making a check, or he maybe is saying can, and the center, Sean Ryan, just rifles a shotgun snap back to him, hits Malik Willis right in the face mask. Ball goes down on the ground, and Mike Green, the rookie pass rusher out of Marshall, recovers it for the Ravens.
I mean, there is a strong chance the Ravens could have one of the highest, if not the outright highest, time of possession in a first half in the NFL this year. They got the ball again. Backs in a straight eye at the Green Bay 30. One high safety. And a handoff to the near left. Big space, carving up the second level. Henry into Edgerrin Cooper. He gets 9 to the 21. That's another giant jaunt. And it's 2nd and 1.
Yeah, this is a big problem here for the Packers defense because they cannot stop Derrick Henry. Like, they have not had the answer once yet in this game, and he just continues to rack up. He's 1 yard away from 100 already here in the second quarter.
That's on 18 carries is 99 yards. Deep man on 2nd and 1. Kamal Haddon getting time at corner with Hobbs sideline. Handoff to Henry. Jump cut, launches forward. He just gets this push. I mean, that front is doing a lot of work, and it looks almost seamless for him following that wave. Colby Wooden gets him eventually after he has a first to the 17.
John, we're looking at a Ravens team that in the first half already, we still got over 5 minutes left. They got 15 first downs in this game. 12 of them have come on the run game. 12 of them have come by running the football.
5:20 clock rolling, and the Ravens quite content to see that, up 10 as it stands. Huntley out of the gun. Henry sidecar left, slot right. He moves Henry to his right. Snap on the near left hash. Flowers motion left to right in front. Shotgun snap on the read. Handoff to Henry, and a Packer latches onto his ankle, Lucas Van Ness. And he gets just about no gain. He's down right around the line of scrimmage. Clock rolls under 5 minutes.
After that play, Derrick Henry goes up to Van Ness and has a couple of words for him there. Not quite sure what that was all about, but only seldom have we seen anybody have a chance to bring down Henry at the line of scrimmage or just past it. Van Ness able to go low and get his ankles to get him down on the ground.
2nd down in the short 10. Nate Hobbs officially questionable with a knee injury. Put almost no weight on one foot, hobbled off the field. Shotgun snap. Huntley, quick hitter to Flowers. Screen, Bateman with the block. Flowers trying to pause and burst, but Kingsley Enagbari stays with him, lassos him around the 16. It's only a yard, so here's 3rd down and a short 8.
Just not able to get outside. That time, a lot of times when you get that ball out to the perimeter, your wide receivers, you're hoping you can cover up the 2 jerseys right in front, but that he can get out to the perimeter. But that time, Enagbari right there to get him down on the ground as Flowers looks to try to cut back up into the middle of that defense.
3rd down and 8. Ravens at the Packers 16. Rasheed Ali is in at running back. Bunch trips to your left, including Andrews, the tight end. A target early, not seen of late. Softer coverage shown by the Packers. Shotgun snap, 4-man rush. Huntley steps into it one-on-one, right side. Tipped by a Packer, incomplete. That was Keyshawn Nixon who was there in coverage, and he was able to one-hand bat it down, intended for DeAndre Hopkins on his first target today. 4th down to the field goal unit on.
Well, Hopkins immediately pleading with the official as Nixon had a little bit of hand in the chest. You're not really going to get that one from a veteran like Nixon who kind of knows, although Nixon does have a handful of jersey. Immediately DeAndre Hopkins turning around to the official saying there should have been a flag on that one.
Yeah, he grabbed him right in the heart of the chest plate, was yanking on him. So now Luke, who's hit from 22, right to left, tries from 34, right hash. Trying to make it a 20-7 game. Snap, spot, the right-footed kick in the air for the rookie. And it is good. Second field goal make for Luke. With that field goal, Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. With that field goal, the Ravens 20, the Packers 7, 3:36 to go until halftime. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
20-7, the Ravens lead the Packers. 3:36 to go in the second quarter. Every Westwood One football broadcast is once again available on all Alexa-enabled devices. Just say Open Westwood One Sports and you'll be taken straight to the action. That's with Westwood One Sports to listen on Alexa. Well, after the 34-yard field goal make by Tyler Loop, he's ready to kick yet again right to left. Bo Melton, Emmanuel Wilson, the return men for the Packers. A tough turnover for Green Bay on a miscommunication of a snap that ricocheted off Malik Willis's face mask, and the Ravens fell upon it, but the Packer defense does hold them to a field goal on a short field.
Yeah, we've seen the Green Bay with 3 possessions in this game now. First possession, opening drive, essentially 2 plays for a touchdown, but then the next 2 drives, you call it a turnover on downs, but it's not technically a turnover, and then they have the miscommunication on the center quarterback exchange on shotgun. And so you've had 2 really, really difficult possessions offensively for Green Bay.
So here is the kickoff, tumbling end over end. Wilson fading back, brings it in at his 2. Decides to burst forward at the 10, the 15, the 20. Takes a pop at the 22, and then on that second surge gets to about the 24. Now is Malachi Starks with the stick. So a 22-yard return, and here's the Green Bay offense once again. It's hard to really feel what the rhythm or identity of this Packer offense is so far in this game.
I mean, you're looking at the numbers for Malik Willis. He's 4 for 4 through the air with a touchdown, but he's also had 2 possessions that have come up empty and given the ball to the Ravens with primo field position. So again, I said it on the last drive, and they turned the ball over, but they have got to put a drive together and stay on the field, see if they get past the 50 and give their defense a little bit of a breather here.
They still haven't held the ball for 4 minutes yet. We have 3.5 until halftime. Motion from Jaden Reed. Shotgun snap, play fake. Stepping into a throw near right. It's caught by Christian Watson, who was covered there in space by Marlon Humphreys, able to get the first as contact takes him out of bounds at the 37, a gain of 13.
But, John, did you see that throw right there? Like, those throws right there are ones where I'm like, oh, wow, that's some arm talent right there, because that looked really easy for Malik Willis. But that ball was downfield, probably 15, 20 yards. It was on the sideline, and that was on a frozen rope.
Came through on a trade from Tennessee in 24. Jacobs in the backfield has been quiet. Receiver motion into the backfield, play fake again. Willis passed the ball, sprints out to his left. Looking in the flat, he flicks it out to Reed, who was the motion man, into the harm of a couple of Ravens who bear hug him and sandwich him at the 39, a gain of 2. Malachi Starks was there. So second down and 8. Not a lot of traction. Time ticking some. They do have the warning and timeouts.
Well, and he had plenty of protection from his offensive line, and he was trying to get Matthew Golden down the middle of the field. He wanted another explosive play, but it was covered up well from Baltimore. Ends up taking just kind of the check down last second to get the ball in the hands of Reed to pick up something.
Bunch trips near right, motion Wicks right to left. Out of the gun left hash edge, pressure comes far side. The back, Jacobs picks it up, sidearm sling middle, caught by Dobbs at the 45, stretching it out to the far left, and then swung out of bounds by a Raven after he earns Baltimore territory to the 48, and Alohi Gilman. That's 13 yards. Dobbs has had a couple of big plays on his limited touches, a late flag on the field after the play.
Josh Jacobs ends up stepping up and gets a block on a blitzer from Baltimore. I believe it was Kyle Hamilton coming right up the gut and giving Malik Willis just enough time to get rid of this football, but seeing that he's got Dobbs coming from the right side of the formation.
Face mask on Alohi Gilman, who had the tackle, and it was Gilman's addition through trade in Week 6 that changed how the Ravens play their defense, putting Hamilton in the box more often.
Yeah, I mean, just gave him so much more versatility on what they could do with Kyle Hamilton, who's already probably one of the most versatile defenders in the National Football League, but not just bringing in a guy that can play safety, but has been playing at a high level. Unfortunately, gets called for a face mask and gets tacked on the top of that completion from Romeo Dobbs.
And that penalty is enormous. Packers have primo position. They're now at the Raven 33. They're going to let the final seconds before the warning tick down. 2 even to go here in the second quarter. 20-7. Ravens with the lead at the Packer 33. We've reached the 2-minute warning, sponsored by Credit Karma. Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real loan offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No gimmicks, just personalized estimated rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started. Baltimore 20, Green Bay 7. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
You think you're picking out your favorite track. Then, out of nowhere, you get hit with the worst cover you've ever heard. Kind of like when you're shopping for a loan and that great rate switches to a not-so-great rate during the application process. Thankfully, you can count on Credit Karma to help you find more accurate rates. Because Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No bait and switch, just personalized rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started.
According to the stories, Colonel Sanders invented fiery, crispy wings unlike the world had ever seen. He knew his perfected wings needed a perfect counterpart, so he invented the potato and turned it into soft and fluffy wedges. The world obsessed over his wings and wedges. People couldn't comprehend a flavor pairing so perfect, and neither could menus, so the Colonel took him away. But the world is always changing, so he brought him back. KFC wings and wedges are back by obsessive demand, so get them while you can. The Colonel lived so we could chicken.
NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
30, the 20, far side 10.
Catch Westwood One's exclusive audio play-by-play coverage of any primetime NFL game.
Touchdown!
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. This modern-day non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a shave experience like no other. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Barbasol. From cozy layers and soft knits to denim and athleisure, find everything you need to stay on trend and on budget all winter at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. 2 minutes to go. First half, Packers on the drive. Ravens have the lead 20-7. Green Bay does get the ball to begin the second. Ravens won the toss and asked for the ball, so the Packers could get a score going into the break and have the ball to begin the second. They have 1st and 10 at Baltimore's 33.
Yeah, it just shows how important this, we call it middle eight sometimes, right? Last 4 minutes of the first half, first 4 minutes of the second half, and how can Green Bay capitalizes. They get the ball. They continue their drive here in Ravens territory. Put points on the board now. See if they can do the same thing in the third quarter.
Malik Willis, 7 of 7 passing. His completion before the break. His first that wasn't on first down. Willis flings it flat. Chris Brooks near right. Has a blocker 30, 25, and gets tumbled down at the 22-yard line. That's going to be good for a first at 11 yards. Roquan Smith, another stick.
Malik Willis showing those different arm slot throws that he has. A little sidearm flick out to the perimeter into the hands of Brooks with a lead blocker, Josh Wiley, out in front of him. Another first down, Packers.
Going tempos. Trips left, single back right. Out of the gun, near right hash. Taller snap. And a keeper to the near right, to the 15, to the 10, the 5. He got him. Touchdown, Packers. He sold the fake, and the Lambeau leap for Willis. 22 yards on the QB keep. It's 20-13. A touchdown difference now at Lambeau, and another quick scoring strike on a possession that consumed barely over 2 minutes.
Zone read look here from Malik Willis. He puts the ball into the stomach of Chris Brooks, but we call it rides it. Like, how long do you ride that fake or the handoff going downhill? He rides that one extremely deep, reads the defensive end, pulls it out at the last second, gets around the right side, and he's got the speed to get into the end zone.
Snap and spot point after McManus left to right is good. 1:24 to go in the second quarter. We got a one-score game again. The Ravens 20, the Packers 14. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
Time now for our Fact of the Game, sponsored by Liberty Mutual.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. Tonight's fact, this year in the NFC North, all but 3 games have been started by quarterbacks who were first-round draft picks. Number 1 overall picks, Jared Goff, Caleb Williams, have been constants with Detroit and Chicago. But before being ruled out for tonight, Jordan Love had been under center for the Packers all year. That leaves Minnesota, first-rounders J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz at the helm for 14 of their 16 games so far. The outliers, undrafted Max Brosmer, 1-1 as Minnesota starter after that Christmas Day win over the Lions that punched the Packer playoff ticket, and a third-rounder in 2022 by the Titans, Malik Willis, getting the nod tonight for the Green Bay Packers. Ravens just got a score, 5 plays, 76 yards. Packers to score, 5 plays, 76 yards. Willis 4 for 4 on the drive for 39 yards. So it's a one-score game. Packers ready to kick left to right back to the Ravens, who have 3 timeouts. Packers will get the ball to begin the second.
You know, oddly enough, you think of Malik Willis, you think of a guy that's got a lot of athleticism, dual threat style quarterback. How about just his 3rd rushing touchdown of his career?
McManus kick. Backpedal and brought in the end zone by Rasheen Ali, who takes a knee for a touchback. So 1:24 to go in this first half. And we have some extracurriculars at the 30-yard line. And the entire stadium abuzz as the officials try to intercede. And multiple men on both sides have to be peeled from each other. So after that special teams mini brouhaha, it looks like no flags have been thrown, and now the Ravens, led by Tyler Huntley, what can they achieve in 124?
Now get a little bit better field position here due to the touchback there. And this is important for them. We talked about, got really good field position, 2 drives from Green Bay. They went for it on 4th down, came up short in their own territory, gave the ball back to Baltimore, field goal. Turned the ball over, Baltimore got the ball, great field position, field goal, but Green Bay comes right back and scores a touchdown. That's the difference when you get 7 versus 3.
Huntley 9 for 11 for 59 yards. Out of the gun, single back right, Rasheen Ali. Play fake. Steps up, throws to Ali, lost the ball. It was a little bit behind him. He couldn't bring it in cleanly. It ricocheted off his rear hip. Quay Walker was in the area, incomplete.
You want to talk about kind of changing the momentum of this game is see if they can get a 3 and out here on defense. And this Packers defense has been reeling the entire game. No answer for the run game that's been given by the Ravens. If they could get a quick 3 and out here, they could finally get this home crowd riled up and back into the game.
Wide defensive splits for the Packers. They work the outer edges, showing blitz up the middle from Walker. Design quarterback keep. Huntley sprints up to the 40, the 45. Shake at the logo at the 50. Plunges forward in Packer territory. Tumbling down at the Green Bay 41. He gets 24 yards. Javon Bullard had some of that pressure, but a big burst for the QB.
Well, you recognize the exact same thing that Huntley did. Wide splits and just one linebacker in the middle.
Shotgun snap. Huntley looks, toss middle to Ali, and a chip down by Quay Walker. He was able to get low and take out his legs at the 35 and a half. It'll be 2nd and 5, 49 seconds.
Well, he was able to get the tackle on Ali, but he wasn't able to get the tackle on the Huntley scramble right up the middle on the previous play as he got blocked by the offensive line from Baltimore.
2nd and 5, 35. Design run flag is out. Huntley's got the first. Jump cut makes an MS 25 and then slides down to the 22. 30 seconds. But Laundry is down. That was a 13-yard run. Will it hold up? Now, Mark Andrews is already walking back to set up for a deeper snap. Our referee, Alan Eck, himself an accomplished quarterback in his Bloomsburg days.
Illegal shift, offense, 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay, 2nd down. Since all 11 players got set before the snap, there is no 10-second runoff.
So an illegal shift, no runoff here. 30 seconds clean to go until halftime. Ravens lead 20-14, trying to salt that advantage.
A lot of times when you're running a 2-minute offense, you've got to be able to be efficient, which means you don't have penalties that are working against you. Sometimes you can overcome it. Some of the best ones out there are just able to come right back. We saw it earlier in the game with Malik Willis after getting backed up off of 2 5-yard penalties, just throws a dime right down the middle of the field for a touchdown. Does Tyler Huntley have that in his back pocket?
4 wide, 2 and 2. They stack 2 to the right. They motion Andrews into the slot. Huntley, 30 seconds until halftime. Press shown outside right. A stunt on for the Packers. Throw middle behind his man and a catch made. Plunging forward to the 29 for a first down. Flag is out. Isaiah Likely made the grab. Evan Williams took him out. He got 11. But as soon as he was knocked down to the ground and tackled, the flag hit the field. 25 seconds frozen on the clock. It would be 1st and 10 at the 29. What's this latest penalty?
Yeah, they're going to get more for the hit at the end of the play.
Personal foul, hit on the defenseless receiver, number 33 in the defense. Half the distance to the goal from the end of the play, automatic first down.
So that goes on Evan Williams, and that's a big tack on. So what's possible? What's the math now, Rack? 3 timeouts still armed by the Ravens, and now far better field position as well, as they'll have first down at the Packer 14.5-yard line.
Yeah, I mean you've got the entire playbook at your discretion here. Still got to be smart here. You don't want to take a sack where you're going backwards, but with all the timeouts, you can do whatever you want here from play calling.
Haven't seen Henry yet on this drive. Ali remains inside, car left. 4 wide, 2 and 2. 1 deep safety for the Packers. Between the hashes, Huntley takes the snap. Blitz is on. He feels the pressure. He throws right. It's caught by Andrews at the 10, and he gets dragged down by Evan Williams at the 7-yard line. And we're going to time out from the Ravens. They get 7. It'll be 2nd down and 3. 19 seconds frozen on the clock. Ravens up 20-14. Baltimore still has 2 timeouts.
Yeah, even though Andrews makes that catch, he turns back inside. When you have those timeouts, knowing that your head coach, John Harbaugh, is basically going to be in concert with the referee over on that sideline just to make sure that they get the clock stopped. So only 6 seconds ends up coming off the clock.
Every weekend on Westwood One's NFL Preview, Scott Graham and Ross Tucker break down all the matchups. If you missed the show live, you can listen on demand at WestwoodOneSports.com or by downloading the Westwood One Sports app. 19 seconds until the break. Ravens with the ball up 20-14. It's second down and call it 2 at the Packers 6.5-yard line.
Decision making here, John. That's the most important thing here from your quarterback is Tyler Huntley. If you've got it, take the chance. Cut it loose. But don't force the football into a window that is not there.
Keaton Mitchell is inside car right. Blitz shown by the Packers. Toss right to Mitchell. Has blocks on that edge. Turns it up. And he's engulfed at the 3 by Xavier McKinney. Able to get 3. So it'll be first down and goal. 14 seconds, 3 yards out. And we'll get another timeout.
When you have those timeouts, you have the ability to run the football. That time they just pitch it out to the right side. They get Rosengarten, the right tackle, out as a lead blocker, thinking that maybe they can just run this football in. But again, only 5 seconds coming off the clock. Now just 1 timeout left. First down here for the Ravens, but you're thinking they got to find a way to get into the end zone here for a touchdown. They got to answer that previous touchdown from Malik Willis on the RPO out the right side of their formation.
Well, Baltimore has achieved 18 first downs this half, but after being perfect in touchdowns in the red zone their first couple of times, they've not been as clean after 2 short fields gifted by the Packers resulted in field goals. Derrick Henry is back in. 1 timeout. Toss right. Henry trying to turn the corner. He's in standing. Touchdown Ravens. A 3rd score for Henry. 10 seconds until halftime and a big TD. It's 26-14. Ravens on top of the Packers.
Yeah, John, we talked about it with after the penalty from Green Bay that gave him more field position, 25 seconds left in all of their timeouts. That's why you say you got the entire playbook. They ended up running the football the last 2 snaps because they had the ability to stop the clock. Almost the exact same play that we saw the previous snap, but this time the blocking clean out in front, and Derrick Henry and all of that strength and size in front of him pounds his way into the end zone for another Ravens touchdown.
And a hushed silence now at Lambeau. Snap spot. The extra point from Tyler Loop is good. Derrick Henry vanished over the last nearly 13 minutes of the collapse last week. He has shined. He has been the star in the first half here tonight.
John, I'll ask you this question. If you looked at a box score after the game and you saw a running back like Derrick Henry had 21 carries, 106 yards, and 3 touchdowns, for the entire game, your thought would be, it's a pretty good game.
Yeah,
it's a pretty good game. Yet we're not even at halftime yet. This is 30 minutes of work by Henry, and he is just showing why he is a workhorse.
That's the 7th game of his career with 3 or more touchdowns. He's had 1 4-touchdown game. That came in December of 2018 against Jacksonville, and that is a huge score. So the Ravens in pretty short order able to tack on a TD, a 27-14 Baltimore lead. Now ready to kick right to left as Henry snaps the brief deadlock with Adrian Peterson. He now outright has the 4th most rushing touchdowns in NFL history. So Luke to kick right to left. Packers, of course, do get the ball to begin the second. The Packers gave up 178 yards rushing to the Bears in the first half last week. A bad omen of things to come. Tonight, they have surrendered 175 yards rushing to the Ravens in the first half. So here's Bo Melton from his 3, up to the 10, the 15, the 20, and gets hammered. Blown up at the 24, making the 25. There's 5 seconds on the clock. That was a fierce special team stick.
You know, one thing I've noticed, John, and I'm not sure if you would agree with this, but, you know, since they went to this dynamic kickoff, you know, a lot of times they had to take the play away with the wedge, right? The wedge busters and the guys in the back. But I feel like this dynamic kickoff, we're seeing kickoff returners getting hit almost just as hard in this new formation. It's just coming a different way.
T.J. Tampa Jr. with that hit, a bent knee taken by Malik Willis, and of course a boos here in Lambeau. This Packer team stood as the 2 seed just a few weeks ago. They've lost back-to-back games, and the Ravens have the lead at Lambeau at halftime, 27-14.
Wow, and this Green Bay team, even though they were able to answer with a Malik Willis touchdown just before the half, they have had no answer, and I mean absolutely zero answer for the Baltimore running game. You talked about it already, 175 yards rushing. Derrick Henry, 3 touchdowns in the first half.
Yeah, Baltimore looks great. The absence of Micah Parsons looms large. That's the end of the first half. Your score, Ravens 27, Packers 14. When we return, Scott Graham rejoins us from our Progressive Insurance Studios with a halftime report. Protect the stuff you love with Renters Insurance. Visit Progressive.com. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Kohl's clearance deals are so good, you might want to brace yourself before you shop, because up to 70% off can do things to you. Sudden goosebumps, racing pulse, involuntary gasping at prices. You may even feel the uncontrollable urge to brag to someone, anyone, even Deb, the checkout lady who's seen it all day. Don't worry, that's just the thrill of Kohl's clearance. Shop it now in-store and online. Select styles, some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. We've reached halftime at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, and the Baltimore Ravens showing that they are not going to go gentle into that good Wisconsin night. 27-14 over the Green Bay Packers. A big first half for Derrick Henry as the Ravens try to stay alive in the playoff race. This is game number 2 of our Saturday doubleheader. Game 1 had a win and you're in possibility for the Houston Texans going LA to take on a Chargers team already part of the AFC playoff field. For the Chargers, there was still the possibility that they could win the division from the Denver Broncos if they won this week and next week as well. But the Texans came out firing in this game, and I mean quite literally on the 3rd play of the game, they showed they were not afraid to go deep in LA.
Trips left. Stroud on the shotgun, marks to his left on 3rd down and a yard. Kirk goes in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Stroud back to throw for the first time. Has time, looking, going deep. Got a man down the middle. Caught by Higgins at the 30. 25-20. 15-10. He's gone all the way to the end zone. Touchdown Texans. Shaded Higgins got behind the defense, and Stroud dropped it in. And the Texans have the early lead.
Ryan Radke with the call right here on Westwood One. That was just a little bit more than a minute and a half into the game. 4 minutes later on their second possession, Stroud went up top again to Jalen Noel for 43 yards and a 14-0 Houston Texans lead. This was rough to recover from. Chargers were down by a 14-3 score at halftime of this one, 17-3, midway through the 3rd quarter. However, they did try to fight their way back. Down 20-10 in the 4th quarter, they put together a 7-play, 75-yard drive. Marion Hampton ran in from 5 yards out with 3:37 to go in the game. And what that meant was they were trying to get within field goal range, still with timeouts in their back pocket and 3:37 to go.
So now a massive PAT from Cameron Dicker. He has not missed a point after this year. Snap, spot, kick from Dicker is on the way. He missed it. It went wide left.
Dicker had missed a 32-yard field goal earlier in the game. That basically put this one away. Houston got a first down and then another first down on a penalty. Chargers never got the ball back. Texans win it by a score of 20-16, and the team that started 0-3 qualifies for the playoffs, coming back and leaning on that terrific defense to punch their playoff ticket. Afterwards, the quarterback C.J. Stroud, who threw for 244 yards and a couple of scores, talked about it.
Just a testament to the hard work. I think just how our team is built. We're built tough. We're not perfect, but I think, we just try to find a way to win each week. I was never kind of worried just because we weren't getting blown out by anybody. We just weren't finishing games. And I think things are going to happen on Sundays. We're going to give up points. We're going to turn over the ball. It's just how you respond. I think our response from that time where we were 3-5 on, we responded to those situations better.
And so the Texans are now in. They still have an opportunity in front of them potentially to win the division, and there is a convoluted way they could probably make it all the way up to the number 1 seed, but for the time being right now, they'll take the playoff punch. Also, the Denver Broncos watching at home today by virtue of the Chargers' loss. They wrap up the division title in the AFC West, their first since 2014. So things are coming into much clearer focus right now in the AFC. As a matter of fact, it is Pittsburgh and Baltimore who are vying for that final spot, and Baltimore trying to keep the pressure on the Steelers going into tomorrow. Remember, if Baltimore wins this game tonight, the Steelers can still wrap up the division title in Cleveland tomorrow. If they don't, it will set up one game, winner take all, in Week 18 between the Ravens and the Steelers in Pittsburgh. Our halftime score in this ball game, Baltimore 27, Green Bay 14. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
The best of live sports talk are on SiriusXM. Weekday mornings, hear Dan Patrick at 9 on NBC Sports Radio, Channel 85.
Running backs are the best supporting actors. They can't win Best Actor.
At 1, it's the Stephen A. Smith Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Check me out for my passionate, unfiltered take on the world of sports.
And then at 3, it's the Mad Dog, Christopher Russo.
Anybody you ask knows I'm 100% right.
Hear from legends of the game, only on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I love it. Just talk.
Buckle up, Buttercup, as Adam Shine brings unique opinions and passionate sports talk to Shine On Sports.
I'm just giving you some facts.
And hear exclusive interviews with some of the biggest and hottest names across the National Football League.
Sean Payne is nice enough to give us a few minutes.
This show makes me feel like it's Super Bowl time.
My guy, Aaron Rodgers.
The leadership that we have gives you a chance. That's all we can ask for.
Tune in to Shine On Sports. Weekdays at 9 Eastern on Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 82.
You gotta love sports.
Said 2025 packing with a full-blown party music experience. The biggest high-energy hits from across the SiriusXM universe. All on one channel. That's the way I like it. New Year's Nation. Now through January 1st on Channel 4 and at home on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
The weather outside is frightful, but the soccer is so delightful.
We have the biggest games. Congratulations for subscribing.
So when you've got no place to go, tune in to SiriusXM FC for all the biggest matches.
Put it for Haaland, the fighting star showing for Liverpool. Oh my word, Bukayo Saka! Manchester United may just have won it!
Enjoy a feast of English football this holiday season on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Find your game or sport on SiriusXM.com/sports.
Back in. One timeout. Toss right. Henry trying to turn the corner. He's in standing. Touchdown Ravens. A third score for Henry. 10 seconds until halftime and a big TD. It's 26-14. Ravens on top of the Packers.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of the NFL from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com. Derrick Henry's 21 carries, 106 yards, and 3 touchdowns in the first half have Baltimore out to a 13-point lead at the break. We are not done yet in terms of our games this weekend here on many of these same stations. We've got a good one for you coming up tomorrow night on Sunday Night Football. The 11-4 Chicago Bears, the 11-4 San Francisco 49ers facing off. Now, it's a Niners team that still has designs on the number 1 overall seed. They win out. They become the number 1 seed. And, oh, by the way, the Super Bowl is in their home stadium at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara. But the Chicago Bears team doing a lot under first-year head coach Ben Johnson, and he likes what he sees from his squad.
We have put a premium on guys that we feel like will be able to handle pressure, because those are the type of situations we want to be in these high-leverage situations, these big-time games, prime-time games. And so the guys we look to bring in this building, we want to make sure that they can handle that type of stuff. And Caleb certainly built that way. I know for certain Colston Loveland's built that way. I think we have a number of guys that are on this roster that are built that way. So they thrive. They look forward to that type of competition in that arena. They really don't bat an eye. They have that belief at this point where we're always in a game until all 60 minutes are up.
Talked about the Houston Texans coming back. How about the Chicago Bears? They were 0-2 to start the season. They have won 11 of their last 13 games. It's going to be a tall order, however, in Santa Clara against the San Francisco 49ers, who have the potential number 1 seed in their sight. Sunday Night Football begins tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern Time. I'll have all the scores and highlights from Week 17 Sunday action on NFL Sunday. Our halftime score, Baltimore 27, Green Bay 14. We return. John Sadak and Derek Rackley of the second half kickoff. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Welcome on back to Lambeau, 27-14. The Ravens lead the Packers. We check the halftime stats, sponsored by Indeed. Ready to find the right candidates for your job posting? Indeed sponsored jobs helps connect you with talent that actually matches what you're looking for. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Total yards favors the Ravens, 258 to 155. A lot of that difference on the ground. 175 to 22 in running in favor of the Ravens. In the air to the Packers, 133 to 83. On third down, the Ravens 4 of 6. The Packers 0 for 1. Malik Willis was 8 for 8 for Green Bay, 133 yards. A touchdown, no picks. Did have a critical fumble on a ball that ricocheted off his helmet. For the Ravens, Huntley 12 of 15, 83 yards. No touchdowns, no picks, but 4 carries for 46 yards. Along of 25, and Derrick Henry, the shining star, D-Rack, 21 carries, 106 yards. He's averaging 5 per. He already has 3 touchdowns on the ground. It's halftime.
I mean, just been dominant. He's been absolutely dominant this game. And thinking ahead here to the second half, it's what kind of adjustments does Jeff Hafley, defense coordinator for Green Bay, have in store at halftime? What can they do to slow him and this run game down? Because we've also seen Tyler Huntley and Keaton Mitchell involved in the running game as well. I mean, even though Derrick Henry is absolutely dominated, they've got to have some type of adjustment or answer, some type of response from this defensive front to get this run game slowed down. And then you can't have these empty possessions where you're going forward on fourth down, coming up empty, or you're having turnovers that give the ball back to Baltimore. They're going to have to play a much cleaner second half. Green Bay is, in order to get back into this game and ultimately have a chance to win it.
Packers at home this year had only allowed 102 points, fewest in the NFL, and had been 21 or less in the game in all 7 home games this year, something not accomplished in the first 7 by the Pack since 1996. Already that's been eclipsed by the Ravens. Second half about to commence.
Well, they had a great game plan coming into this one, and they've been able to execute it. It's one thing to say we're going to pound the football, we're going to establish the run, but then you can't block the line of scrimmage. So give a lot of credit to this offensive line for Baltimore for actually being able to control the line of scrimmage and demand it up front. But then it's just been Derrick Henry finding every single seam and then running players over in the process.
And no surprise, outstanding run game makes a backup quarterback shine even a little bit more. Tyler Huntley, it's been smooth under his operation. So now Tyler Luke to kick right to left. Ravens had won the toss, wanted the ball. Packers have it to begin the second. The kick in the air. Melton up to his own 4.5. Sprints out to the 10, the 15, the 20. Jumps to his right at the 25 and gets cut down there. So make it the 26-yard line. That's where it'll start. Malachi Starks, another special teams hit. So a 22-yard run back, and here's the Packer offense. Malik Willis making his 6th career start, his first since last season, his first one of this year. Now out there for this possession. Packers arguably, D-Rack, after that first possession of the game, maybe their best possession outright came just before the break.
Exactly. Yep. Been able to retain possession, bring the ball down the field.
Loop motion, Jaden Reed, handoff Jacobs off the left side. There's just no room. The Ravens collapse that edge. He only gets a yard as he goes into a pile led by Trenton Simpson, and it'll be 2nd and 9 at the 27.
Yeah, just his third carry of the game. But, one of the bigger stories is just the amount of plays. I mean, you're talking about in the first half, Green Bay had 14 offensive plays. So, John, think about a normal offensive game. Is call it anywhere from 45 to 60 or 65 plays. They had 14 plays in the first half.
Split backfield. Willis in the gun, flanked by Jacobs and Brooks. Takes the snap, fades back left hash. Pocket eroding, hops to his left. He's pressured, he's surrounded, hounded, and dropped. 3 Ravens swallow him up, led by Travis Jones, and he gets sacked back at the 17. That's going to be a loss of 10.
That's one of the areas where Baltimore has struggled this year, is getting pressure on the quarterback consistently. They came into this game with 26 sacks on the season, which was 3rd fewest in the National Football League. And that time, Malik Willis probably holding on to the football too long, maybe trusting his athleticism, thinking he's going to cut this ball back and make something happen with his legs when he probably should have just threw that ball out of bounds.
3rd down and 19. Chris Brooks in the backfield. Willis out of the gun, left hash. Creeping pressure shown by the Ravens. They bring a stunt. Willis is flushed, rolling to the near right. He throws on the run. Deep shot caught, 45! Undercut by Nate Wiggins. Jaden Reed makes the grab all the way at the 48. They get 30 yards back and convert for a first down.
Well, just classic scramble drill rules here from Green Bay. As Malik Willis gets out to the right side of the formation, Jaden Reed just kind of sifts back a little bit and tries to find an opening in that Baltimore defense, and ball thrown just a little bit high, but Reed goes up and gets it, and after the sack, sitting back behind the chains, they're able to get all of it back and then some for a first down.
Everyone tight, snap near right hash, single back left. Receiver motion, Golden right to left. Play fake. Willis loads up, pats the football, has nowhere to go to, spins, now sprints, he throws on the run, open target, catch it for 30, Christian Watson to the left sideline, spilled by Malachi Starks out of bounds, gets all the way to the 21. Another big play in a big way, that's 31 yards in the air.
Well, Malik Willis doing to this Ravens defense what Lamar Jackson has done to every other defense throughout his career, extending plays, and then he gets his eyes back downfield and finds a wide open Christian Watson, essentially ends up making that catch with one hand.
Shotgun snap, quick hitter near right, caught by Reed. Couple of blockers who don't deny the front. Hamilton was in there along with help from Malachi Starks, and they cut him down to the 20, gain of a yard, 2nd and 9. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on CBS and Fox tomorrow. Check your local listings for games and times in your area. Catch the NFL on CBS and Fox. Empty backfield here. Out of the gun on 2nd and 9 at the Raven 20. Willis fades back. He throws to the near right. It's dropped by Chris Brooks, his running back, who was just turning upfield and could hear the footsteps coming of Trenton Simpson to drop the ball at the 15.
Just got to have that one, though. I mean, even if he ends up catching it, gets upfield for, call it 3 yards, 4 yards maybe, that's still getting yourself in a more manageable 3rd down. So we've already seen them overcome 3rd and 18 on this drive. Can they do it again here at 3rd and 9?
They're 1 of 2 on 3rd downs on the game. That's Willis's first incompletion. He began 11 for 11. They go 5 wide empty, trips left. 3rd and 9 at the Raven 20, 27-14 Baltimore. Safety fades back on the snap. Willis on what looks to be a designed run. Out of contact, stumbles, spins out of a second hit, and he wills his way to a first down. Spun down at the 8. He got a dozen on 3rd and long. Tavius Robinson, the hit.
Now the Ravens end up bringing a blitzer, and Roquan Smith gets out of position, looping around on a blitz. Some boos coming out here as Green Bay tries to go up-tempo, but Marlon Humphrey goes down, needing some attention. But the individual effort here from Malik Willis spins out of a couple of tackles to not only avoid a sack, but to get upfield and pick up a first down.
Yeah, Marlon Humphrey had one of those initial hits and then got kneed friendly fire by one of his teammates in pursuit of Willis. 11:30 to go in the 3rd quarter. The Ravens 27, the Packers 14. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Colonel Brian here. Sure, it's football season. When the game's over, I want you to check out my 24/7 station, Colonel Brian Radio. We're going no huddle. We're cracking jokes, throwing deep cuts, blitzing boredom. No pads, no playbooks, just a Hail Mary of hilarity. We play my podcast, Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, stand-up and interview clips from my many years at late night, a live call-in show hosted by Andy Richter, and a whole lot more. Conan O'Brien Radio Channel 104, or anytime on the SiriusXM app.
Everything a football fan needs is on the SiriusXM app. The biggest college football games.
Holy smokes, what a play!
Every NFL game with your hometown announcers.
It's a miracle in Las Vegas!
Winning fantasy football advice from the experts on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Just because you're allowed to make a waiver move doesn't mean you have to make a waiver move.
And passionate personalities on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
You're not winning a championship. Can we mellow out?
No matter how you follow football, it's all on the SiriusXM app. Your home for the biggest stories in the league is SiriusXM NFL Radio.
This is Solomon Wilcox from the opening drive. Week 17 is here, and some teams have already given their fans the gift of the postseason.
I think the media decided not to talk about San Francisco. It's kind of like the Rams. Oh, yeah, Seattle could battle them. San Francisco has a lot of key wins.
Purdy, he runs left, and he's in for a 49ers touchdown.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
But the reward lasts a lifetime.
Hey, good girl, Bella.
You don't just raise a puppy. You raise a future. Become a Dogs Inc. puppy raiser. Give a dog a purpose. Give someone hope.
Learn more at dogsinc.org.
It was double harm to Ravens corner Marlon Humphrey after he could not corral quarterback Malik Willis. Friendly fire on two fronts from one teammate that had him injured.
Yeah, Tavius Robinson, the rush end for the Ravens at 6'6", 262 pounds, clear steps on the left wrist of Marlon Humphrey.
Also need him in the helmet. First and goal Packers at the Ravens 8. Shotgun snap, handoff Jacobs has nowhere to go. Hamilton right on his back. And he gets a yard to the 7. John Sadak, Derek Rackley here in the Grainger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. Draw up a winning play with Grainger, offering supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger will help your business cross the goal line. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Packers in the first half ran 14 plays total. This is their 9th of this possession.
That's just wild to me.
They go empty with Jacobs set up on the wing right, trips left. Shotgun snap right hash. Hamilton showing blitz on the far edge. Shotgun snap checking down left. Throw right to Jacobs, who falls at the 10 and then gets contacted at the 8-yard line. He popped up, but he had nowhere to go as he just lost his footing. So that'll be no gain. 10:30 clock rolls. Ravens lead 27-14. It's now 3rd and goal, Green Bay at the 7.
Second time we've seen that this game. First time happened on special teams, this time with Jacobs. A lot of times you get late in the season on these grass fields and you try to plant on your inside leg when you don't have your body over the top of your feet. Sometimes it's just going to slip right out from underneath you.
Chris Brooks is in at running back. Late defensive sub. Simpson is back for the Ravens. Trips left, shotgun, near right hash. 3rd and goal from the 7. 2 big 3rd down conversions on the drive. Can they get a touchdown? Willis shotgun snap, 5-step drop. He looks, he takes off, he pumps, he's hit, he's down. The Ravens collapse and contain. He only gets a yard, and Trenton Simpson, who was the late sub, got him at the 6. It's 4th and goal, and the field goal unit jogs on.
Well, not only was he the late substitution, Baltimore elects to only rush 3. They drop Roquan Smith back out, but Trenton Simpson drops out, and he's the spy. So that was the answer from defensive coordinator for the Ravens, Zach Orr, was let's get somebody with our eyes on the mobile quarterback. Simpson just kind of mimics wherever Malik Willis goes, and he's able to get him down on the ground as he tries to slide out to the left side of the formation.
24-yard field goal try. Brandon McManus left to right. Snap spot. Right-footed kick is in the air and good. So the Packers do get points with that field goal. Barbasol will make another donation to Kurt and Brenda Warner's Treasure House, a living community for adults with disabilities. Barbasol, the trusted choice for a close, comfortable shave. Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol. They had 1st and goal at the 8. They settle for a field goal. 9:10 to go in the 3rd quarter. Ravens 27, Packers 17. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The Lowe's Closeout Event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Try Barbasol 1919 Classic Shaving Cream. This modern-day non-aerosol formula features enhanced ingredients, an exceptional glide, and crisp fragrance for a shave experience like no other. Learn more at Barbasol.com.
Barbasol. NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
30, the 20, far side 10.
Catch Westwood One's exclusive audio play-by-play coverage of any primetime NFL game.
Touchdown!
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
This is Max Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go. 6:30 Eastern on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Game day is here. Gear up with official NFL jerseys, hats, and more at NFLshop.com. Fan like a pro and shop now, NFLshop.com. A cool, just about chilly, but by local standards, pretty balmy mid-30s here at Green Bay in late December. 27-17, Ravens have the lead.
For everybody that I've talked to since I landed in Green Bay, when they ask, well, what's it like up there? I say, for this time of the year, this is pretty good, because it could be a whole lot worse.
There's Christmas in July and there's summer in December in Green Bay. Here's the kick, and the Ravens from their 7 up to the 15, the 20, the 25, the 30. And hard harm with leaping bodies all over. Forward progress still going, and the churning to the 34 for LeJante Wester. So the last scoring drive, 11 plays, 68 yards, ate up nearly 6 minutes. The Packers only had the ball for 6 minutes and 14 seconds. The entire first half had it for 5:50 on that first possession of the second.
So basically kind of mimicked what they did the entire first half on their opening drive of the third quarter.
And Derrick Henry, who has had 15 of his runs inside for 73 yards. He's made a man miss on a tackle 5 times running inside. He's the deep man on first down, toss left. Henry with Ricard leading a path, and the Packers get 3 men even and behind the backfield, and Edgerrin Cooper, the first of 3, to triangle him and bring him down for no gains. Oh, the ball at the... as Kamal Haddon is down for the Packers. He's able to... he is surrounded now by athletic trainers as he spun around onto his back. And on bent knee, the lead trainer speaking to him just on top of the 30-yard line. There are 4 other athletic trainers also on bent knee, all surrounding him. 8:50 to go in this third quarter, 27-17. The Ravens lead the Packers. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
According to the stories, Colonel Sanders invented fiery, crispy wings unlike the world had ever seen. He knew his perfected wings needed a perfect counterpart, so he invented the potato and turned it into soft and fluffy wedges. The world obsessed over his wings and wedges. People couldn't comprehend a flavor pairing so perfect, and neither could menus, so the Colonel took them away. But the world is always changing, so he brought them back. KFC wings and wedges are back by obsessive demand, so get them while you can. The Colonel lived so we could chicken.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
The NFL playoffs are here, and it all starts with Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon.
Man, it all comes down to this.
12 teams, 6 games, 3 days, and one epic weekend.
My goodness!
It's win or go home, and every moment counts on the road to Super Bowl 60.
It's a touchdown!
Wild Card Weekend powered by Verizon. January 10th through 12th. Visit watch.nfl.com for the full schedule.
From cozy layers and soft knits to denim and athleisure, find everything you need to stay on trend and on budget all winter at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Well, the Cards on the field for a second time tonight. Now for the cornerback Kamal Haddon, who was thrust into action with Nate Hobbs, suffering a knee injury earlier in the game. We've not seen Hobbs return since. He has been ruled out. Dontavian Wicks, Packer wideout, is out with concussion protocol. And now Haddon is being tended to by a flurry of athletic trainers, and they're preparing to put him onto the cart.
Yeah, it's been a tough game injury-wise, and they get Haddon up to his feet, and he's kind of hobbling over to the cart, and try to give you any update that we get on him, but Green Bay just continuing to lose players. 3 of them now on the defensive side, but 4 overall, coming up with some somewhat significant injuries.
Yeah, the Packers were thin on the offensive line due to illness during the week. They're playing today without Zach Tom. They're starting right tackle for a second straight week. And, of course, a couple of weeks ago, it was Micah Parsons lost for the year, the only Pro Bowler for the Packers, who will be a playoff team. That was cemented after the Christmas Day results. Yeah, they still have a shot to win their division. So do the Ravens, but both need to win out and need some help. Whoever loses this game would anoint a divisional champion. Now, Ravens need to win out, including a Week 18 game against the Steelers. They need Pittsburgh to fall against Cleveland tomorrow. And so the cart goes through the tunnel, the far right corner. So Haddon is off the field, and Green Bay is down a couple of corners in this game. Ravens have done it largely on the ground. Tyler Huntley works in the backfield. Derrick Henry sidecar right. 4 wide, 2 and 2. Motion for Flowers, who's been quiet. Handoff Henry to the near left. Standing tall, he gets popped on the right shoulder. Dropped at 39. Xavier McKinney and Kingsley Enagbari deliver part of that harm. So it'll be 3rd down and 5. And a late sub onto the field. Javon Bullard sprints on as a safety. 3rd and 5. Huntley out of the gun. Most punch tight. Flag is out. And now a second flag comes. And it looks like counting of players is happening out there. Referee Alan Eck.
12 men on the defense. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
So that's happened on both sides of the ball to the Packers. They had a huddle with a dozen, and they just had a dozen on the field, but Matt LaFleur is apoplectic right now because he's pointing to how many are on the field currently, and he's counting 11. And that came with a late addition.
They got multiple players on the field with their arms stretched out to the side. You'd think if they have 12.
After replay assist, there's only 11 men on the field. It's 4th down.
So take that penalty away. They actually had 10, and it was Bullard who late got out there before a would-be snap. It's a pretty big miss.
Yeah, you're thinking that if you have 12 men on the field, somebody's likely got to run off, right? But Green Bay just kind of counts everything. They're like, what's going on? We've got 11 on the field.
Well, the Ravens, a massive personnel change for 3rd and 5. They're 4 of 6 on 3rd down, but 0 for their last 2. Rasheen Ali is back at running back. As loud as this crowd has been since the break. Tyler Huntley out of the gun, near left hash. Crowd in front for the Packers, 1 high safety. 3rd and 5, Ravens from their 39. The shotgun snap, quick hitter on the right side. Bobble catch with contact made. And gain to the 45, a gain of 6 for Zay Flowers and a 1st down. Javon Bullard with the stop. 1st and 10 Ravens.
Yeah, really good concentration from Flowers, the Pro Bowler. Just a quick slant here, getting inside the leverage of the defense, knowing that he's going to have some contact coming from his backside with Javon Bullard. As you mentioned, kind of fumbles the football a little bit, but secures it, turns upfield, and makes sure he gets enough to get a fresh set of downs.
Derrick Henry back in. Kamal Haddon is out with an ankle injury. Huntley under center. Hand off Henry to the left side. The whole defense flows to him, and he gets bear hugged by Carl Brooks right at the 46, gain of a yard. That's 6'3", 296 against 6'3", 252.
Two big, strong human beings there going at each other, but you've got to be able to get off of a block if you want to make one of those plays on Derrick Henry. One of the few times that we've seen him kind of corralled right by the line of scrimmage. Carl Brooks, excellent job getting physical at the front there, shedding a block to force a second and long situation.
Second down and 9. Part of why the Ravens were so good on third down early, it was a lot of third and shorts. Huntley hands in his warmer. Receiver motion and Flowers. Hand off Henry, hit the backfield. They'll be dropped for a loss. Kingsley Enagbare penetrates and pummels at the 41. That's a loss of 5.
John, remember what I was talking about back in the first half is you've got to find a way to get penetration, and this time Enagbare completely beats Rosengarten right off of the snap. Rosengarten kind of overshoots him. Enagbare slants right back inside, gets upfield, and he's right in Derrick Henry's face to get him down on the ground for a massive tackle for loss.
First negative play for Henry, who had owned the day. It's now 3rd and 14. Ali is back at running back. 2 high safeties for the Packers. Ravens from their own 41. Huntley shotgun snap right hash. Steps into a throw right. It's caught by Ali, who's shouldered out of bounds and around the 45. Gets 3. Keyshawn Nixon helped him out of play, and the punt unit is on for the Ravens.
Now we've seen both teams able to get out of some third and long situations, most notably even on the last drive for the Packers when they were on offense. But that's the difference, John. When you get yourself off schedule on the change, you get some penalties, you get a tackle for loss. And then you got these third and longs. It's so difficult. There's not too many calls on the play sheet where you can pick up 3rd and 14 type plays.
First punt of the game, the Pro Bowler Jordan Stout. 3rd in the league in gross, 1st in net. Romeo Doubs, return man at his 10. He's been solid in the NFL. He was elite in college at Nevada. The punt in the air with good hang. Doubs creeping forward. Makes a wave at the 16 and backpedals to bring it in. And he'll be spotted right in that area. 41-yard punt, no return. 5:01 to go, third quarter. Ravens 27, Packers 17. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
All season long, you can stream the NFL at Westwood One for free, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. And fans, a reminder, you can listen on westwoodonesports.com or by downloading the Westwood One Sports app today. 5:01 to go, third quarter. Ravens lead 27-17 at Green Bay, but the Packers have the ball at their own 14-yard line, looking for new life. It's been a weird roller coaster of big, spectacular plays for the Packers, and then some wanting moments while the Ravens have just driven consistently.
Yeah, for the most part, Baltimore has just put together these methodical drives and wore down the Green Bay defense. But you know what's interesting, John? is Packers offense put together a long drive. It seems like their defense was much better shape last time because they hadn't been on the field so much.
Go figure.
Go figure.
Bunch trips left. Wilson in. Loop in the backfield for Reed. Play fake. Willis. Backside pressure. It gets picked up by a teammate. Willis rolling to his left. Flag is out. He takes off and runs and slides down at the 19-yard line. He got 5. But the flag in the backfield where some space was created for Willis to spring free.
Holding from 65 offense. Half distance to the goal. Replay. First down.
Left guard Aaron Banks.
Yeah, it looked like it was Draymond Jones was the one in the backfield that nearly got around the corner to end up getting the sack. But if they're going to end up calling this one on Banks, it's going to be him going up against Okoye up front. If that's who they called it on him, I didn't really see a ton of a hold there. Nonetheless, they get backed up behind the chains here on first down.
4 penalties for a loss of 35 yards. It's now first down and 17 from the 7. Motion from Christian Watson. Out of the gun right hash. Willis 3-step drop. Fire near right to Watson, who dropped it. He spun and saw Nate Wiggins and just dropped the ball at the 12-yard line.
Just the second incompletion in this game for Malik Willis. He was 12 of 13 up until that throw right there. And quick note, remember we talked earlier, John, about Marlon Humphrey came out after his foot got stepped on by Tavius Robinson. They've added a little padding, a little tape job on there. I'm sure he'll make it through the game, but as we discussed, he's probably going to have quite the bruise and swollen hand when he wakes up tomorrow morning.
Stomped on by 260 pounds. Chris Brooks is in at running back. Second and 17, 4-man rush. Willis can field it. He throws from his end zone, caught by Golden, near right, out of bounds at around the 19. So he's able to get a dozen there. Nate Wiggins was in the area. That's still short of the first by 5.
Tell you what, though, I watch Malik Willis throw, and you can see that he's got some next-level arm talent because his footwork, I don't think, is the cleanest. From what I've seen, he's always got 1 foot off of the ground, but that ball comes out of his hand, and he throws tight spirals that are cutting through any kind of wind in the stadium, and he is effortless getting the ball there.
Third down and 5. Packers from their 19. Crowded front for the Ravens. Everyone bunched for the Packers. Motion Watson right to left. Wiggins goes with it. Shotgun snap. Pressure is on. Wiggins flush. Sprinting to his right. Running for his life. He lobs to no one. Sideline out of bounds. And a flag down. There was huge pressure. Draymond Jones was part of the jailbreak, and it looks like offsides against Baltimore.
Yeah, part of the reason it was a jailbreak is he got a little bit of a head start. Too much of a head start.
Offside, jumping into the neutral zone, number 53 defense. The 5-yard penalty results in the first down.
Sam Backer, Kyle Van Noy.
Yeah, Jones gets a little bit of a head start. It looked like Rasheed Walker was kind of leaning a little bit back out of his stance, the left tackle. But I still think Draymond Jones might have tried to anticipate that snap and got in there a little bit too quick.
And that's a huge penalty. It was 3rd and 5. It's now 1st and 10. So Willis under center. 3:52 to go, third quarter. Play fake. Willis standing at his 15. Steps into a heave. It's caught in the slide by Watson at the 45. Driven out of bounds by Wiggins at the 47. Able to get 23 yards, first down.
Well, once again, John, that's just an example right there, that arm talent. Like, he just flicks that one out there, and Watson's able to slide underneath it. But this guy has got a strong arm. If he gets more of an opportunity, because, listen, let's be honest, Jordan Love is the starting quarterback for this organization, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't looked up his contract status, but a guy like Malik Willis is trying to play to become a starter at some point in his career.
14 completions to 9 targets. Play fake for Willis. Trying to load up. Long heave. Down the left side. Incomplete. Overshot. Matthew Golden, who had one-on-one with Loie Gilman down the left sideline. And it sails out of bounds inside of the 15.
Well, let's remember, that's the reason why Matthew Golden is here. The rookie out of Texas thought that he was going to be the deep threat for him. Things haven't quite worked out for him in his rookie season to be that difference maker of a player. But that's what they need him to do. They need him to take the top off the defense, give them that threat, and he needs to make a few of those catches so they have to start respecting his speed out on the perimeter.
Haven't heard a lot from Dobbs, who has a couple of catches today. He's the Packers' top receiver on the year. Motion by Wiley left to right. Out of the gun, 2nd and 10. Packers from the 47. Willis fading back, steps into it. Crossing pattern. Catch made by Reed, and he gets rocked after he brought the ball in at the 45. Loie Gilman, the hard contact. He gets 8. It's 3rd down and 2.
Well, we talked about Gilman and what he brings to this defense. That is picture perfect on how you drive downhill from the safety position to make a tackle.
They haven't been on the ground in a bit. Chris Brooks, sidecar left, creeping secondary pressure. They need 2 for a first. Shotgun snap. Willis to throw. He lobs deep down the right side. And strike caught. Bo Melton right over top with Nate Wiggins in coverage. And he's brought down at the 12-yard line. Gets 29 yards. The two-way man who plays DB and wide receiver.
Yeah, a little bit of a double move here from Bo Melton. Gives a quick stick into a slant route and then goes upfield. And this ball was almost underthrown enough to where Nate Wiggins had a chance to break it up, but Bo Melton gets back underneath it and makes the catch.
They convert on 3rd and 2 in a big way. Willis out of the gun, near right hash, driving left to right. Delayed handoff. No, he keeps it, rolls to his right, trying to turn the corner. He's in! Touchdown, Packers! He turned the corner on Wiggins. An 11-yard sprint for Malik Willis. And it's a 27-23 game. The Raven deficit cut to 4-point after pending. 2:02 to go in the 3rd.
Now, John, when we set this game up, we talked about with Malik Willis being the starting quarterback, we're likely going to see some more zone reads, some RPO-type concepts. That looked a little familiar to that drive that we saw back in the first half, where Malik Willis, same direction of the field, same side of the formation, puts the ball in the running back's belly, pulls it back out, fools the defense, and outruns them to the perimeter.
McManus point after, right to left, right-footed kick is good. 2:02 to go in the 3rd quarter. We got a field goal affair. 27-24. The Ravens lead the Packers at Lambeau.
Now this time it's a zone read, John, and he's blocking, or he's reading the end man on the line of scrimmage, but Kyle Van Noy was the end man on the line of scrimmage, and he was being blocked by Jordan Morgan. I think Willis just looked and he said, you know what, I've got a bunch of green grass out on the right side. I'm going to trust my speed and see if I can outrun the defense, and he did just that, getting just outside of Nate Wiggins and inside of that pylon.
Pro-level nutrition delivered to your door, ready when you are. Factor, eat like a pro. Now, while Willis did celebrate, smile, and point an index finger in the air, as soon as he got to the sideline and sat down, he started rubbing at the meaty part of his leg, right around the quad area.
Yeah, it looked like it's his right leg. As soon as he sat down on the bench, he was kind of motioning to somebody's. I would imagine that, remember, we talked about it. He's kind of been dealing with an illness this week. He already had a little bit of an injury and a shoulder issue last week in the game against Chicago on a sack. And you know what? Everybody at this point in the year is kind of playing hurt at some point. But he seems like he's kind of got through some things for his team because he's providing them with an option with a lot of different things to do offensively. 16 of 19 through the air, and he's been the best running threat for them. Josh Jacobs, just 4 carries for 3 yards in this game.
McManus kick. It's Wester from inside of his 5, 15, 20, 25. Makes a man miss 30. Weaves at the 35. Flag is out. He is down just north of the 35. And we'll see what this latest penalty is for.
Well, Bo Melton, who we just saw make a big catch on the last drive, also playing on special teams, immediately motioning toward the Ravens sideline that I think he was held on the play.
During the return, holding number 48 of the receiving team. 10-yard penalty for spinal foul. First down, Baltimore.
Carl Jones Jr. So the Raven offense back to the field. That last Packer drive, 7 plays, 86 yards in a crisp 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Willis on the drive was 4 of 7 for 77 yards. His limited incompletions largely drops by his receivers today. Well, the Ravens had 20 first downs in the first half. They have 1 in the 3rd quarter. And this place is bursting at the seams. Henry the deep back. Huntley at a pistol depth from his 15 on 1st and 10. 3-step drop. He's pressured. He throws middle. And a low tuck grab made at the 20 by Kohler. He was able to cup that right arm in. No, incomplete.
Yeah, that one, to me, from our vantage point, looked really low. It looked like he was trying to get his hands underneath the ball, but the official that was in the back came running in at the last second. He saw that football touch the ground.
2nd and 10. This is as loud as it's been on the game. Quelled into quiet by a driving Raven offense. The Packer defense trying to silence Baltimore. 1:51 to go, 3rd quarter. A field goal game. Ravens up 3. 2nd and 10 from their 15. Deep drop by Huntley. pats the ball, throw middle to Andrews, a bit behind him, makes the catch, and then gets hit at the 20, gets 5. Quay Walker spills him there, 3rd and 5.
Well, when they decide to throw the football on first down, and it was incomplete to Kohler, so now you're kind of setting up what you have to do with the drive. What has been working so well for Baltimore? Running the football with Henry, but likely going to have to throw it here again on 3rd and medium.
Henry is in, shotgun snap near left hash. Ravens 5 of 8 on 3rd down. Huntley searching for quiet, now communication. Barks out new commands, he's changing everything up. Play clock at 12. Hand signals to everyone. Henry now to his left. 7 on the play clock. Shotgun snap. Handoff. Henry weaves through. Gets by that first and second level. Finally calmed at the 29 by Xavier McKinney. He gets 9 yards. First down, Baltimore.
How about that adjustment from Tyler Huntley? In my opinion, this was not a can-can. Like, this was not a 2-play call at the line of scrimmage, and he went to the second call. This looked like a true audible as he brought Henry to the other side of the formation. And on 3rd and 5, they hand it off, and they pick up the first down.
40 seconds, clock rolls 3rd quarter. Huntley under center, backs into straight eye. The Pro Bowler Ricard leading the way for the future Hall of Famer in Henry. Long, hard cadence, toss right. Henry, led by Ricard, through the first wave. He bursts to the second, the 40, the 45, down the right sideline. He's tripped up tight to the white, and he's down north of the 40. They're going to mark him at about the Green Bay 36. It's a 30-yard run. And it's another first down, 15 seconds, clock rolls.
Well, just a simple pitch to the outside, but Ricard, the Pro Bowl fullback, gets a block on Keyshawn Nixon to kick out, and then Henry makes one-man miss. And then if it wasn't for Edgerrin Cooper getting on his heels to get him down, who knows how far Henry would have got.
So a big burst and zeros on the board. We are through the 3rd quarter. What a game. Ravens 27, Packers 24. We're on to the 4th. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
John Sadak, Derek Rackley here in the Granger broadcast booth at Lambeau Field. At work, every day is game day. Give your crew an edge with Granger. You'll find supplies and solutions for every industry when you call. Click Granger.com or just stop by. 27-24, Ravens lead at Green Bay. 4th quarter about to get underway. Ravens need to win out, which would include Steelers losing at least their finale. They also need Pittsburgh to fall tomorrow in Cleveland. They would claim the playoffs and the division in the AFC North. The Packers have punched their playoff ticket. They can win the NFC North if they win out and the Bears lose out. Chicago and San Francisco on the road tomorrow. Derrick Henry, another big run for 30 yards, having a huge game.
Yeah, he's just been dominant, and they almost for a moment I felt like to start this drive, John, they were trying to go away from what was working so well. But to me, it was that audible from Tyler Huntley to go back to the run game on 3rd and 5 to Henry to pick up the first down. They go right back to him. He rips off another big run. Stay committed to Derrick Henry. Now, he's out of the game right now, but I would suggest with what happened last week against New England, he gets back on the field.
1st and 10 of the Packer 40. Handoff Keaton Mitchell trying to zigzag and cannot get by Quinton Bohanna. who brings him down at the 37. It'll be a gain of 3, 2nd and 7. Ravens had 15 yards of total offense in the second half prior to this possession. They've had now 46 yards on this possession, trying to add on to a field goal lead. Tyler Huntley has been incredibly efficient, has largely made excellent decisions. Mitchell, the deep set back, offset eye, strength right, slot left, tight end right, handoff to Mitchell, pauses, tries to burst, and he is swallowed up by Carl Brooks. Got some help from Lucas Van Ness, and they drive him at the 36, gain of a yard, 3rd down and a long 5.
Yeah, normally I would have said that if Mitchell ends up picking up a couple yards, you get Henry back on the field. Now, this 3rd down, with him staying off the field, with Henry staying off the field, this kind of signals to me that Baltimore is going to run the football here, but they got to find a way to get him back on the field.
Rasheen Ali is in at running back. Flowers and Andrews are part of bunch trips to the left. Huntley, right hash shotgun. 3rd and 5 at the Packer 35. Up a field goal. Huntley beckons Flowers in motion left to right. Shotgun snap, 3-step drop. He looks, he's pressured. He takes off, he's got a ton of space. Sprinting forward to the 30 and gets hit as he tried to slide down at the 27-yard line. Able to get 8. Keyshawn Nixon the hit. It's 1st and 10.
Using his athleticism and seeing that this defense opens up right in front of him, he immediately is looking to the left side of this formation. I think he's trying to hit Zay Flowers. I feel like he's got to keep his eyes downfield just a little bit more. But Huntley sees he's got an opening up front, and he's got the speed and the footwork to be able to get away from a tackle and pick up a 1st down.
Huntley, 5 carries, 55 yards. Derrick Henry back in, pistol. Single back Henry behind Huntley. Slot left on 1st and 10 of the Packer 26. Handoff Henry has a hole, cuts into the teeth of the Packer defense and rumbles forward to the 19, gets 7. It's Edgerrin Cooper, who had the denial on that long burst right before our last break, with a pretty spectacular shoe top tackle.
Oh, gosh. He ends up reaching out for Derrick Henry, and as Henry's foot comes off the ground while he's running, he almost like catches his left toe in midair to get him down on the ground. I don't even know how he did it.
2nd down and 3 on a chilly night in Green Bay. 12:25, clock rolls in the 4th. Everyone bunched tight, offense and defense. Backs on the straight eye, handoff Henry. Bursts it outside left. Hard stiff arm. And a second hitter gets low and submarines him at the 13. Javon Bullard just got shook by Henry, who's able to pick up 6 and a 1st down.
Well, you think when Henry goes to the outside that maybe it's going to be a sprint to the sideline, but Henry kind of comes around. He sees Carrington Valentine, and he runs right at him with a right arm stiff arm and just kind of shoves him out of the way like, little fella, get out of my way. That was impressive. This is just a different human being with the ball in his hands.
Big man football. Keaton Mitchell's back in. Ravens' 3rd possession of double-digit plays. Trying to keep the drive alive. Huntley under center. Backs in the straight eye. This is old school. Toss right. Mitchell. Big men lead the path, and Mitchell gets hit on the left side by a pursuing defender. 1.5 yards to the 10.5. Quay Walker and Keyshawn Nixon, the in-tandem tacklers. 2nd down and 8.
I just still can't get over the last play with Henry and his decision. It was almost like he looked at Valentine and said, you got no chance. And he just puts his hand on his shoulder pad and just throws him out of the way.
I mean, this is like Tecmo Bowl Walter Payton tonight.
Love that.
Huntley out of the gun, 4 wide, 2 and 2. Ali is in and running back, 2nd and 8. Design Keat. Huntley cuts it left, and a defender is there to swing him down. Lucas Van Ness with a perfect tackle. Hands on each hip, and there's no gain. It's 3rd and 8.
Well, Van Ness is going up against the tackle. The left tackle here, Ronnie Stanley, but it's him keeping his outside arm free. We call this outside leverage. He keeps his outside arm free, and as soon as he sees Huntley try to break it to the outside, he separates away from it and makes the tackle. Really good play and understanding your leverage there from Lucas Van Ness.
Huge 3rd down. They're 7 of 10 on the game, 2 for 2 on the drive. They can get a 1st down at the 2. It's 3rd and 8 from the 10. Up a field goal at Green Bay. Ravens out of the gun. Ali sidecar left, trips right. Huntley left hash, stops the right cleat. 3-step drop, pressured. He throws left, it's caught. A spin. And he's in. Touchdown. Zay Flowers able to spin into the end zone after the initial contact just shy of the doorstep, and the Ravens pad their lead. 10-10 to go in the the fourth. It's 33-24 Baltimore.
Tight split by Zay Flowers. This is a quick speed out. He makes the catch, puts his right foot in the ground, and it looks to me on the first replay that I saw that he ends up reaching this ball across that front plane. That's touchdown right there, John.
He kept a pivot on that rear left foot. He almost looked like a figure skater spinning on the toe of his cleat.
The things that these guys can do with their bodies now, I mean, I know I sound like that old fart, right? Back when I played, guys couldn't. But I'm telling you, like, their conditioning and their agility now is completely different. And his ability to turn and get back upfield was truly impressive there from Flowers.
His fourth catch today, his first score of the day. Point after from Loop, left to right kick is good. 10-10 to go in the fourth quarter. It's a 10-point game again. The Ravens 34, the Packers 24. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
Relive the songs and stories that define 2025. Tap into the SiriusXM app for countdowns of the year's top tracks. From your favorite channels like Hits 1, The Highway, Octane, Hip Hop Nation, and more. Plus, the biggest moments in sports, comedy, and beyond.
Make it 5 in a row for Shohei Ohtani.
Just search 2025 in the SiriusXM app to start the look back.
Hey, football fans, Jeff Foxworthy here.
And I'm Larry the Cable Guy. Jeff, we ought to tell folks about our very own comedy channel.
That's right, folks. When you're done listening to the game, hop on over to Jeff and Larry's Comedy Roundup.
We even host our own show, like Larry the Cable Guy and the Fun Bunch.
And my show, A Comic Mind with Jeff Foxworthy.
It's great American comedy 24/7.
That's Jeff and Larry's Comedy Roundup, SiriusXM Channel 97. Or listen to us anytime on the SiriusXM app.
New Year's Eve is live across America on SiriusXM. Ring in 2026 with Fish at Madison Square Garden and over 50 country acts, including Lainey Wilson, Jason Aldean, Billy Zimmerman, and more at Nashville's Big Bash. Plus live shows on The Heat, Turbo, Hits 1, and many other channels. Listen throughout New Year's Eve. At home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Hi, it's me, Katie Nolan, host of Casuals with Katie Nolan. It's holiday season, which means it's the perfect time to curl up on the couch with a nice mug of hot chocolate and watch a bunch of elite athletes stir up juicy in-game drama for your viewing pleasure. Sports are the ultimate comfort watch to get you through the cold months. So whether you're a diehard sports fan or just an intrigued channel flipper, listen to Casuals to keep up to date with all the latest in-game and online drama. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Love you, mean it.
Credit Karma uses your credit profile to show you real loan offers with clear terms without hurting your credit scores. No gimmicks, just personalized estimated rates. Download Intuit Credit Karma to get started. 10-10 to go, fourth quarter. Ravens up by 10, 34-24. A Zay Flowers touchdown grab capped off a 12-play, 85-yard drive that ate up almost 7 minutes. Ravens were 3 for 3 for third down. 9 of their 12 plays were on the ground.
John, I was thinking that these wide receivers and tight ends for the Ravens, they got to have some patience because the way that they've been running the football, they're just not getting an opportunity to make plays in the passing game. But when they have dialed up those plays, not only have the receivers and tight ends been ready to make plays, but Huntley has been extremely accurate, 80% completion rate in this game.
Here's the kick from Tyler Loop, left to right, tumbling end over end. Bo Melton from his own 1.5. Sprints up to the 10, weaves at the 15, the 20, shoulder shake at the 25, and gets driven back hard at the 27-yard line. That was Jake Hummel with the special teams hit. Bit of a pile thereafter. With the Westwood One Sports app, you can stream every Westwood One broadcast live right from your phone for free. NFL, college football, NCAA, March Madness, and more. It's all in the Westwood One Sports app. Download now for iOS and Android and take the game with you wherever you go. Now, the Ravens are claiming they have the football. It looked like he had been marked down at the 28, but multiple Ravens are pointing the other way, believing it had been jarred free for a fumble and that they had possession. Packer offense, though, is on the field, ready to take a snap.
Yeah, replay shows that when Melton's elbow came down, hit the ground, and that's ultimately what knocked the football out.
So here's the Packer offense that now the time's getting a little tight here, Rack.
Yeah, definitely. And you might see, I mean, we've seen Malik Willis go through the air quite a bit. He's 82% completion rate in this game.
has Emmanuel Wilson sidecar left. Shotgun snap, secondary fades back. Willis still pressured, sprints out of it to the 25 to 30 and slides at around the 35. They're going to mark him at the 33 and give him about 5. It'll be 2nd down and 5. Tavius Robinson, part of that driving pressure.
Travis Jones just frustrated here. He ends up beating Aaron Banks, the left guard. Has an opportunity for a sack, but again, that's that elusiveness from Malik Willis. Gets away from it and still ends up picking up about 5 yards.
Very crowded front from the Raven defense. Shotgun snap, they bring pressure. Willis backside can feel it. He throws near left, and it's caught by Romeo Dobbs, who gets popped out of bounds at about the 43. Gets about 10. That's going to be good for a 1st down. Chidobe Awuzie helped him out of play there.
Marlon Humphrey comes on the blitz, but Josh Wiley's right there to pick him up, ends up keeping him anywhere from getting close to Malik Willis, but then he ends up throwing that football right in the same direction, and because Marlon Humphrey ended up blitzing, there was no underneath defender to knock the football away. Well thrown ball there to Romeo Dobbs.
Willis under center, Wilson the deep back. 1st and 10, Packers at their own 42. Secondary fades back for Baltimore. Play fake. Willis loading up. He's pressured. Sidestep to his left. Now he takes off. He sprints to the 40, the 45, gets over midfield, and then artfully hops out of bounds at the Raven 48. That's a gain of 9. Kyle Hamilton was in the area. And this is going to be good for 10 and a 1st down.
This is just the different element that you get with Malik Willis playing quarterback versus Jordan Love. In that situation, Love's probably going to try to get out to the left side, and then he's going to throw the football away, or maybe he's going to pick up 2 or 3, where Malik Willis says, you're going to give me this much open space, I'm going to take it for a 1st down.
9 carries, 60 yards. Now the handoff to Wilson. Some space in the middle, collapses quickly as Roquan Smith and Alohi Gilman are there. He is collapsed down after 6 to the 42. It'll be 2nd and 4. 8:18 clock rolls, 10-point game. Packers going tempo. Single back left, bunch trips right. Snap on the near left hash out of the gun. 5-man rush. Willis steps into it, throws right. Catch made by Christian Watson with 2 extended hands for a 1st. At the 35, taken out of bounds by Wiggins. He gets 7, 1st and 10.
Well, and right after the play, Malik Willis completes the pass, and he goes down to a knee. And he might end up needing some attention here. He's grabbing at that right shoulder again. And I don't know if it was aggravated earlier in the game, but remember last week in the game, he ended up getting sacked by Montez Sweat, and he ended up landing on his right shoulder. And you got the training staff out there looking at him now.
And Clayton Tune is now furiously warming up just off the sideline, who has not played this year. He was 2 for 2 passing all of last year. He has 1 start in his career. All of his games had come with Arizona in 2023. Free agent signee this year. Christian Watson now with 5 catches for 113 yards. But Willis being looked at by the athletic trainers as Clayton Tune continues to fire up.
That was a long throw from Malik Willis out to the right side of the formation. As soon as he saw that it was complete, he immediately ends up putting his left arm up by that right shoulder. And it looks like he's going immediately back to the locker room.
Yeah, he's not going to the sidelines. He is jogging with 2 trainers to the far right tunnel. His arm started to dangle after that throw. It just looked different.
Well, he was asked about it last week after he got sacked by Montez Sweat, that he knew that he was hurt, but he felt like, number 1, I had adrenaline, and number 2, there was nobody else to play quarterback. So he just played through it. He got checked out, and he sprinted back to the locker room.
So here is Clayton Tune, 23 career passes. He is in out of the gun, mid-drive, down 10 at home to the Ravens, under 8 minutes. Shotgun snap, and he keeps it to the right, has no space. Hamilton in the area, and he just dives down to the ground. That'll be no gain. Marked at about the 35+. It'll be 2nd down at a longer 10.
Yeah, you're Zach Orr here, defensive coordinator for the Ravens. Like, this is an opportunity where you start to, I think you guess a little bit here. You think that they're going to either try to run the football with Wilson, or they're going to run some type of design quarterback run or zone read type concept with Clayton Tune. I can't expect that they're going to put the ball in his hands and he's going to try to beat Baltimore through the air.
Wilson sidecar right. Tune 16 career carries for 26 yards. 3-step drop, quick hitter. Is tipped and intercepted. Taken away at the 30. Up to the 33. Marlon Humphrey picks in 3 straight games and went off the hands of the target. Bo Melton was unable to bring it in, and off his hand, a tip pick and the Ravens have the ball as Tune on his first pass of the year gives it away.
And I wouldn't say that was necessarily Tune's fault as far as the throw was bad. That's a ball that has to be caught by Bo Melton. Like, that ball gets tipped up in the air, and Marlon Humphrey is right there. To your point, John, 3 straight weeks now with an interception. He takes the season lead for the Ravens just above of Nate Wiggins.
And he did a Lambeau leap. That's why you heard the boos in the background. 6:56 to go in the fourth. Ravens 34, Packers 24. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
LinkedIn gets B2B marketing and knows that every win is derived from a well-orchestrated play. With LinkedIn ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. LinkedIn has grown to a network of over 1 billion professionals that you can reach based on job title, industry, and more. Start converting your B2B audience into high-quality leads today. Spend $250 on your first campaign and get a free $250 credit for the next one. Just go to linkedin.com/campaign. That's linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. Only on LinkedIn ads.
The Lowe's Closeout Event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know, to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo crackers. Touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
All season long, you can stream the NFL on Westwood One for free, sponsored by LinkedIn Ads. With LinkedIn Ads, every ad gets served to the MVPs you need. Get a $250 credit when you spend $250 on your first campaign. Go to linkedin.com/campaign. Terms and conditions apply. And fans, a reminder, you can listen to WestwoodOneSports.com or by downloading the Westwood One Sports app today. Well, the battle of the backups, Malik Willis left with a right shoulder injury, questionable to return. Clayton Tune on his first pass hit the hands of his target, Bo Melton, but a tip ball to Marlon Humphrey for a pick. So the Ravens have the ball at their own 32, up 10 at Green Bay. Handoff Derrick Henry. Pinballs off the first pile. Second effort surges to the 34.5. Lucas Van Ness is there to get him. He gets 3, 2nd down and 7, and the Ravens are very content to work that clock.
Well, especially now, but just a wild turn of events. I mean, the way that Green Bay was driving down the field, Malik Willis made a couple of runs, made a couple of throws, and it looks like they were in position to continue driving to put a touchdown on the board with a chance to make it like a 34-31 game. Instead, he comes out of the game with a shoulder, and Clayton Tune, who was just elevated from the practice squad today or yesterday, ends up having to come into this game.
They just get under center with 5 on the play clock, down to 2 on the play clock, 1 on the play clock to snap. Handoff Derrick Henry off the right side. Lucas Van Ness again drags him down at the 36 plus, a gain of about 2. More clock, 6:02, it rolls, 3rd down and 5.
Exactly, and you're thinking that you just continue to keep this clock moving, and then if they decide that they punt the ball back to Green Bay, you're saying, all right, I'm going to take our defense trying to attack a quarterback in Clayton Tune, and just on that cue, Malik Willis comes running out of the locker room back to the Packers sideline.
Now, shades of Willis Reed for the Knicks at the Garden in the 70s. Here's Malik Willis at Lambeau for the Packers. Huntley out of the gun. Henry moves to sidecar left. Play clock at 1. Handoff Henry. Giant hole right side. Rumbles through that second level. He chipped the first Packer would-be hitter, and he stumbles at midfield to gain 13 yards. Edgerrin Cooper finally gets the stick, but a big burst for Henry, having a huge day.
Yeah, he ends up starting to the left side of Tyler Huntley, a little bit of short motion, and ends up coming back to the right side. Excellent blocking over on that right side. Daniel Fa'alele ends up driving at the line of scrimmage, just opening up a massive hole for Henry. He explodes through it for another 1st down.
By far season high, 32 carries for 178 yards. Backs in a straight eye. Keaton Mitchell, the new running back. Huntley under center, under 5 minutes. Toss right to Mitchell. Has a big blocker in Ricard and then gets shouldered hard by a pair of Packers after he earns the Green Bay 48. Van Ness again will get a timeout call.
First charge timeout.
So the Packers call the first timeout between the two teams with 4:35 to go in the fourth. Don't miss all the NFL excitement on NBC tomorrow night when the Chicago Bears meet the San Francisco 49ers. Of course, you can also hear that game right here on many of these same stations on the Westwood One Sports app or online at westwoodonesports.com.
John, I was just looking to the sidelines, right? Because this was such a big story last week in the Patriots game because Green Bay ends up calling a timeout. Derrick Henry's on the sideline catching a little bit of a blow, and the first thing I thought about is after that timeout, that's Derrick Henry needs to come back out in the field. And I'm over there staring at the sidelines like big fella needs to rip off that coat and just run on the field. Guess who came on the field? Derrick Henry. He needs to be on the field to close out this game.
He has been a monster at Lambeau today. Well, Willis just finished some warm-up tosses. The crowd is eager to see him. But it's 2nd down and 8. Handoff Henry, cuts it upfield right over the heart of the Green Bay logo, tripped up at the 45 by Carl Brooks. Able to get about 4. It'll be 3rd down and 4. Well, this is a huge 3rd down. We'll get another timeout. That'll freeze the clock at 4:30, so the Packers now have one timeout in the warning, down 10, and it's 3rd down and 4, Ravens at the Green Bay 45.
Yeah, there's two things that come to my mind here. You're thinking 3rd down and 5. Green Bay's already called 2 timeouts. You can run the ball with Henry again, and you can force him to call a timeout and hope that your defense gets the stop. The other side of the coin here is, if you're going to go for the jugular, is you do some type of play fake here to Henry to get Huntley out on the perimeter, and he has a two-way go, whether he decides to throw it or run the ball himself, thinking that Green Bay is going to be attacking Derrick Henry at the line of scrimmage.
Henry, 33 carries already. His career high is 35. Shotgun on 3rd and 4. Toss left to Henry. Has a couple of blocks. Pauses. Turns upfield. Drives with contact. It'll depend upon the spot. He's right near the sticks.
He looks like he's about to be a half of a yard short of the 1st down marker.
Quay Walker had the hit. And he is down right near the line to gain. So it will be 4th down and less than a yard.
Oh, absolutely. This is go time here. You bring Ricard in the game, and this, like, if I were I'm laughing a little bit. If I were Baltimore, I'd tell Green Bay, we're giving the ball to Derrick Henry right now. I'm just letting you know what's going to happen. Now you got to stop it, okay?
Up 10. Play clock at 5.
Harbaugh's going to call a timeout here.
Jeff Harbaugh right alongside our referee as the play clock got down to 1. First called timeout by the Ravens with 4th and inches to come. 3:43 to go. Ravens up 10. This day has been about the push of that Ravens front and a bruising effort by Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about Derrick Henry, and rightfully so, but that only happens because your offensive line is winning up front. They're covering up jerseys. I shouldn't just say offensive line, because Patrick Ricard is obviously a big part of that. The tight ends are a big part of that. Charlie Kohler's been involved in the run game. Wide receivers out in the perimeter, coming inside, digging out safeties. Everybody's got a role in the run game, but this is a huge 4th down here for Baltimore to try to pick this up on less than a yard to go.
Ravens playoff pulse still holds. They need to win out, including the win against the Steelers. They go quick, and it's Andrews under center, the tight end. And a flag, multiple flags.
Linderbaum immediately pointing that somebody contacted him. I think somebody's helmet might have hit the center, Linderbaum.
Tight end Mark Andrews was under center.
Neutral zone infraction, number 94 defense.
A killer penalty.
Results in the 1st down.
Now, this is a play that Baltimore has run quite a bit. And they end up calling, I believe it's Carl Brooks. It's a hard count from Mark Andrews. He ends up, they're already lined up offside. Look at John, look at the replay. There's already 3 helmets in the neutral zone. But there was contact made by Carl Brooks and a free 1st down for the Ravens.
And the Packers have already burned a pair of their timeouts. So Derrick Henry back in. He's the deep man. 3:43 4th quarter. Ravens up 10. Hard count by Huntley. Hand off to Henry. And he has tied his career high, his 35th carry. He burst to the 29.5. He's able to get 7. He matches the mark September the 19th of 2021 in Seattle with 35 rumbles on the ground tonight. A huge performance. He's got 191 yards.
There's a lot of old school coaches, players that are listening, maybe even watching this game, and they're saying, now this is my type of football here. Offensive line, running backs, and just pound away at a defense.
3:05 clock rolls. Keaton Mitchell is in. Backs in a straight eye. Old school with Ricard, the fullback. Huntley under center, right hash. Handoff Mitchell. Spins off the first hitter and then just falls down. No, he is down at the 31. That'll be a loss of a couple. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Kingsley Enagbari had the contact.
Yeah, we saw Malik Willis come running back out, but there's a chance that he doesn't even get an opportunity to come back on the field.
And so the Ravens have Henry sub back in 22. Coincidentally enough, on the play clock, as number 22 hits the field. Now, Henry just a gargantuan effort here tonight. Play clock at 9 as they break huddle. Huntley under center, backs in a straight eye, 1 true wide. Ricard late, shuffles to the right. And a play fake to Henry, a keeper by Huntley off to the left, gets low and with contact, drives down to the 26-yard line. He's able to get 5, and it looks like that should be good for a first. Colby Wood in the hit. And there's a challenge flag out of the field. And it came from the Packers sideline. It looked like they gave him the first. Now the chain gang is not moved at all. The ball is spotted.
Green Bay's challenging spot in previous play.
Ball is spotted just inside of the 26, about the 25.5, which would be a first down.
Yeah, it's a pretty good play call here. You're thinking that Green Bay's defense will be selling out for Derrick Henry, and it's Tyler Huntley running it himself. But a good decision on his behalf, too, also, John, not getting close to out of bounds. Cuts this one back up into the play. They're taking another look at it. I didn't get a chance on the replay to look down the line and confirm it.
This Close Shave Instant Replay Review sponsored by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, quality shave and trusted value. When that knee goes down, where is he?
Yeah, exactly. You're looking when the knee comes down, where is the football at that position? And, John, my first glance at it, I don't feel like there's enough that they overturn this, that he's clearly short.
Here's Alan Eck, our referee.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. First down, Baltimore.
They agree with you.
Will be charged. The second timeout.
So timeout on that challenge by the Packers. That means they have no timeouts. 2:02 to go in the fourth. Ravens up 34-24. Now Baltimore still has a shot to win the division and punch its playoff ticket. John Harbaugh had been 1-3 against the Packers lifetime with the Ravens entering this game. They'll need help. They need the Steelers to fall tomorrow, and then they need to beat Pittsburgh head-to-head, a flex game week 18 next week. 10th play of this drive that has already consumed nearly 5 minutes. And Huntley changing things up from under center, creeping pressure from the Packers. Toss left to Derrick Henry. Ricard, a big block, and he cuts it up the left side and sprints easily into the end zone. Touchdown, Derrick Henry. 26 yards. He has broken 200 on the day. He has tied his career high with 4 TDs. It is 40-24 on Derrick Henry Day at Lambeau Field. He had 4 touchdowns December of 18 against Jacksonville. He's got 4 scores tonight as a cheese grater is now on the head of Tyler Huntley. 1:56 to go, and the Ravens have full command here at Green Bay.
Well, just an excellent job by all parties involved here. How about Devontae Walker, number 81, a 4th-string wide receiver, comes in, gets a seal block to open up everything on the left side of the formation.
Point after, snap spot kick is good from Tyler Loop. We have reached the 2-minute warning. 1:56 to go in the fourth. The Ravens 41, the Packers 24. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
The The Lowe's Closeout Event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Time now for the opening kickoff.
From kickoff to the final whistle, hear Westwood One's exclusive play-by-play of every primetime NFL game.
Great job pushing for the first down. That is a first down. First and goal at the 3.
NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
In overtime, 4-man front, receiver motion, low snap, he runs and he throws, caught, touchdown, it's caught.
Westwood One, the home of NFL play-by-play.
30, the 20, far side 10, touchdown.
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
The copyright of tonight's broadcast on Westwood One is owned by the NFL on behalf of its member clubs. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or any other use of this broadcast without the express written permission of the National Football League is strictly prohibited.
Derrick Henry entered today tied with Adrian Peterson and O.J. Simpson for the most 200-yard rushing showings in NFL history. He has added another. He stands alone with 7. A 26-yard run caps off the last scoring drive. 10 plays, 63 yards. All the plays on the ground consumed 5 minutes clean. It's a career-high 36 carries, tying a career-high 4 rushing touchdowns and 216 yards for Derrick Henry.
John, I can't think of, I'm sure there's been some other ones, but this has been one of the most memorable, dominant running back performances that I've seen in the NFL in a long time. You just don't generally see somebody doing this, and this has been from the very first drive. It wasn't like he was shut down and this was all in the second half, or it wasn't in the first quarter and it's been the last 3, or he did this all in the first 3 quarters. This has been every single quarter. They didn't have as many opportunities in the third quarter, but when they needed him in the fourth quarter, remember, he didn't even play the last, call it 12-plus minutes of the game last week against the Patriots. They made sure that he was on the field, and when Derrick was on the field, he made his presence felt every time he touched the football.
The new NFL record holder, 7 career 200-yard rushing games, breaking the deadlock of O.J. Simpson and Adrian Peterson. Packers have no timeouts. The warning's already happened. Luke ready to kick. The wind has blown it off the tee a couple of times. The crowd has thinned dramatically. And this is a Packer team that punched a playoff ticket without playing on Christmas Day, but is now looking at a 3rd straight loss. They were without Jordan Love at the game start. Malik Willis went out during the course of the game. Now the kick. And a deep back pedal. Bo Melton watches it sail over his head. Plenty deep, the back of the end zone, White for a touchback. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Westwood One, your home for the National Football League.
This is Matthew Stafford of the Los Angeles Rams. Hear me break down the week in the NFL every Monday night on Let's Go, 6:30 Eastern on SiriusXM NFL Radio, Channel 88.
Well, Derrick Henry sharing the cheese grater on the noggin with his quarterback and Tyler Huntley, and now the Packers' truly 3rd quarterback, Clayton Tune, is the man who breaks huddle. Why risk more damage to Malik Willis, whose spirited fashion did jog back out and warm up, but another score added by the Ravens. Packers keep it on the ground, and the initial run to the 40-yard line as Emmanuel Wilson gets 5 at 2nd and 5, 1:48. The Packers paralyzed to stop the clock. Now, this is an impressive effort by this Ravens team tonight. Very spread defensive front. Tune shaping up to throw, goes over the middle, bobbled catch by Wilson, does corral it cleanly. It gets the 1st to the 48. Jay Higgins the 4th to hit there. Well, Packers running some modified tempo. Ravens had 30 first downs in this game, Rack. 4-man rush. Tune rolling to his right after a pump, trying to turn the corner, and gets two-handed out of bounds by Travis Jones. They'll mark him out at around the 45. It'll be a loss of about 3. You can feel how crestfallen this Packer team is, and also the sense of resonant belief of the Ravens, who started so woefully, then were the NFL's most dominant team over a 5-game win streak that straddled more than a month. and had limped into play today with losses in 3 of 4, but have put together, without Lamar Jackson, one of their best offensive showings of the year. Tune out of the gun, 2nd and 13 for the Packer 45. 5-man rush. Tune steps into a throw near left and airmails Bo Melton and the trailing defender in Awuzia. Sails sideline out of bounds. Clock stops 1:06.
So it brings a whole lot of intrigue to that Pittsburgh-Cleveland game. Now, obviously, the Ravens need the Steelers to lose, setting up a Week 18 winner takes the AFC North to get a playoff spot. Remember, the only way that an AFC North team gets into the playoffs is by winning the division.
A 1 o'clock game to come tomorrow. Tune out of the gun, single back left, 3rd and 13 for the Packer 45. And they keep it on the ground. Wilson right to the heart of the Raven defense. Trenton Simpson, part of the pile at the 50, along with Draymond Jones. He gets 6. And also keep in mind that this game will result in some further clarity for the playoff picture. With the Packers falling here, 48 seconds clock rolls. That means the Bears have secured the division in the NFC North.
And that was one of the goals, is that Green Bay knows that they've got an advantage on everybody if they can get a home playoff game. That's now going to go to the wayside.
Soon, shotgun snap, throw to the near left, a little tall and behind Matthew Golden, who gets two-handed by Awuzia as the hand ricocheted off, the ball ricocheted off his hands, 29 seconds. So now 4th down, and the punt unit will jog on. Turnover on downs there. So 29 seconds, 41-24, the Ravens lead. And the crowd is a shell of what it was. Only about a little less than a third of the folks that were here remain in the stands on this chilly night in Green Bay.
And now as the offense goes back on the field with Tyler Huntley and Derrick Henry not wearing the cheese grater anymore, it was Lamar Jackson put it on his head on the sideline.
So victory formation, a bent knee taken by Huntley, and the final 25 seconds can fade away. The Ravens, a pretty impressive performance, championed by Derrick Henry, who has had an outstanding career and has authored one of his best performances of that career here tonight. He carries the Ravens to 41 points and a 41-24 victory at Green Bay. The Ravens are now 8-8. They need help from Cleveland against the Steelers to set up a winner-take-all game next week. And the Packers, who stood in position for the 2 seed in the NFC just a few weeks ago, are now 9-6-1. They've lost 3 in a row.
Yeah, this is kind of a turn of events, and you can look around the league, and a lot of these happen. Sometimes it's in the middle of the season, sometimes it's toward the end, but you just want an opportunity, number one, to get into the postseason in December, and number two, a chance to win your division so you can secure a home playoff game at the minimum, but that's not going to happen now for Green Bay. In Baltimore, they still need a little bit of help. They need a Pittsburgh Steelers loss tomorrow against Cleveland, setting up a winner-take-all for the AFC North in Week 18.
So the final score here, 41-24. The Ravens in pretty convincing fashion, championed by their offensive line and the bruising running attack led by Derrick Henry. Also a very fine effort from quarterback Tyler Huntley, who was in rhythm and highly efficient, used his own feet along with his arm to aid that offensive push. So a 41-24 final, and the Ravens still very much alive and a chance to pursue their postseason dreams if the Steelers fall tomorrow. We're now joined by Ravens wideout Zay Flowers downstairs. Zay, you got us?
Yeah, I got you.
This is John Sadak and Derek Rackley with Westwood One. Thank you kindly for being with us. If you could begin, please. Obviously, Derrick Henry had just such a monster game. What allowed him to spring so free? He was trucking men out there.
O-line played great. O-line played their tail off. And that's what we've been talking about all year. Give him the ball, he'll take care of it. And he had that mindset. And it's cold outside. Who want to tackle that?
Zay, I made the comment during the game that a person like you, I'm sure wide receivers, they want the football, right? But you've got to be looking out and seeing what the O-line and seeing what Henry was doing, saying, yeah, this is probably a pretty good option too.
Yeah, definitely. I was looking out there, hey, get him the ball every play. I don't care if it was 4th and 10, give it to him. But I knew, we was going to have some opportunities because everybody was in the box, so I knew we was going to have a chance to hit some, and Snoop played great today, man. Don't let that go by. Snoop played great. 2-0 in his starts. Shout out to him.
Just so you know, by the way, Zay, 16 out of 20 was his efficiency today through the air. So Snoop Huntley, 107 yards and a touchdown. But that one touchdown did come to you. So walk us through that outcut that you had and showing the body control to put the brakes on and get that football across the goal line.
I knew, like I said earlier, I knew we was going to have a chance to make a play. And, hey, me and Snoop, we've been practicing that all week. Cornerback had his cleats in the ground, made a move, got out, and just tried to finish.
So one of the oddities about the schedule breaks, you win this game on Saturday.
Yep.
What are you going to do for the Steeler game tomorrow? Where and how are you planning on trying to watch it?
I ain't watching it. I'm going to just look at Myles Garrett's stats.
He said he's only
looking
looking
at 5 of them.
He said he's looking at Myles Garrett's stats. I like that.
Congrats on a great performance and a win.
Yeah, thank you.
That is Zay Flowers of the victorious Ravens. They take down the Packers 41-24. They need some help, but they can still win the division and go to the playoffs.
I like that answer right there. That's one of the best ones. I'm not even watching the game. I'm just going to watch Myles Garrett's stats.
He speaks the truth. Your final score, the Ravens 41, the Packers 24. When we return, Scott Graham joins us from our studios with the post-game show. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Nugget bells, nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And, of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Scott Graham from our Westwood One studios. Welcome to the post-game show following the Baltimore Ravens and Green Bay Packers tonight. A game with implications for Green Bay, still with hopes of a division title, but bigger implications for the Ravens coming into this game at Lambeau Field because of the fact that if they lost, it was all said and done. A win, and they still had potential for life, depending upon what happens tomorrow, to be alive for a one-game showdown with the division-leading Steelers in Week 18. A lot of pressure to put on the shoulders of this team, especially with Lamar Jackson unable to go, Jordan Love unable to go for the Packers in this one. So it was a pair of backup quarterbacks facing off with one another. How much offense were we really going to see? This, of course, is why they play the NFL games. Baltimore got the first possession of the game, and they went 13 plays, 75 yards with it, taking more than 8 minutes off the clock. Derrick Henry got in from 3 yards out for a touchdown. Tyler Loop's extra point was good, and it was a 7-0 Baltimore lead. But in the blink of an eye, just a little bit more than a minute and 2 plays, Malik Willis, who played the game of his career, had his team in the end zone. 2 completions, the second being a 39-yarder to Christian Watson. Brandon McManus hit the extra point, and that quickly we had a game tied at 7. But an answer came for the Ravens, who had long drives on the brain early in this game and really throughout the game. They had time of possession of better than 40 minutes in the ball game. A 13-play, 74-yard march that started in the first quarter, ended in the second quarter from 1 yard out with guess who?
They're 2 for 2 on third down, 13th play of this drive. Huntley under center. Henry, the deep man, offset eye. Needing a yard. Handoff Henry. He's in, standing. Left side, touchdown. The 120th career rushing TD for King Henry. Now tied with Adrian Peterson for the 4th most in NFL history. Ravens up 13-7.
14-7 with the extra point and 20-7 after 2 Tyler Loop field goals in the second quarter. The second coming with just 3:36 to go in the period. But Malik Willis got another quick drive going, a 5-play, 76-yarder in just 2 minutes and 12 seconds, and ran it in himself from 22 yards out as the middle of the field came wide open. 1:24 left to go. Green Bay was back within 20-14, but The Ravens were not going to let them rest on that. They still had that $1.24 to go until halftime, and they made the best of it on a 7-play drive that, once again, featured King Henry.
Derrick Henry is back in. One timeout, toss right, Henry trying to turn the corner. He's in standing. Touchdown, Ravens. A third score for Henry. 10 seconds until halftime and a big TD. It's 26-14. Ravens on top of the Packers.
21 carries, 106 yards, 3 touchdowns, all in the first half for Derrick Henry. After the extra point, it was a 27-14 game at the break. But Green Bay came back in the third quarter. The defense tightened a bit and put the clamps down on Derrick Henry. Brandon McManus, at the end of a long drive that didn't yield the end zone, did yield a 24-yard field goal, 27-17 at the 9-10 mark. And then, the next time Green Bay had the ball, it was a 7-play, 86-yard drive. Only took 3 minutes. And once again, the quarterback used his legs to make this a ball game again.
Willis out of the gun, near right hash, driving left to right. Delayed handoff. No, he keeps it, rolls to his right, trying to turn the corner. He's in! Touchdown, Packers! He turned the corner on Wiggins, an 11-yard sprint for Malik Willis. And it's a 27-23 game. The Raven deficit cut to 4, point after pending, 2:02 to go in the third.
Point after was good, so we had 17 minutes of football left to play, and we had ourselves a 3-point game. But the Ravens had themselves another extended drive. 12 plays, 85 yards that started right after that touchdown late in the third quarter and spanned to the early part of the fourth quarter. It was Tyler Huntley this time who had to make a play with pressure coming from his right side while he was looking to his left for a playmaker.
Ravens out of the gun. Ali sidecar left, trips right, Huntley left hash, stops the right cleat, 3-step drop, pressured, he throws left, it's caught, a spin! And he's in, touchdown! Zay Flowers able to spin into the end zone after the initial contact just shy of the doorstep, and the Ravens pad their lead, 10-10 to go in the fourth, it's 33-24 Baltimore.
Great job by Huntley standing in with the rush coming and getting rid of the ball as he fired a laser. Great athletic play by Flowers by the pylon to reach his arm over and get it into the end zone. That was huge with 10-10 left to go in the game, because after Tyler Loop hit on the extra point, it was a 2-score game. Green Bay had its opportunities, but Malik Willis left with a shoulder injury, and the void was filled by the Baltimore Ravens. They came up with the ball and a march, and finished off the march in stylish fashion, just inside the 2-minute warning, with the man of the hour doing the honors.
And Huntley changing things up from under center, creeping pressure from the Packers. Toss left to Derrick Henry. Ricard, a big block, and he cuts it up the left side and sprints easily into the end zone. Touchdown, Derrick Henry. 26 yards. He has broken 200 on the day. He has tied his career high with 4 TDs. It is 40-24 on Derrick Henry Day at Lambeau Field.
It's always going to be Derrick Henry Day when you run for 216 yards and 4 touchdowns in a must-win game. That's exactly what he did as the Ravens win it by a score of 41-24. What it means immediately is the Chicago Bears have now won the division. The Green Bay Packers can no longer do that. They currently sit as the 7th seed. By the way, that would have them playing Chicago in the wild card weekend. On the other side, for Baltimore, going home. Zay Flowers may not be watching the game, but a lot of the Ravens will when the Steelers take on the Cleveland Browns tomorrow. Steelers win, it's all over. They win the division. Browns win that game. It's one game, winner take all, in Week 18 at Pittsburgh between the Ravens and the Steelers, and I just have a hunch we might be seeing that one on a Sunday night. A lot of offense in this game. Great performances by both backup quarterbacks. For more, let's go back to Lambeau Field and the fellows who called the action, John Sadak and Derek Rackley. Guys?
Oh, thank you, Scott. What a thriller. And I think you made a great point, Scott, too. The battle of the backups. It felt like a game forecasted to be slight offensively. and it's 41-24. There were a lot of back-and-forth series of drives with excellent poise shown by those backup quarterbacks.
I mean, not only was it a high-scoring affair, but these quarterbacks played extremely well. I mean, we talked a lot about Derrick Henry, talked about Tyler Huntley. He was 16 of 20, but how about Malik Willis was 18 of 21. 18 out of 21 for 288 yards and a touchdown. Also led the team in rushing with 60 yards. Like, that was an excellent outing for him. They just got off to a little bit of a slow start when they had a couple of turnovers earlier. One on downs, one on a fumbled centered quarterback exchange. But they were there. Like, they had an opportunity to get back in the game. And then Malik Willis ended up having the shoulder issue that kind of cropped back up on him, had to run back to the locker room, came back out on the field, but never really got an opportunity to get back in the game because it was the Derrick Henry show. And boy, did he put on a show tonight.
Yeah, pretty spectacular. We check the final stats, sponsored by GoodRx. For simple, smart savings and your prescriptions, check GoodRx. Go to GoodRx.com or download the free GoodRx app. So Henry, 36 carries, career high, 4 touchdowns, ties a career high. 216 yards means he has 7 career 200-yard games. That is outright the most in NFL history. And he now has 122 career rushing touchdowns. He is one off of Marcus Allen for number 3 on the all-time list.
It's just, John, you and I were getting ready for the game, and you look through the information that the team puts out, and there's other information that comes from the league, but the stuff from Derrick Henry, it's like pages upon pages. And I was telling our producer, Aaron Cummins, at some point, like, you just have to stop putting down notes because there's no way you're going to get to him during a game. But that's just a testament to what he's done throughout his career. And I asked you this question, like, does he look like a guy that's slowing down? Does he look like a guy that's ready for retirement? I mean, he looks like one of the more dominant backs in the National Football League. Like, he looks top 3, maybe top 5, but I don't know if I can find 4 other guys that right now are playing better than him. That's what's so impressive to me, how he's continued to take care of his body and put these type of performances out on the field.
Yeah, perhaps the most impressive thing off the field, it was about a 3-point font for Derek Rackley to fit all of his Derrick Henry notes onto his board.
I can't even read them.
Time now to select our defensive player of the game, sponsored by Allstate. You've never been in better hands. Visit allstate.com or call an agent for a quote today. What do you got?
All right, I'm going to give it to Derrick Henry. No, okay, I can't give it to Derrick Henry. He doesn't play on the defensive side of the ball, but I want to because of what he did. You're thinking about defender, and Roquan Smith is a guy that came into this game with 5 straight games with double-digit tackles, but he was kind of quiet in this game. He ended up only having 3 tackles in the game. So the defender of the game, I'm going to give it to Marlon Humphrey. He ends up getting that interception, and you think about just a few weeks ago, Marlon Humphrey had just 1 interception on the season. This is coming off a season where he had 6 last year, led the AFC in interceptions last year with 6. Now he's had 3 straight games with interceptions. He's got 4 on the season. That's now 10 interceptions in the past 2 years. And you talk another mainstay on the defensive side of the ball, Marlon Humphrey just always finds the football, and he did it again today on the road against the Packers.
Give him 23 career picks. So we spoke some about the Ravens in their near future. The Packers are now more cemented. This is a team that was poised as the 2 seed a few weeks ago, but has now lost 3 in a row. They're 9-6-1. They cannot do any better than the 7 seed. That is now a lock for the Packers, who will play at Minnesota next week. Who knows the availability of their top 2 quarterbacks for that game? What are you seeing in the near future for the Packers?
Not only that, John, but think about the defensive players that ended up going down in this game. So attrition kind of hurting the Packers as we get towards the end of the season. A team that, as you mentioned, we know is going on to the postseason, but are they going to go in there close to full strength, or are they limping in? Now, they need to see whether or not they're going to get Jordan Love back at quarterback. I think you could probably make the argument, though, that quarterback was not the issue on the field today. It was stopping the run. So it was defensive side of the ball, and then it was just how many players they ended up losing. So what is their depth going to look like going into the postseason? That's something that would worry me a little bit more than the quarterback position, that along with, can you stop the run? Because if you can't stop the run, guess what's going to happen every single game? Week 18, guess what's going to happen in the playoffs? You're going to get tested to see if you figured out how you can stop the run. And if you can't, guess what's coming? Run after run after run. That's just how the game works.
It feels like it'll be a get-healthy kind of week for them. Rack, always great to be with you.
Was a pleasure, man, and we got a great game. Enjoyed being with you.
A thriller. So the final 41-24, the Ravens take down the Packers. We send it back to Scott Graham in our Westwood One studios. Scott?
All right, thanks very much, guys. When we come back, we are going to take a look back at what happened in Game 1 of our doubleheader earlier today. This is Westwood One's coverage of the National Football League.
It's a primetime showdown when Caleb Williams and the Bears.
Caleb gonna gut it into the end zone. B.J. Moore, touchdown Bears.
Take on Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers.
Quick handoff, McCaffrey up the middle. He's in for a 49ers touchdown.
Tomorrow at 8:20 p.m. Eastern, catch the national broadcast on NFL Radio Channel 88. The Bears call on Channel 81 or 226. The 49ers call on Channel 85 or 225. In the car and on the SiriusXM app.
The best of live sports talk are on SiriusXM. Weekday mornings, hear Dan Patrick at 9 on NBC Sports Radio, Channel 85.
Running backs are the best supporting actors. They can't win Best Actor.
At 1, it's the Stephen A. Smith Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82.
Check me out for my passionate, unfiltered take on the world of sports.
And then at 3, it's the Mad Dog, Christopher Russo.
Anybody who asks knows I'm 100% right.
Hear from legends of the game, only on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I love it. Just talk.
It's Fantasy Football Championship Week. Get the edge you need with Fantasy Sports Radio.
I don't care if you're a 50-point underdog. Put the best players in. We just need points.
Go home a Fantasy Football champion or just go home.
Go ahead and fire up your Cardinals. The Bengals defense can't stop anybody.
You've made it this far. Don't give up the title because you made the wrong roster move.
You gotta go with the guys who got you here. Don't overthink it.
Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87, and on the SiriusXM app.
Conan O'Brien here. Sure, it's football season. So when you aren't listening to my pigskin flying around on SiriusXM, come check out my channel, Conan O'Brien Radio. We're cracking jokes, throwing deep cuts, blitzing boredom. No pads, no playbooks, just a Hail Mary of hilarity. It's comedy in the red zone all season long. Conan O'Brien Radio. That's a tough tackle. He's down. He's not getting up. He's dead. Wait, I took it too far. Conan O'Brien Radio, Channel 104, anytime you want on the SiriusXM app.
Hear your hometown announcers call every game on the SiriusXM app.
Welcome back to Westwood One's coverage of the NFL from the Progressive Insurance Studios. I'm Scott Graham. Progressive offers auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. Big victory for Baltimore in the nightcap of our Saturday doubleheader. Game number 1 took place at SoFi Stadium out in L.A. And for the Houston Texans, it was a win and you're in scenario. Victory would put them into the playoff field. Chargers still hoping to hold out hope for potentially winning a division title as they chase down the Denver Broncos. This ball game turned out to be a little bit different than most people might have expected. You would assume a defensive battle between the best defensive team in the NFL and a team that has been right there with them over the course of the last 8 weeks in terms of holding down the opposition. But the Houston Texans, 3 plays into the game, determined that December 27th was going to be different.
Trips left. Stroud on the shotgun, marks to his left on 3rd down at a yard. Kirk goes in motion from left to right. Here's the snap. Stroud back to throw for the first time. Has time, looking, going deep. Got a man down the middle. Caught by Higgins at the 30. 25-20. 15-10. He's gone all the way to the end zone. Touchdown Texans. Jaden Higgins got behind the defense, and Stroud dropped it in. And the Texans have the early lead.
Ryan Radke the call right here on Westwood One. 3 plays in. Kaimi Fairbairn hit the extra point, and it was Houston on top by a 7-0 score. But the Texans were far from done with the high-flying stuff. Their next drive took them only 4 plays, and once again it was Stroud looking deep to break the game open.
Stroud gets the shotgun snap. He's back to pass. Sets his feet. Looking, going deep down the field. Got a man open. That's caught by Knoll. Into the end zone. Touchdown Texans. Another deep ball. Another wide open receiver. Jalen Knoll hauls it in. A 43-yard touchdown. And the Texans have a 13-0 lead.
It was stunning. We weren't even 6 minutes into this game, and it was a 14-0 Houston Texans lead with 2 deep throws by C.J. Stroud to, as Brian pointed it out, very wide open receivers. Ultimately, the Chargers defense did clamp down a bit, and the only other scoring we saw in the first half was Cameron Dicker hitting on a 27-yard field goal at the 6:10 mark to make it a 14-3 game at halftime. Fairbairn answered with a field goal midway through the third quarter to stretch the lead back to 17-3, but then Justin Herbert, late in the third quarter, throws a touchdown pass, and with the extra point, a 17-10 one-score game. Houston extends it again on a Fairbairn field goal at the 6:29 mark of the fourth quarter. So now you've got a two-score game at 20-10. But the Chargers weren't going away. A 7-play, 75-yard march got them inside the 10-yard line, got them a chance to run the ball to get it close.
Herbert in the shotgun, two receivers left, single man right. Herbert gets the snap. He'll hand it off. Hampton up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown Chargers. Omarion Hampton with a 5-yard touchdown run. And with 3:37 to go, it's now the Texans 20, the Chargers 16. The extra point try coming up. Omarion Hampton driving in for his 4th touchdown run of the year.
And so, as Ryan pointed out, 3:37, still timeouts there, an opportunity for the Chargers potentially to get a stop and maybe a field goal that would tie the game. Well, that's right, they were still down by 4 points. They still needed to hit the extra point to get within 3.
So now a massive PAT from Cameron Dicker. He has not missed a point after this year. Snap, spot, kick from Dicker is on the way. He missed it. It went wide left.
Dicker had missed a 32-yard field goal earlier in the game. He missed his first extra point of the game. It stayed at 20-16, and the Texans were able to get a couple of first downs, including the second on a sack play where there was illegal contact in the defensive backfield. That was the backbreaker. And they hang on to the Texans for a 20-16 win over the LA Chargers. With that, the Texans punch their ticket to the playoffs. Remember, this team started this season at 0-3 and 3-5, but now, as one of the hottest teams in the league, they have won 8 in a row. They are in the playoff field, and by the way, they are still alive for the division title, chasing the Jacksonville Jaguars. Speaking of division titles, the Chargers are no longer a shot at theirs, because with this loss, the Denver Broncos wrap up the division crown. And by the way, the last time the Denver Broncos wrapped up the division crown, they went to the Super Bowl at Levi's Stadium and won it. This year's Super Bowl, for those of you who are superstitious, is at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara. Not predicting, just saying. Do with it what you will. Justin Herbert threw for 236 yards and a touchdown today, but afterwards said that his team's got to be better in the red zone.
I just have to execute. We've got to be able to convert on those third downs down there and have to score points. We got our opportunities, but it's on us to be able to execute those plays that we put in and we game plan for.
So with that loss, the Chargers fall down to the 7 seed. They are not yet locked into that 7 seed like the Packers are in the NFC. Right now, the seeding in the AFC as of late Saturday night, East Coast time. Denver is the 1, New England the 2, Jacksonville the 3, Pittsburgh the 4, Buffalo's at 5, Houston at 6, and the Chargers are at 7. In the NFC, Seattle right now is the number 1 seed. Chicago has won their division as the 2 seed in the NFC. Philadelphia is 3. Carolina is 4. San Francisco is 5. The Rams are 6. The Green Bay Packers, as we said, are locked into 7. What that means is we've seen the last game of the year to be played at Lambeau Field. Next time they'll be playing football there will be in the preseason next year. Once again, the final score of the nightcap, 41-24 Baltimore. We're going to wrap things up when we return. You're listening to the NFL on Westwood One.
Time now for the opening kickoff.
From kickoff to the final whistle, hear Westwood One's exclusive play-by-play of every primetime NFL game.
Great job pushing for the first down. That is a first down. First and goal at the 3.
NFL play-by-play lives on Westwood One.
In overtime, 4-man front, receiver motion, low snap, he runs and he throws, caught, touchdown, it's caught.
Westwood One, the home of NFL play-by-play.
30 to 20, far strike 10.
Listen live on the Westwood One Sports app.
The Lowe's Closeout event means the final savings of the season are here. It's your last chance to get deals on seasonal decor, tools, flooring, and so much more. Refresh your home, check off your project list, or simply stock up on the brands you trust. Shop now to grab amazing deals before they're gone. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 1/7. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Final score, Baltimore 41, Green Bay 24. You've been listening to the NFL on Westwood One. Tonight's broadcast has been sponsored by Allstate, by Barbasol Shaving Cream, by Indeed, by Granger, by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and by the official NFL app. I want to thank our crew for today. Studio coordinator Dan Lynch, studio producer Jordan Markovic, production assistance provided by Jeff Salmon, our statistician Tom Hecker, spotter John Stengler, engineer Dan Robotham, coordinating producers Ryan Finkelstein and Aaron Cummins, executive producer Mike Eby, and the senior vice president of sports for Cumulus Media and Westwood One is Bruce Gilbert. Stay tuned. Tomorrow, Sunday Night Football, the Chicago Bears and the San Francisco 49ers. Ryan Radke and Mike Golick have all the excitement. I'll kick things off with NFL Sunday, all the scores and highlights beginning at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Then, on Monday night, the Falcons host the Rams. Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner have all the action. Pre-game coverage with the Golicks begins at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can catch those games right here on many of these same stations on the NFL and Westwood One Sports apps, or streamed live for free on our website, westwoodonesports.com. Once again, the final score from Lambeau Field. The Baltimore Ravens 41, the Green Bay Packers 24. Baltimore lives to see at least another day. Now, for John Sadak and Derek Rackley, I'm Scott Graham. Thanks for joining us. You've been listening to the NFL on Westwood One.